Chapter 2381. Ji and Huang helplessly sighed. Yes, Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up. Then take it out. I'll pawn it for you. If you can't bear to part with it, you can redeem it when you're rich. Ji and Huang saw Tian Xueqing's expression and felt that it was funny. He realized that he liked to bully her more and more. He sighed again. His expression was sorrowful, as if he could not bear to think about the past. But I pawned everything on the way out. Now, I only have one robe left. Miss Ah Ching, you will not even leave a robe for me, right? Tian Xueqing's mood had never fluctuated so much before. She did not believe it. She did not believe it. He must have something else on him. He was not willing to hand it over. Tian Xueqing glanced at Ji and Huang and tried her best to remain calm. It's not up to you to decide whether or not there is one. Wang Kai, search for me. In the end, her calmness was broken, and she was gnashing her teeth in anger. Ji and Huang, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Since Miss Ah Ching does not believe me, then search me. Wang Kai jumped up and down as it searched Ji and Huang's body. Ji and Huang cooperated and did not resist at all. Wang Kai had never searched so carefully before. It searched inch by inch. It used all its energy to search countless times, but in the end, it found that there was really nothing there. Wang Kai, who returned empty-handed, was in a bad mood. It was dejected and its ears drooped. Tian Xueqing looked at Wang Kai and knew the result. She was so angry that her face turned green. Ji and Huang sighed more than usual tonight. He said apologetically, Miss Ah Ching, I'm sorry. However, I will be your assistant. Tian Xueqing took a deep breath and took another deep breath. In the end, she found that she could not suppress the irritation in her body. In the end, she could not hold back anymore. She clenched her teeth and said to Ji and Huang, Fine, you stay. I will make sure that the money I spend is worth it. Ji and Huang still had a sincere look on his face. He bowed slightly. It's my honor. Tian Xueqing flicked her sleeves and left. Her voice could be heard in the wind. Wang Kai, follow me. Wang Kai Piglet followed him eagerly. The man and the pet walked away, leaving him standing there alone. The night wind blew, and Ji and Huang's plain white robe fluttered in the wind. The silver patterns on his robe slowly flowed under the moonlight, and his temperament was cold and noble. He stood there for a long time, watching the figure leave. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Xueqing, it's my fortune to be able to see you again. The door to Ji and Huang's room was suddenly slammed open, and a pink little pig barged in. Ji and Huang slowly opened his eyes. His cold expression instantly disappeared when he saw the person behind Piglet. He revealed a faint smile. Miss Ah Ching. After a night, Tian Xueqing had calmed down quite a bit. However, when she saw the smiling Ji and Huang, she still felt a headache coming on. She controlled her emotions and said faintly, Get up and change your clothes. Casually tossing a set of servants' clothes to him, Wang Kai Piglet tactfully picked up Ji and Huang's luxurious outer robe with its beak. Then, the man and his pet swaggered off. Ji and Huang. He actually dared to take away his robe so boldly and confidently? Then, he threw a set of servants' clothes to him. Didn't he say that he would be her assistant? The ancestor's grand disciple, Chong Kong Empire's crown prince, and the peerless genius Ji and Huang, who had always been calm and rational, was stunned for the first time. Chapter 2382. He sighed and resigned himself to picking up the clothes that he would never touch normally. He slowly put them on, opened the door, and walked out. Ji and Huang wore the servants' clothes and walked on the road. The maidservants on the side of the road were stunned at first. Then their faces all turned red. When did Tranquil Mountain have such a handsome and noble servant? It couldn't be helped that he was handsome. Even the servants' clothes made him look unruly and carefree, like an elegant young master. Ji and Huang's appearance directly increased the attractiveness of Tranquil Mountain servants. At this time, Ji and Huang deeply understood Tian Xueqing's words, I will make my money well spent. He did not stay idle that day. He was ordered around by Tian Xueqing to sweep the floor, wipe the table, clean the study, grind the ink, tidy up the medicine box, collect herbs, and boil them, This girl really made the best use of everything and was risking her life to squeeze him dry. Ji and Huang felt angry and amused at the same time. However, when he saw Ah Ching pretending to be calm but secretly feeling happy, he felt that it was all worth it. To be able to see her clearly and feel her by his side, this was a scene that he could only dream of 100 years ago. Moreover, this kind of work was too easy for him. Sometimes, happiness was just that simple. Of course, Ji and Huang was not satisfied with just looking at her. In the future, he would take it step by step and make her his wife once again. After Ji and Huang completed the task that Tian Xueqing gave him, he once again knocked on the door and walked into her room. He was slightly startled. Tian Xueqing's room and her aura seemed to be different. In front of others, she was always cold and indifferent. She did not seem easy to get close to. At such a young age, she had a kind of domineering aura that made the patients under her extremely obedient. Her room's decorations were elegant and had a trace of childishness. The color of the room also leaned towards warmth. That Wang Kai pig lying on her bed looked extremely harmonious with her room. After all, it was still a child. Ji and Wang looked at himself. He was old. Fortunately, he still looked like he was in his 20s. Otherwise, if he stood in front of her again, he would feel ashamed. At this moment, Tian Xueqing was sitting beside a desk with one hand supporting her head. She was reading a medical book. When she saw Ji and Huang, a hint of surprise flashed across her face, but it soon disappeared. She lowered her head and continued to read her book. Pretending to be indifferent, she asked, "Is something the matter?" Ji and Huang forcefully retracted his gaze from her body and handed a white flower with a hint of blue to Tian Xueqing. "Miss Ah Ching, the matter has been settled. Do you want this flower?" Tian Xueqing's hand seemed to tremble slightly as she took the flowers. It was done so quickly. She hadn't even flipped through a few pages of the book yet, and he was already back. That way, he would have profited. Tian Xueqing coughed lightly and picked up the little flower. She looked at it carefully and then nodded. "Yes, it's the tearless flower." Ji and Huang continued to look at her. Then, "Does Miss Ah Ching have any other instructions?" He had clearly done everything for the whole day, but he did not seem to be in a sorry state. He still looked like a noble young master with fluttering sleeves. Tian Xueqing looked at him and racked her brain, but she could not think of any other tasks. In the end, she collapsed on the chair and waved her hand. "No, you've been tired for the whole day. Go and rest. I'll call you if there's anything else." Giving him different tasks was also very taxing on her brain. Chapter 2383. Rest? He was still far from reaching the point where he needed to rest. Moreover, to him, true rest was to take a good look at Tian Xueqing. With her by his side, he would feel at ease. Looking at Tian Xueqing, who was reading, Ji and Huang reached out and took the book from her hands. He casually glanced at it and suddenly asked, "Miss Ah Ching, when you were reading, you seem to have encountered something that you didn't understand?" After a pause, he turned the medical book over to Tian Xueqing and lightly tapped on a line of words. "Is it here?" Looking at the slender and white fingers on the medical book, Tian Xueqing was slightly stunned. How'd he know? Although she didn't want to admit it, she really didn't understand this part. Tian Xueqing nodded her head, and a trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes. "How did you know?" Ji and Huang mysteriously smiled. Probably because, "I can read minds?" He could read minds, and he could only read her mind. He knew what her every word and action meant. There was no other reason. It was because he had recalled her appearance countless times in his memories. Her voice and her smile. Tian Xueqing was stunned at first. She looked at him from head to toe and then shook her head. Her clear eyes were filled with disbelief as she seriously said, "You are lying to me." Ji and Huang straightforwardly placed the book on the desk. This sentence should be understood like this. Tian Xueqing was a good child with a strong thirst for knowledge. Her attention was immediately diverted as she listened to Ji Yun Huang's explanation. "All right, do you understand now?" Ji Yun Huang tilted his head and looked at her. Tian Xueqing nodded her head. The doubts that had troubled her for a long time had been solved. She only felt comfortable in her heart and revealed a smile. She turned her head and was about to say something when she suddenly froze. Unknowingly, the two of them were already very close to each other. When Tian Xueqing turned her head, she just happened to fall into Ji Yunhuang's deep eyes. He looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Tian Xueqing could almost see her own helplessness in Ji Yunhuang's eyes. His breath was right next to her ear, and her sensitive earlobe was as red as coral. This was the first time she had been so close to a man other than her master. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but he seemed to have a magical power that made her body freeze. She stared at him with her round eyes, forgetting to react for a moment. Ji Yunhuang's eyes darkened as he spoke in a voice as deep as a cello. "Lady Ah Qing, if you continue to look at me like that, I might just kiss you." Tian Xueqing finally reacted, and her small face turned pink. She suddenly leaned back, wanting to put some distance between them. However, she didn't expect that she would use too much force, and the chair would flip over. Just as she was about to fall head first, Tian Xueqing's vision blurred. Then, her entire body was pulled by a strong force. She fiercely crashed into Ji Yunhuang's embrace. The memories of that day were once again awakened. She was filled with his cold and delicate fragrance. Her nose just happened to bump into his chest. Heavens, his chest was really hard. Her nose was sore from the collision. Tears welled up uncontrollably and swirled in her eyes. Ji Yunhuang took the opportunity to hug her and gently patted Tian Xueqing's back as if he was coaxing a child. He softly said, "Don't cry." Tian Xueqing suddenly pulled away from him. She only felt embarrassed and angry. However, her nose was still extremely sore, and tears once again rolled down her cheeks. This was so embarrassing. She angrily glared at him with tears still swirling in her eyes. Chapter 2384. Looking at her tear-stained face, Ji Yunhuang's heart ached. How long had it been since he last saw her cry? Once upon a time, he had turned a blind eye to her cries. By the time he subconsciously wanted to see her true emotions, she had already become an ice beauty without any desires. No matter what he did, he would never be able to obtain even a single tear from her. So, she could cry as well. So, she was once so delicate and naive. A tear in his heart seemed to be slowly torn open by a pair of hands. He subconsciously used his hand to wipe away her tears. The delicate skin under his fingers fascinated him, and he almost could not bear to move his hand away. He almost used all of his self-control to control himself, and then moved his hand away as if nothing had happened. He patted Tian Xueqing's head. His voice was as indifferent as before, but if one listened carefully, one could hear a hint of hoarseness in his voice. "All right, Ah Qing, you read the book by yourself. I'm going to rest. If there's anything, just call me." Without waiting for Tian Xueqing to speak, he turned and left. The self-control that he was so proud of was on the verge of collapse. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would turn into a wolf and pounce on her. Take it slow. Take it slow." Tian Xueqing heard his words and felt that something was wrong. From his tone, why did it sound like she was the one who insisted on him accompanying her to read the book? It was obviously him who insisted on reading the book with her. Tian Xueqing sat on the chair. Her thoughts were in a mess, and she did not know what to think. After a long time, she suddenly reacted. Did he just take advantage of her? Furthermore, he took advantage of her and ran away before she could react. This bastard. Tian Xueqing's small face turned red from anger. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of the bell rang and interrupted Tian Xueqing's thoughts. She looked at the silver bell that was ringing non-stop and slightly frowned. At the same time, a little maid dressed in pink ran in. Miss, quickly go and take a look at the patient in Heavenly Fragrance Court. His condition seems to have worsened." Worsened? Wasn't he almost fully recovered yesterday? Temporarily suppressing these doubts, Tian Xueqing calmly said, "Feng Shui, bring my medicine box." She stood up and walked out of the room. Her pace was very fast, but it looked like she was taking a leisurely stroll. Her figure was graceful, and her green muslin robe was slightly fluttering in the wind. Even her black hair was fluttering in the wind, making her look like a green butterfly flapping its wings. When she passed by Jing Sinuan, Tian Shueqing paused her footsteps and subconsciously took a look inside. No one. Just as she was feeling puzzled, she suddenly felt a light pat on her shoulder. She turned her head and saw Ji Yunhuang's handsome face. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile. "Ah Qing, are you looking for me?" Tian Shueqing was shocked, but she quickly adjusted herself. She had no time to ask him where he had been. She grabbed his hand and quickly explained as she walked, "Follow me. The patient in Tianxiang Court has suddenly deteriorated. Aren't you going to help me?" Ji Yunhuang allowed her to pull him forward. He lowered his head to look at their tightly clasped hands. They looked rather harmonious. The smile on his lips deepened. Tian Shueqing inadvertently saw his smile. At first, she was puzzled. Then, she suddenly realized something and let go of his hand. She was both embarrassed and shocked. Why did she take the initiative to hold his hand and walk forward? In this life, Tian Shueqing did not have the thought that men and women should not touch each other. She was a physician and had treated countless patients. If she had this kind of thought, she would not want to be a physician. What shocked her was that she actually took the initiative to hold someone's hand. Chapter 2385. She was shocked that she had actually taken the initiative to hold someone's hand. This was something that had never happened before. She had a cold temperament and did not like to have too much physical contact with others. When she was treating a patient, she would not touch anyone unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, she had actually held Ji Yunhuang's hand so naturally. What was wrong with her? Ji Yunhuang looked at his empty palm, and a sense of disappointment rose in his heart. His eyes darkened as he reached out to grab Tian Shueqing's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Before she could say anything, he had already used his lightness skill to fly into the distance. As he flew, he explained with a serious expression, "This is faster." Tian Shueqing was speechless. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but just as she moved, Ji Yunhuang's body swayed in the air, and his helpless voice sounded, "Ah Qing, don't move. Be careful not to fall." Tian Shueqing looked down. It was so high. She hugged Ji Yunhuang's waist tightly and obediently stopped moving. Her expression was still indifferent, but there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Ji Yunhuang held her waist with one hand and patted her head with the other. He gently comforted her. "Don't be nervous. Relax." Tian Shueqing's face turned pale when she was suddenly patted in the head. She hugged Ji Yunhuang even tighter and said with a trembling voice, "Don't move." It seemed like she was really scared. Thus, he swayed in the air again and felt satisfied when Tian Shueqing hugged him even tighter. Ji Yunhuang carried Tian Shueqing and landed in Heavenly Fragrance Court. The maidservant at the door immediately cried and ran over. "Miss Ah Qing, please take a look at our young master." It seemed to be very serious. Tian Shueqing's expression darkened. She carried the medicine box and followed the maidservant into the room. Ji Yunhuang's footsteps paused for a moment, and he looked at the door with a meaningful expression. The atmosphere in this courtyard seemed to be a little strange. Soon after, he also entered the room. The door was closed, and the room was filled with a pungent fragrance. Tian Shueqing frowned and looked at the maidservant. Her voice was slightly cold. "What happened? Didn't I tell the patient to maintain good ventilation in the room and not to use incense?" The young maidservant said submissively, "I know all of this, but this is my master's request. Yesterday, he suddenly asked for incense and didn't allow me to open the doors and windows. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen." Tian Shueqing raised her eyebrows. In her impression, this young master Su did not like such strong incense. Why did he suddenly fall in love with fragrances after getting so sick? Ji Yunhuang's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. He suddenly asked for incense, and a strong one at that. It seems like he's trying to hide something. Tian Shueqing walked towards the big bed. Layers of curtains fell on the bed, blocking the view of outsiders. They could only vaguely see the silhouette of the person inside. Just as Tian Shueqing was about to pull the blanket away, Ji Yunhuang grabbed her hand and said, "Let me do it. It's not convenient for you." He glanced at her with a meaningful look in his eyes. Tian Xueqing was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Ji and Huang turned around and gave a brief order to the servant girl. Open all the doors and windows in the room and extinguish the incense. The young maidservant was stunned for a moment and stammered, But my young master ordered. Chapter 2386. Ji and Huang lightly glanced at her, and with just a glance, the servant girl shut her mouth. She suddenly felt that the aura of this servant in front of her was frighteningly strong. When he lightly glanced at her, she felt her legs go soft. She did not dare to say anything else and agreed. Then she opened all the doors and windows in the room and extinguished the incense. Fresh air instantly rushed in, and the pungent fragrance in the room finally faded a lot. Tian Xueqing's head had been hurting ever since she entered the room, but now that she breathed in the fresh air, her complexion slightly improved. As the air became more fresh, another smell that was hidden under the pungent fragrance slowly surfaced. A faint fishy smell, a faint snake smell came from the bed. Ji and Huang slowly pulled open the bed, and the scene inside the bed slowly revealed itself. Just as the person inside the bed was about to be revealed, that person suddenly sat up straight and strangely laughed twice. Then, he grabbed Ji and Huang. Ji and Huang was already prepared. His body slightly tilted, and he dodged. At the same time, he completely pulled open the bed. Tian Xueqing was stunned. The servant girl screamed and covered her mouth tightly, tears rolling down from her eyes. That person still had the face of young Master Su, and he was wearing a beautiful robe. What used to be his legs was now a long tail with a barb. Under the light, the barb flashed with an ice-cold green luster. With one look, one could tell that it was highly poisonous. Young Master Su coldly stared straight at Ji and Huang, releasing his killing intent without holding back. "Young Master, is that you?" the young maidservant asked in a trembling voice. In response, young Master Su coldly smiled. That smile was strange, and his mouth split open all the way to his ears, revealing a bloody mouth. The servant girl was so frightened that she retreated a few steps. She fell to the ground and muttered, "You are not my young master. You are not." At this time, Ji and Huang and young Master Su were already entangled in a fight. Wherever the two of them went, there would be a mess. The servant girl was extremely frightened and wanted to find a companion. She staggered and ran towards Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing looked at young Master Su's scarlet mouth and felt her whole body turn cold. She had never encountered such a strange situation. Yesterday, he was still a person, and today, he had turned into a snake. However, she quickly calmed down. She asked the young servant girl, "After I left yesterday, did your young master do anything wrong?" Before Tian Xueqing left, she was certain that young Master Su was fine and that his injuries were about to recover. When she was an arm's length away from Tian Xueqing, a bright light suddenly flashed in front of her eyes. A transparent barrier enveloped her entire body. She was stunned. When she looked at Tian Xueqing, she discovered that she was also enveloped by a spherical barrier. Ji and Huang skillfully fought with young Master Su while explaining, "The two of you don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. This is a barrier that protects you from outside, but not inside. It can protect you from external harm, so don't come out." The maidservant was stunned. As if she was curious, she reached out her hand to touch the barrier, but she did not expect that her hand would pass through it directly. She was almost hit by young Master Su's tail. She quickly retracted her hand and stayed inside obediently. She looked at her non-human young master and replied with tears in her eyes, "Miss Ah Ching, after you left, my young master walked around and felt that his injuries had healed." Chapter 2387. She replied with tears in her eyes, "Miss Ah Ching, after you left, my family's young master walked around and found that his injuries were healed. Just as I was feeling happy for him, he suddenly fell to the ground. I was terrified and wanted to pull the bell, but the young master suddenly woke up. He smiled at me and then gently told me to close the door and windows and then use a strong incense. The young master has never been so gentle to me before, but I still remembered Miss' words and told him not to use incense. The moment I tried to persuade the young master immediately turned cold. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. The young master suddenly smiled and told me again. This servant didn't dare to disobey and followed the young master's instructions. Tian Shiweching fell into deep thought. According to this servant girl's description, something was wrong with young Master Su after she left. Then why did the servant girl wait until today to pull the bell? Young Master Su suddenly swung his tail and hit the servant girl's barrier. The servant girl was so frightened that she squatted down and covered her head. Ji Yinhuang glanced at the servant girl, and a trace of deep thought flashed through his eyes. Tian Shiweching asked again, "Then why did you wait until today to pull the bell for help?" The servant girl trembled in the barrier for a while before she recovered. She looked at young Master Su with eyes full of fear and disgust. When she heard Tian Shiweching's words, she seemed to be immersed in her memories. She slowly curled up into a ball and covered her head. Her voice sounded like she was about to cry. "Last night, when this servant was sleeping, I was woken up by a rustling sound. I also heard young Master Su's faint moans. When I wanted to go over, young Master Su loudly berated this servant not to go near him. When I was about to pull the bell for help, my vision suddenly blurred and I don't know what happened. When I woke up today, I hurriedly pulled the bell, and then you guys came." Tian Shiweching's voice was still indifferent. In other words, from last night until now, you didn't really see young Master Su's face. The servant girl nodded with tears in her eyes. Tian Shiweching raised her eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Then how did you know that your young master's condition had worsened?" The servant girl was stunned for a moment before she replied blankly, I heard young Master Su's moans last night, so I guessed that his condition had worsened." There was something wrong with this servant girl. Ji Yinhuang had already subdued young Master Su and trapped him in a corner. He sat opposite Tian Shiweching and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. The young maidservant glanced at the trapped young Master Su, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. She was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, "You're just trapping him?" Ji Yinhuang raised his teacup and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "Oh, then what do you want? Kill your young master?" The young maidservant's face flushed red. She hurriedly said, He is no longer my young master. He is a snake spirit." Her voice was almost piercing to the ears. Ji Yinhuang remained calm and unhurried. "Oh, how do you know that he is no longer your young master?" The young maidservant looked at him strangely. "He has already become like this. How can he still be my young master?" Ji Yinhuang revealed a meaningful smile. "What if I say that he is still your family's young master?" The young maidservant blurted out, "Impossible. He doesn't even have consciousness now. He was now a monster. It can't be my young master." Ji Yinhuang looked at her with a playful gaze. "How did you know that he had lost his consciousness?" Chapter 2388. The young maidservant blinked her eyes and said in fear, "His eyes are filled with killing intent, and he hasn't said a single word from the beginning to the end. He's just killing, killing, killing. Quickly kill him. He's no longer my young master." "Oh." Ji Yinhuang turned the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, "You are right. He doesn't have any consciousness, but do you know why?" The atmosphere seemed a little strange. The little maid felt that something was wrong and started to move back. However, on the surface, she seemed to be very interested in Ji Yinhuang's topic and asked, "Why?" The teacup in Ji Yinhuang's hand fell to the ground, and the broken pieces scratched the little maid's face. Blood slowly flowed out. At the same time, he said softly, "Because he is being controlled." His voice was very soft, but when it fell on the little maid's heart, it was as heavy as a hammer. Who is controlling him? The little maid's voice trembled as she slowly moved her feet. Ji Yinhuang looked at her with a sharp gaze. "What do you think?" The little maid's expression changed. She suddenly turned around and ran towards the door. Just as she took a step, she bumped into the barrier. When she raised her head, she discovered that it was the barrier that Ji Yinhuang had used to protect her. She started to struggle with all her might and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you trapping me?" Ji Yinhuang leisurely said, "Why are you running? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? The little maid's pupils shrank. Then she shook her head fiercely and refused to admit it. What do you mean? Are you saying that I am controlling my young master? How is that possible? I am loyal to my young master. Moreover, you also said that I am a weak girl who doesn't even have the strength to trust a chicken. Tian Shuetching suddenly said calmly, the real mastermind is you. Don't pretend anymore. The little maid was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she crazily bumped into the barrier, wanting to escape. However, Ji Yanhuang's barrier was too strong. Even after bumping for a long time, the barrier did not budge at all. It was as if it had grown there. She sat on the ground and looked at Tian Shuetching with eyes full of hatred and confusion. How did you see through it? Tian Shuetching blew on the tea and casually said, I was just bluffing. The little maid almost exploded in anger. She couldn't wait to break out of the enchantment and bite her to vent her hatred. Tian Shuetching slowly took a sip of tea and said faintly, You have already exposed a lot of flaws. Don't you know that? The young maidservant gritted her teeth. What flaw? Tian Shuetching glanced at her and was a little worried about the snake demon's IQ. First of all, what have you been doing since you woke up and rang the bell? If you were a normal maidservant, you would be worried about your master who was lying motionless on the bed. If you pulled back the curtain, young Master Su would definitely attack you like how he attacked us. However, you are still alive. Either young Master Su didn't attack you, or you didn't pull the curtain at all. Either way, you're very suspicious. Second, as soon as we arrived, young Master Su immediately attacked us. Don't you think it's too deliberate? What was his motive for attacking us? Want to eat people? Then why didn't he do anything to you before? Thirdly, and this is also the most suspicious part about you, young Master Su comes from an aristocratic family, and the rules in his residence are strict. As a servant, you keep saying, Do you still need me to say more? The young maid sat paralyzed on the ground, her eyes lifeless. Chapter 2389. Although Tian Shuetching was young, she was very observant. Her logical ability was also very strong, and she was very sensible. Ji Yanhuang looked at Tian Shuetching with admiration. She was indeed worthy of being the person he loved. She had been so outstanding since she was young. The little maid came back to her senses and smiled sadly. She said sadly, Yes, I controlled him, but I just wanted to kill him. Kill him. Suddenly, a strong killing intent burst out from her body. Her body suddenly became bigger, and a green light flashed. A huge green snake that was dozens of meters long and as thick as a water bucket appeared in the barrier. It looked at Tian Shuetching with its cold eyes. But now, it was all destroyed by you. It doesn't matter. I can kill you first, then kill him. 1,000-year-old snake demon. Following the appearance of this snake demon, the temperature in the room became lower and lower. It was obviously midsummer, but the room was as cold as winter. Everything in the room was quickly freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tian Shuetching's little face became more and more pale from the cold, and her hands and feet almost lost feeling. Ji Yanhuang's eyes darkened. With a wave of his hand, he added another barrier around Tian Shuetching. After that, he stuffed something into Tian Shuetching's bosom and said warmly, Ah Ching, take this and step back. Tian Shuetching looked at the thing in her bosom, and her eyes moved. It was a blue stone that was sparkling and translucent. There was a light flickering inside the stone, and waves of heat were sent into her body through the stone. Warm blue stone. She felt her body temperature rising little by little, and her hands and feet were no longer so cold. The room was as cold as winter. Only the place where she was warm. Ji Yanhuang stood with his sword in hand. The huge green snake suddenly spat out a mouthful of black fog in their direction, trying to obstruct his vision. Ji Yanhuang ignored it and went forward. This level of poisonous gas could not hurt him at all. After the huge snake spat out the poisonous gas, it broke the barrier and suddenly turned around, breaking through the window and quickly flying out. She knew from the beginning that she was not this person's opponent. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best stratagem. She quickly flew in the air and looked back a few times. Then, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, she ran fast enough and got rid of that person. Just as she was secretly rejoicing, a cold sword light flew over from afar. She couldn't dodge in time, and the sword light mercilessly cut her tail, causing blood to gush out instantly. She howled in pain and looked at the two people in front of her whose clothes fluttered as if they were out for a walk. Her vertical pupils gradually turned red. There was no way to escape. They could only fight to the death. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the two of them. Ji and Huang placed Tian Shueqing on a cloud and raised his hand to cast a few barriers on her. Only then did he stand up to face the enemy. Only now did Tian Shueqing react. It was one thing for him to chase after the snake demon, but why did he have to carry her with him? There was nothing she could do to help. Her body moved a little, and the cloud beneath her trembled. Tian Shueqing's entire body froze. Heavens, she was sitting alone on a cloud. It was soft and thin. Looking down, she felt a little dizzy. Only those who had reached heaven rank level 2 could fly on clouds and condense them into a solid form. Could it be that this person had already reached heaven rank? On this continent, those who could reach heaven rank were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. With this person's ability, it should be easy for him to get 1,000 taels of silver, right? Why did he have to sell himself to repay the debt? Countless questions flashed through Tian Shueqing's mind. Her body was stiff as she obediently sat on the cloud. She hugged the blue warm stone in her arms and silently watched the battle. Chapter 2390. Just like that, a man and a snake fought in the air. Although it was a fight, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the green python was not a match for the man in green. Blood spilled everywhere, dyeing the surrounding clouds red. From the sky to the ground, and back again, the battle soon came to an end. The green snake's body was badly mutilated, and a part of her tail was broken. She was lying on the ground powerlessly, and it was difficult for her to even raise her head. At this time, she had already reached her limit. Ji and Huang mercilessly raised his sword, preparing to slash down. At this time, Tian Shueqing, who was standing at the side, suddenly said, "Wait." Ji and Huang was stunned. The green snake took the opportunity to desperately escape, but before she could get far, she was caught by Ji and Huang with a demon binding rope. The green snake was tied up by the demon binding rope, lying on the ground motionlessly. She hatefully said, "What do you want to do?" Tian Shueqing sat on the cloud far away and calmly said, "Where is the original Mizukage?" Mizukage was the name of the little maid. The golden snake seemed to be stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. "I am the Mizukage. I became his slave in order to kill him." Tian Shueqing was still indifferent. "You are not. Yesterday, before I left, you were the real Mizukage. Now, you just changed into her appearance. Where's the real Mizukage?" The green snake looked up to the sky and hissed. A green light flashed on her body, and a woman in green clothes sat there covered in blood. Her eyebrows were enchanting, and the mole at the corner of her eye added a bit of innocence to her. She laughed, and blood spurted out. "That bitch has already been eaten by me. Now, even if you cut open my stomach, you won't be able to find her. Ha ha ha. She has already melted. Ha ha ha." She laughed crazily, but tears kept flowing out. Tian Shueqing's eyes turned cold, and she no longer spoke. The green snake seemed to know that she was about to die. She laughed and said sarcastically, "You humans are the best at disguising, the best at disguising. I have seen through you, In your eyes, it doesn't matter if humans do anything wrong to demons, but if demons want revenge, you don't ask for the reason. You use the banner of justice to kill us, and you still think that you represent justice. Ha ha, it's unfair. The heavens are unfair." The sword in Ji and Huang's hand paused for a moment. Green Snake cried out mournfully, "Make your move. Aren't you enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Do it." Ji and Huang moved his sword away and said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance to complain about your grievances." Green Snake was stunned and did not speak for a long time. After an unknown period of time, she said faintly, "Actually, I cultivated the immortal Tao in the beginning." Ji and Huang remained silent. From just now, he felt that this snake demon seemed to have a faint immortal aura. This was also why he decided to believe this snake this time. Green Snake looked at the white clouds floating in the distance. The light in her eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. There was an indescribable tiredness in her voice. I met him when he was seriously injured when I came down from the mountain. I saw that he was pitiful, so I saved him. Thus began an ill-fated relationship. After he woke up, he grabbed my hand and said that he fell in love with me at first sight and wanted to marry me. Of course, I refused and ran back to the forest in fear. But I didn't expect him to follow me. I didn't allow him to enter the mountain. So he waited at the foot of the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he fainted at the entrance of the valley. Chapter 2391. The Green Snake continued. I lived in the mountains and forests. Once, I went out alone and met a wild wolf. He came out of nowhere and stood in front of me stupidly, saying that he would not allow the pack of wild wolves to hurt me. He definitely did not know that it was a piece of cake for me to deal with that pack of wolves. He was severely injured, and I stayed behind to treat his wounds. Those days were really good. He almost spoiled me to the heavens. Even if I wanted the moon in the sky, he would pluck it for me. He named me Inu because he liked the way I looked when I danced in a silver dress. Inu was a snake and did not care much about status. He treated her well, so she used all her love to reciprocate his kindness. Physical intimacy was a natural thing. When I was pregnant, he married me, but in the name of a concubine. He said that his mother did not agree to take me as his first wife, so he could only wrong me for a while. However, he would only love me forever and never marry anyone else. I did not care about status. I just wanted to be with him. Later, he changed. Everything changed. He married his first wife. He said that this was his mother's dying wish and that he could not be unfilial. So I agreed. On the night of their wedding night, I was next door and I clearly heard him tell that woman that he only loved her. I made a scene, but he slapped me. Then he applied medicine for me with heartache and said that he and that woman were just putting on a show, each taking what he needed. I believed him. Inu laughed sarcastically. No matter what he said, I would believe him. It is not that I do not know some things, but I'm afraid to think about them. What happened after that? Why did you degenerate into a demon? Tian Shueching asked. He was destined to face a calamity of death when he was 20 years old. I changed my fate against the heavens and degenerated into a demon. Inu explained calmly, but Tian Shueching could feel how dangerous that moment was. Changing one's fate against the heavens, the slightest mistake would have caused one's soul to dissipate. After I woke up, he treated me even better. I was also very satisfied with the birth of the child. Tian Shueching suddenly had a strong intuition that something must have happened on the day Inu was born. The child was born, and it was a human boy. I was so happy. But when I showed him, I found that his face was gloomy. Inu's big black and white eyes gradually became red, and her voice was full of strong hatred. After he held the child, he gave the child to that bitch Mizukage, and that bitch threw the child on the ground in front of me. My child. He had just been born and hadn't even opened his eyes to take a good look at the world before he was ordered to fall to his death by his father. How could he be so ruthless? How could he be so ruthless? The child was a human. He's innocent. Silver Feather's voice became more and more mournful, like a cuckoo, crying blood. He already knew that I was the snake immortal. He already knew. The day our snake immortal gave birth was when she was at her weakest. He specifically chose that moment to attack me. He stabbed me in the heart with a knife and dug out my inner core. He directly ate it. Ha ha ha. He's good to me. It's all for my inner core. Everything was an act. Ha ha ha. Everything was a disguise. It's all my wishful thinking. Ha ha ha. Tian Shueching felt her heart tighten, as if it was tightly clenched by a big hand. Looking at the crazy Inu, a trace of pity flashed through her eyes. He wanted immortality so much that he went crazy. At that time, I was simply delivering myself to his doorstep. Chapter 2392. He was so obsessed with immortality that he almost lost his mind. At that time, I was practically delivering myself to his doorstep. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he forgot that I had fallen to become a demon. My immortal core had turned into a demon core, and the demon core was extremely poisonous. Even if he swapped my blood with his when he changed his fate, it only delayed the effects of the poison. In less than 2 hours, he would have died from the poison. Inu chuckled, as if she was a child who had taken advantage of someone else. She laughed until her face was full of tears, but she did not realize it. When she was done laughing, she said slowly, "However, I never thought that you would be able to cure him." In less than 2 hours, the poison in his body was suppressed. Tian Xueqing did not speak. Treating people was her duty as a doctor. However, she did not expect that she would save such a crazy person. My child is dead, and my inner core has been dug out. Why are they still alive? Why? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Tears of blood flowed down Silver Feather's face. She said unconsciously, "But I was too injured. I couldn't do anything to them. I could only watch him get better day by day. He was flirting with that bitch who killed my child. Yesterday, I barely recovered from my injuries, so I came to take revenge. I tore that bitch apart and used the snake's soul to slowly erode him, making him suffer a fate worse than death. In the end, he became my puppet. Do you know that he was tortured for a day and a night? Ha ha! I took revenge for my son." Inu was crying and laughing at the same time. She told the whole story incoherently. I didn't expect that after he was controlled, he still had a trace of consciousness left. He pulled the bell with all his might. I wanted to kill him immediately, but after thinking about it, I decided to kill him all at once. It turned out that the person who pulled the bell was not a servant girl, but young Master Su, who was on the verge of losing his consciousness. Telling this story seemed to have used up all of Inyu's energy. She weakly fell to the ground, her breath weak. Actually, I was going to die anyway, without the inner core. Previously, revenge kept me alive, but now, I've taken my revenge. I can rest in peace. My child. Inu slowly closed her eyes. A drop of blood slowly flowed down her cheeks. Tian Xueqing sat on the ground, feeling cold all over. She lived deep in the mountains and was young. Although she had treated countless people, she had never been involved in worldly affairs. She didn't expect there to be such a tragic story in the human world. When he first heard this, the shock in his heart could be imagined. Ji and Huang's face was also pale. He seemed to have been touched by something as he clenched his fists tightly. Tian Xueqing's experience was similar to Inyu's, but he was not as bad as young Master Su. This man is too despicable. How could he bear to treat a woman who treated him so well like this? If I had known earlier, I would have let him die from the poison. Even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be too much. Tian Xueqing's tone was filled with hatred. Ji and Huang's face turned even paler. He paused for a moment before saying, "Ah Qing, if this young Master Su didn't intentionally use this Inu, but he did use her to marry her. After that, he treated other women well and often treated Inu badly. In the end, he caused Inu's tragic death. Do you think that Inu would forgive young Master Su if she was reborn?" His analogy could be said to be evasive. Tian Xueqing's heart was filled with anger, so she did not really understand the meaning behind Ji and Huang's words. Chapter 2393. His analogy could be said to be evasive. Tian Xueqing was filled with anger and did not really understand the meaning behind Ji and Huang's words. She replied without hesitation, "Of course not. If I were Inu, I would stay far away from him after being reborn. It would be best if we never met again." Ji and Huang. After Tian Xueqing finished speaking, she inadvertently raised her head and saw that Ji and Huang's expression was not right. She was a little surprised. "What happened to you?" Ji and Huang suddenly woke up. Looking at her clear eyes, he did not know what to feel. He slightly shook his head. "I'm fine. I probably used too much strength during the fight, just now." Tian Xueqing was finally relieved. Looking at Inu on the ground, she asked, "Is she dead?" Ji and Huang softly replied, "Yes." Seeing that Tian Xueqing was still staring blankly at Inu's corpse, he slightly frowned. With a flick of his finger, a ball of fire flew towards Inu's corpse. With a bang, it started burning. As the fire burned, Inu's face was peaceful, as if she was in a deep sleep. However, Tian Xueqing knew that this enchanting, pure, and innocent snake immortal had already died with wounds all over her body. Whether it was her body or her heart, she was completely dead. Inyu's silver-white clothes fluttered in the fire like a butterfly, beautifully dancing in the fire. A blood-red spirit slowly rose from Inyu's corpse. A resentful spirit with strong resentment. It was a spirit that could not be purified and could only be scattered. Ji Yanhuang's hand silently bent. Tian Xueqing closed her eyes and muttered something. She slightly raised one of her hands, and a faint white light was emitted from her soft and fair fingertips, shining on the crimson, resentful spirit. The moment the white light enveloped it, the crimson, resentful spirit struggled and screamed. Then, it suddenly stopped struggling and looked at the gentle white light in confusion. Being enveloped by the white light, the expected pain did not come. Instead, it felt endless sleep and peace. The color of its body started to fade little by little. Ji Yanhuang looked at Tian Xueqing, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. She could actually purify spirits? Tian Xueqing's forehead was slightly sweaty, and her brows were slightly wrinkled. She could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, Ji Yanhuang flicked his finger, and a ball of golden light enveloped Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing's brows gradually softened. Under the white light, the vengeful spirit slowly faded and became a pure white soul. Tian Xueqing waved her hand lightly, and the pure white soul flew over hesitantly, landing in Tian Xueqing's palm. An ethereal and slightly naive voice sounded, "Thank you." After a pause, it added, "I'm sorry." She had once wanted to kill Tian Xueqing, but she did not expect Tian Xueqing to repay her evil with kindness and release her from purgatory. Tian Xueqing raised her hand and said, "Go. I hope you can meet the right person in your next life." The pure white soul slowly flew into the air and became fainter and fainter. Just as it was about to fade into a shadow, it turned back and suddenly said, "Cherish the person in front of you." It was unknown who it was talking to. After saying this, she completely disappeared from the world. Ji Yanhuang carried Tian Xueqing and flew back to her quiet spiritual courtyard. As for young Master Su's life and death, without Tian Xueqing's help, he would die in extreme pain within 2 hours. Tian Xueqing was also straightforward. The moment she landed, she immediately broke free from Ji Yanhuang's embrace and ordered, "Throw that young Master Su out." Chapter 2394. Ji Yanhuang rubbed his brows. "I'll throw him away later. Don't let him bite anyone." He would deal with that person cleanly and guarantee that he would not cause any trouble for Qing. Tian Xueqing thought about it and was about to say something when she suddenly saw Fen Shui running over. Tian Xueqing looked at the flustered Fen Shui and frowned. "Fen Shui, what's wrong? Why are you running?" Fen Shui gasped for breath and lowered her head. After a long time, she finally said, "Master, Master is back." Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up and her voice was filled with unconcealable joy. "What did you say? Master is back? Where is he now?" Ji Yanhuang stood at the side and his eyes slightly darkened. He had been with Tian Xueqing for so long, but he had never seen her so excited. Fen Shui finally gasped for breath and raised her head. Her face was filled with nervousness and helplessness. She looked at Tian Xueqing as if she was looking at a life-saving straw. "Master is back. But he was poisoned. He was sent up by someone." Master was poisoned? Tian Xueqing felt as if she was suddenly struck by lightning and her body went soft. She anxiously said, Quickly bring me there." Fen Shui stumbled in front, and Ji Yanhuang suddenly asked, "Where is your master now?" Fen Shui was stunned and subconsciously replied, "Master is at his usual place in the recuperation park, in the southeast corner in front." Before she could finish her words, Ji Yanhuang carried Tian Xueqing and flew towards the southeast. Fen Shui. Ji Yanhuang could feel that Tian Xueqing's body was slightly stiff and her hands and feet were slightly cold. Her eyes carried a trace of panic. He softly comforted her. Don't worry. Have more confidence in your medical skills. He had never seen Tian Xueqing so flustered, as if she had lost her backbone. Tian Xueqing's small face was pale. My master has a physique that is immune to poison. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been poisoned. If he was poisoned, it could only be one of the 3 great poisons. Ji Yinhuang's heart sank. The 3 great poisons still had no cure. As soon as the 2 of them entered the house, they smelled a cold fragrance. A man in white was sitting on the bed. He had a handsome face, and his temperament was as gentle as jade. His white clothes were of the most simple style, without any embellishments, but it made him look like a banished immortal. That person's lips were pale, and he looked a little weak as he leaned against the bed. When he saw Tian Xueqing running in, warmth flashed across his eyes. Although his voice was a little weak, it was still as warm as the spring breeze. Xueqing, master is back. After Tian Xueqing saw her weak master, there was no one else in her eyes. She plunged into Ji Mo's arms and buried her head in his chest. She said in a muffled voice, Master, you're finally back. As she spoke, she pressed her small head against Ji Mo's chest and closed her eyes to count his heartbeat. Then, she used her mind to check his pulse. GMO didn't stop her and let her lie on his body to feel his pulse. When Tian Xueqing raised her head, he asked with a smile, Xueqing, have you found out what kind of poison is in Master? His tone was indifferent, as if he didn't take the matter of him being poisoned to heart. He even wanted to test Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing's small face was pale, and her hands were trembling. But looking at her calm master, she also slowly calmed down. She briefly and rationally analyzed the results of her pulse to her master and finally concluded, Master, you've been poisoned by the ice soul poison. Chapter 2395. The ice soul poison was one of the 3 great poisons. The poisoned person would gradually stiffen within 10 days. Even if it was summer, it would be of no help. From the skin to the inside, inch by inch, the person would be frozen to death, even in summer. GMO patted her head and smiled faintly. That's right, it's ice soul poison. Tian Xueqing grabbed GMO's sleeve with hope. Master, do you have a way to detoxify it? GMO muttered to himself for a moment, and then slowly said, When I was first poisoned, I didn't have a way to detoxify it. I could only slowly search for a way. I finally found a way, but it can only delay the onset of the poison. I can't completely detoxify it. Therefore, I came back this time to see if Xueqing has any good ideas. Tian Xueqing looked at her master with wide eyes. Even her master has no way. She desperately searched her mind, trying to find a good way to save her master. However, how could she find one in such a short time? She anxiously paced around the room. Because she was too anxious, sweat appeared on her forehead. Xueqing, I've taught you before that, as a doctor, you must not be impatient. The more serious the illness, the more you must be calm. Calm down and think slowly. GMO said in a deep voice. Tian Xueqing's heart trembled. She looked at her master, and GMO nodded slightly at her. She slightly closed her eyes and tried to calm down the chaotic emotions in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she secretly sighed. Disciple still doesn't have a specific method. Master, why don't you tell Disciple how you suppress the poison? From this perspective, I might be able to come up with a new idea. Jimo nodded and began to tell Tian Xueqing his method of suppressing the poison. Tian Xueqing sat at the side and listened seriously. Occasionally, she would ask a question or two. GMO patiently answered her questions. A master and a disciple. One asked and one answered. The 2 of them got along very well. When Tian Xueqing threw herself into GMO's arms, GMO did not have any reaction. It was obvious that he was used to it. The 2 of them had a very close relationship. There was almost no room for a third person to come in between them. Ji Huang had been standing there the whole time. He was usually the center of attention, but now, he was like a shadow in the background. No one noticed his existence. That little girl's entire heart was filled with thoughts of her master. Ever since she entered this room, she hadn't even glanced at him once. Perhaps she had already forgotten about his existence. His face was slightly pale, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He looked straight at the two people who were gathered together to discuss medicine. The two people were so intimate as if there was no one else around, and he felt that he was a little unnecessary. After all, he had been through a lot. From Tian Xueqing's interaction with GMO, he could tell that Tian Xueqing had feelings for GMO. He felt as if he had stepped into icy water, and his entire body was cold. When GMO raised his eyes, he inadvertently swept his gaze over the person standing in the shadows. He took a closer look and found that the figure was somewhat unfamiliar. His face was hidden in the darkness, and although he was wearing the clothes of a servant, there was still a natural air about him. GMO searched his mind for a long time, and once again confirmed that there was no such servant on his tranquil mountain. It wasn't that GMO had a good memory, but rather that it was hard to forget someone like Ji Yunhuang after seeing him once. GMO turned his head and asked, "You are?" Ji Yunhuang was in a daze, and for a moment, he didn't hear what this person said, so he didn't say anything. When he was quiet, he had a noble and cold aura. Chapter 2396. When he was calm, he had a noble and cold aura. He did not like to show his emotions, so at this moment, he looked somewhat cold, as if he disdained to answer GMO's question. Tian Xueqing looked at him coldly. She did not want to see anyone disrespect her master. She faintly opened her mouth and said, "Master, he is a patient that I saved, because he didn't have enough money on him." Speaking up to this point, she paused for a moment and looked at Ji Yunhuang before continuing. "So he stayed behind to help me repay the debt. Now, he's just a servant, so you don't need to pay attention to him." Jimo's eyes flashed with a trace of deep thought, but he did not say anything. Ji Yunhuang's face slightly changed. He might ignore other people's words, but he would never ignore Tian Xueqing's. A servant was already, until now, he was just an unimportant servant in her heart. Previously, Tian Xueqing treated him as her sky and carefully brought everything she had to him. However, he abandoned her like a worn-out shoe and trampled on her sincerity. Now, she abandoned him like a worn-out shoe. He slightly closed his eyes. Was the wheel of fortune turning? And all of this was his own doing, so he could not blame anyone else according to his original temperament. He would have turned around and left after receiving such cold treatment. But now, even if everything in front of him was dazzling, he did not want to leave, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. At this moment, Tian Xueqing's thoughts were all on her master, so she did not notice Ji Yunhuang's depressed mood. She took his pulse and poured water for him. She was very attentive and busy like a little bee. Ji Yunhuang just stood there and watched, motionless like a piece of wood. He thought back to the time when he was sick. At that time, Tian Xueqing had just started following him. She didn't care if he was as cold as ice towards her. She would keep circling around him like this. He only had to look at her or say a few words to her, and her eyes would light up for an entire day. The past was gone with the smoke and could no longer be chased. That year, Tian Xueqing also died on that plateau. Because of him, now that she had been reborn, she no longer had any memories of him. In her eyes, he was just a servant. His heart began to ache again, and there was a sour feeling in it. His face became even paler, and his gaze towards Tian Xueqing became even deeper. "Your servant doesn't seem to be feeling well." GMO finally noticed him. This servant's face was abnormally pale. A doctor has the heart of a parent. This sentence is most deeply reflected in GMO. He is injured like this, but he still has the heart to pay attention to others. Tian Xueqing finally turned around and glanced at Ji Yunhuang. "Are you not feeling well?" Ji Yunhuang was stunned for a moment. He looked at her and nodded slightly. Subconsciously, he hoped that Tian Xueqing would also circle around him, even if it meant that she would give him some of her attention. He thought that Tian Xueqing would come over and check his pulse after he admitted that he was not feeling well. However, she just said, "If you're not feeling well, go back and rest. I will give you half a day off today." After she finished speaking, she began to circle around her master again. Ji Yunhuang took a light breath and secretly adjusted his emotions. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I can still hold on." He then looked at GMO and said, "I wonder if I could take your pulse?" GMO's gaze turned to him. "Do you know medicine?" Ji and Wang smiled. "I know a little." Chapter 2397. He had a kind of aura, and this kind of aura made people feel an inexplicable desire to submit to him. GMO extended his wrist. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Ji and Huang did not stand on ceremony. He sat in front of GMO's bed and immediately took his pulse. GMO looked at him and faintly felt that the person in front of him was not simple. GMO was different from Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing stayed in the Medicine Valley every day and only dealt with patients, so she was not in tune with the current situation. However, GMO had been wandering around for many years and naturally trained a pair of sharp eyes. After Ji and Huang finished taking his pulse, GMO asked, "How is it?" Ji and Huang's eyes were calm. "You're not suffering from the same poison." GMO's expression changed. He was indeed suffering from two types of poison. However, the eye-soul poison was the most overbearing and the most fatal one. Although the other poison was not easy to cure, it was not fatal. Therefore, he did not care about it for the time being. He nodded in acknowledgement. Ji and Huang said, "Originally, the hallucinatory flower poison in your body was not fatal. However, once it combined with the eye-soul poison, it would produce another type of poison." He spoke frankly with assurance. Even Tian Xueqing, who was deep in thought, was attracted by his words. When GMO finished listening, he could not help but clap his hands. "So you are also a medical grandmaster. I have neglected you. May I know your esteemed name?" Ji and Huang only said 3 words. Ji and Huang. GMO's body trembled. "Buddha Lotus Mountain's second master, Ji and Huang? I am ashamed." Ji and Huang did not deny it. GMO was stunned for a moment. "You have already cultivated an immortal body. What kind of injury did you suffer that my disciple could treat?" "I was careless and was injured by a cloud-swallowing beast. Fortunately, your disciple helped me. I also have to thank Teacher Ji for teaching such a good disciple." GMO looked at Ji and Huang with a complicated gaze. The current second master of Buddha Lotus Mountain owed someone money? Would he sell his body for a mere 1,000 taels of silver? He was the richest person in the world. Okay? Tian Xueqing might not know. But GMO knew that the current monarch of Chong Kong country was trying his best to curry favor with his imperial uncle. He was thinking of ways to invite him back to be the state preceptor. He gave Ji and Wang all kinds of treasures. It could be said that as long as he crooked his finger, countless taels of silver would automatically run into his pocket. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as rich as a country. Such a person would cause a sensation no matter where he went, but now he was serving as a servant in this small valley. What was his purpose? Some people didn't look like an emperor even when they wore a dragon robe, but this person looked like an emperor even when he wore a servant's outfit. GMO really wanted to chat more with Ji and Huang, but he had been poisoned too deeply. His mind was in a bad state, and after talking for a while, he felt dizzy. Although GMO had managed to slow down the effects of the poison, the ice-soul poison was slowly eroding his body. The only reason he had been able to hold on until now was because of his last breath. Now, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He slumped onto the bed, white frost forming on his forehead. Tian Xueqing jumped in fright and touched her master's forehead. She called out to her master twice, but she didn't get any response. She panicked and couldn't help but shout angrily at Ji and Huang. "My master is already so weak. Why are you chatting with him so much?" She pushed Ji and Huang away and busied herself around her master. Ji and Huang was pushed back a step by her, and his expression changed slightly. He pursed his lips and looked at Tian Xueqing, who was busying herself around GMO. He said in a deep voice, "I have a way to alleviate the effects of the poison. Let me try." Tian Xueqing was so anxious that her forehead was covered in sweat. When she heard his words, she asked, What way?" Chapter 2398. Ji and Huang did not beat around the bush. "Cooperate with me." He began to quickly explain the precautions. Tian Xueqing's expression changed slightly. This method was considered unconventional in the medical field. If it was not done properly, the patient's life would be lost. She looked at Ji Yanhuang suspiciously. She was still young and impatient, so she spoke rashly. This method won't work, right? If it fails, my master's life will be gone. It might not matter to you, but to me, my master. She was interrupted by Ji Yanhuang before she could finish her sentence. If anything happens to your master because of this, I will pay with my life. Tian Xueqing was speechless. Ji Yanhuang pursed his lips and looked at her with a sharp gaze. Do you believe me now? Tian Xueqing's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her master. Ji Mo's complexion was getting worse and worse. His limbs and torso were covered in thin ice. She had already found a way to treat her master's poison, but she needed time. She still needed a whole day. How long can your method delay my master's death? 2 days. I can guarantee that he'll be fine for 2 days. Tian Xueqing finally let out a sigh of relief. All right, we will use your method. Ji Yanhuang did not say anything. He immediately began to work while Tian Xueqing cooperated with him. Both of them were experts and cooperated very well. After working for a while, they finally forced the poison to Ji Mo's arm and temporarily stopped the spread of the poison. Tian Xueqing slowly walked out of the preservation garden. Ji Yanhuang followed beside her, without saying a word. After a while, he suddenly asked in a low voice, Is your full name Xueqing? Tian Xueqing's mind was filled with her master's illness. She subconsciously replied, No, my full name is Tian Xueqing. Although he was already prepared, the moment he heard this name, Ji Yanhuang clenched his fists and his heart began to beat faster. Who gave you this name? Tian Xueqing looked at him as if she was surprised that he would ask such a question. However, she was not prepared to tell him the truth, so she changed the topic. She took out a blue stone from her bosom and shook it in her hand. Young Master Ji, as far as I know, a small piece of blue warm stone is worth thousands of gold taels. As for such a large piece, I'm afraid it's priceless, right? Ji Yanhuang was, after all, an old fox. From the moment she took out the blue stone, he knew that something was wrong. He immediately thought of an excuse. A friend lent it to me. I can't use it as collateral. Tian Xueqing said with a faint smile, Since your friend is so generous, I'm sure he won't mind redeeming you. Ji Yanhuang sighed. It's a pity that he died young. This stone became the only thing he left with me. Tian Xueqing took another deep breath and said, You're still the second in command of the Buddha Lotus Mountain, the #1 sect in the world. Ji Yanhuang once again cut her off. No matter how big the sect is, I'm still clean. Tian Xueqing. So no matter what, he had no money? Ji Yanhuang opened his mouth and asked, Your relationship with your master, has it always been this good? Looking at the interaction between Tian Xueqing and GMO, he felt a strong sense of crisis. It must be known that a relationship between a master and a disciple could also develop into a romantic relationship. For example, his grandmaster Shinjuli and Ning Xiuma, Tian Xueqing nodded. It was my master who saved me. He even raised me up and taught me medicine. My master is the closest person to me in this world. Chapter 2399. Tian Xueqing nodded her head. It was master who saved me, raised me up, and taught me medicine. Master is the closest person to me in this world. As she said this, Tian Xueqing's eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight, and her eyes were astonishingly bright. Ji Yanhuang's heart sank. She used the word closest to her, not family. Looking at her bright eyes, his heart felt like it had been cut by a knife. She was so happy, but it was for another man. He took a light breath and said in a casual tone, A teacher for a day, a father for life. You are naturally his closest family. He will treat you like a father. Tian Xueqing's eyes dimmed, and she said indifferently, Xueqing does not have parents, so I don't know the kindness of my parents. I only know that master is the person closest to me in this world. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will save him. If anything happens to him, I am afraid that I will not be able to live on. Ji Yanhuang was speechless. Tian Xueqing felt that the atmosphere around her was not right. She raised her head and saw Ji and Huang looking down at her. His gaze was extremely oppressive. His figure was tall and straight, and Tian Xueqing was not tall enough. She was suppressed by his invisible aura, causing her heart to palpitate. She subconsciously took a few steps back, creating a safe distance. She frowned slightly. What does this person want to do? His gaze is so strange. She was really on guard against him, and all of this was because he asked for it. She was still a child, so she did not know anything. Ji and Huang took a light breath and suppressed the tumultuous emotions in his heart. Don't be afraid. I can help you. You're too tired today, so go back and rest first. If you need any herbs, you can tell me, and I will help you pick them. Although he did not like GMO, since GMO was the most important person to Tian Xueqing, he had to save him. Tian Xueqing was now even more wary of him. She shook her head and said, "There is no need. These herbs are not easy to pick, and they can easily be mixed up with other herbs. I will do it myself." Ji and Huang's expression changed slightly. He looked at her and wanted to say something, but he could not. She did not believe him. Was she afraid that he would harm GMO? He did not say anything else, and only said, "Do as you wish." He turned and left. Tian Xueqing was taken aback for a moment before she subconsciously looked over. Ji and Huang's back was tall and straight. His robe fluttered in the wind, giving off a sense of bleakness. Tian Xueqing suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She moved her lips and took 2 steps towards him, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she lowered her eyes and turned away. Tian Xueqing was currently climbing a mountain. She carried a small medicine basket on her back and slowly climbed up the mountain path. The mountain wind was chilly, causing her face to hurt. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and she looked as if she would fly away with the wind at any moment. In front of them was a narrow mountain path, barely enough for one person to pass through. Below them was a 1,000-foot cliff. She was afraid of heights. Tian Xueqing's face was slightly pale as she asked Wang Kai, "Are you sure that the Netherworld flower is not far ahead?" Wang Kai Piglet closed its eyes and sniffed carefully. Then it nodded firmly. "Yes, Master. The smell of a Netherworld flower is very strong. I'm sure it's right in front. However, Master, the path ahead is very dangerous." Tian Xueqing's footsteps paused for a moment before she slowly walked towards the small path. The longer the poison stays in her master's body, the greater the damage to her master's body. Chapter 2400. The longer the poison stayed in her master's body, the more damage it would cause to her master's body. Therefore, on the second day, she went up the mountain to pick herbs with Wang Kai Piglet by her side. She had to climb up the mountain as soon as possible to get the Netherworld flower. She moved bit by bit, not daring to look down. The cliff below was so deep that it made her dizzy. Tian Xueqing walked on this path for less than 10 minutes, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. The strong mountain wind blew, leaving behind a chill. The wind blew so hard that she almost couldn't stand still, and her body couldn't help but sway a few times. Wang Kai Piglet walked behind her and didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing that it would startle its master. The wind carried the unique fragrance of the Netherworld flower, which was faintly discernible and captivating. Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up. She should be there soon. At this moment, her feet suddenly slipped, and she couldn't help but lean forward. Wang Kai Piglet screamed and saw Tian Xueqing falling down like a kite with a broken string. Wang Kai Piglet suddenly jumped down, and its body suddenly changed rapidly, turning into a big pink pancake and quickly approaching Tian Xueqing. The moment Tian Xueqing landed on the ground, Wang Kai caught her and smashed her onto the ground with a bang. Tian Xueqing was fine. Wang Kai Piglet's meat cushion was soft and thick. She felt as if she had fallen into a ball of jelly and didn't suffer any injuries. She sat up and heard Wang Kai groaning in pain under her body. She quickly jumped down to check on its injuries. Wang Kai returned to its piggy form and said weakly, "Master, I'm fine, but the Netherworld flower..." It was about to say that it couldn't pick the Netherworld flower when it suddenly smelled a strange fragrance that was faintly discernible and almost gone with the wind. Wonkai sneezed, ran forward a few steps, and sniffed again. Its drooping ears instantly stood up, and it said excitedly, "Master, master, there seems to be a netherworld flower in front." Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up, and she followed Wonkai Piglet in that direction. "We're here." Following Wangsai's words, Tian Xueqing came to a small open space. There wasn't a single blade of grass here, but there was a blue flower in the middle. It was the netherworld flower that was emitting a cold, yet soul-stirring scent. Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up, but she wasn't in a hurry to pick them. Instead, she cautiously checked her surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, she went forward. The netherworld flower seemed to be flowing with light, and the entire flower had a dreamy color. The petals gently swayed in the wind, and a faint fragrance assaulted the senses. Everything was astonishingly beautiful, and it carried an indescribable aura of temptation. The closer Tian Xueqing got to the flower, the tighter her heart became. She suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Tian Xueqing's heart was about to scream crazily. When she was an arm's length away from the flower, the intense uneasiness in her heart forced her to stop. Tian Xueqing took a deep breath. She felt that there was something wrong with this flower. She paused for a moment, then turned around and left. The moment she turned around, the flower suddenly trembled, and a snake's head was faintly discernible. Then, the flower moved and revealed its original form, a small blue snake, the netherworld snake. This snake was petite, but its poison was the strongest in the world. If an ordinary person was bitten by it, they would die immediately. Chapter 24:01. The little snake bit towards Tian Xueqing's back like lightning. "Master, be careful behind you," Wonkai shouted, and then knocked Tian Xueqing away. The little snake bit Wangsai's body. Tian Xueqing was knocked away by Wonkai and knelt on the ground. She ignored the pain in her waist and hurriedly turned around to look for Wonkai. Wangsai's pink body turned dark green at a speed visible to the naked eye. The little pig was twitching. It could be seen how strong the poison of the hell snake was. Tian Xueqing's heart sank, and her mind went blank. She pulled out her hidden blade with a schwa sound and stabbed at the little blue snake. Although Tian Xueqing's martial arts were not strong, her calculation ability was extraordinary. Although the sword was hurried, she was not panicked. She had calculated the angle and was sure that she could stab that damn snake. However, she did not expect that the moment she stabbed it, the snake actually dodged with lightning speed and bit her wrist with great accuracy and viciousness. Tian Xueqing was shocked and reflexively blocked with her hand. The snake bit the sword, and the green venom flowed along the sword. Wherever the venom passed, the sword would be corroded. Tian Xueqing's pupils shrank, and she threw the sword and the snake away. Then she bent down and quickly picked up the little pig, turned around, and ran away. While running, she patted the little pig in her arms. "Wonkai! Wonkai, wake up!" She was very anxious. If Wangsai's poison was not cured, it would be fatal. But she had no time to protect herself, so she did not have time to detoxify Wonkai. Wonkai groaned and slowly woke up. Its vision was very blurry, and the venom had already entered its eyes. It said weakly, "Master, put me down. Wonkai can't live anymore." Tian Xueqing's heart ached, and her nose was sour. Tears almost fell out, but she held it back and said with a fierce voice, "No, even if I die, I won't put you down." She ran with all her strength and was panting, but she was still not as fast as the little snake. She sprinkled a handful of poisonous powder from her arms, but it did not have any effect. The little snake was not affected at all. The little snake grew bigger and bigger behind her. In the blink of an eye, the little snake grew to a few meters long and as thick as a thigh. The little pig's vision gradually darkened. Before it lost consciousness, it murmured, "Master, in the next life, Wonkai will still be yours." Tian Xueqing's tears dripped down and landed on the dark green piglet. The piglet seemed to have been woken up by the heat. It suddenly trembled and struggled violently. Tian Xueqing was caught off guard, and had actually managed to break free. The piglet then pounced on the several-meter-long snake behind it. Bolts of lightning struck the nether snake, causing it to retreat a few feet. Wonkai used the last of its strength to shout, but it was too weak to do so. It could only whisper, "Master, run!" Tian Shueching heard his murmur and stopped abruptly. She looked at Wonkai, who was lying motionless on the ground. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. She didn't know when, but tears had already covered her face. Or stay. The netherworld snake slowly approached Wonkai, as if it was ready to eat. At that moment, a clear sword light flashed and flew towards the netherworld snake from a tricky angle. The netherworld snake did not manage to dodge it completely and was cut in its body. Fresh red blood flowed out. Who was it? Chapter 2402. Tian Shueching was startled. Her vision blurred as she saw a light-colored figure flying towards her from the horizon. His white robes fluttered in the wind as a brilliant golden light enveloped his body, making him extremely dazzling. He was like the sun, bringing hope and light to her desperate situation. Ji and Wang. Tian Shueching's heart skipped a beat. She opened her mouth slightly. Ji and Wang's gaze turned cold. Why didn't you call me when you came here? Tian Shueching had yet to regain her senses from the shock. Yesterday, he had left in a huff, which made her feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, she had little pig Wonkai, who could use the lightning technique, by her side, so she came alone. She took a deep breath. I didn't think it would be so dangerous. I used to pick herbs alone. She was just used to being alone. After saying this, she hurriedly looked at Little Pig. Suddenly, she screamed, "Save Wonkai!" The snake had not given up on Little Pig. Its long body flashed as it pounced on Little Pig, who had fallen to the ground. The sword light suddenly flashed, and with a sharp whistling sound, it formed a blue sword array and trapped the hell snake. No matter how nimble it was, it could not escape from this inescapable net. Its body was pierced several times, and its blood dyed the grass red. It slowly seeped into the soil, and the grass seemed to have been corroded by its blood as it was instantly charred black. The hell snake softly fell to the ground, its breath weak. Ji and Huang trapped the hell snake, but did not immediately kill it. He took out a small jade bottle from somewhere and took some of its blood. Then, he used a special method to extract the hell snake's venom and dripped it into the jade bottle. After that, he killed the hell snake with a single slash. Then, he turned his sword and took out its green inner core. He cast a cleansing spell on it and threw it to Tian Shueching along with the bottle. Ji and Huang peeled the snake's skin and said indifferently, "Let Wonkai take the inner core first. Half of the antidote in the bottle should be taken externally, and the other half should be taken orally." Tian Shueching caught it, nodded, and ran towards Wonkai. Tian Shueching understood this method of detoxification, but she did not expect Ji and Huang to know it so clearly and be so familiar with it. Tian Shueching took the jade bottle and pressed it on a certain spot on Wangcai's body. Wangcai involuntarily opened its mouth. She fed Wangcai the nether snake's nether elixir and then applied half of the antidote on the outside and the other half on the inside. She didn't bring any bandages and was about to tear off a piece of her dress to bandage Wangcai's wound when a long snake suddenly appeared in front of her. Her face paled. She did not know when Ji and Huang had finished skinning the snake. At this moment, he was standing beside her with a small strip of snake skin in his hand. Use the snake skin of the netherworld snake to bandage Wangcai. It will help it recover faster. Tian Shueching looked at the snake skin and was stunned for a moment, but she still took it. Her actions were fast and professional. In just a moment, Wangcai's wound was bandaged. The antidote took effect very quickly. The dark green piglet's color began to fade bit by bit. It was no longer as green as before. After Tian Shueching finished treating Wangcai's wound, she suddenly saw a spot of blood on Ji and Huang's left hand. She instinctively grabbed his hand and pried his palm open. It was scarlet. Although it was not deep enough to see the bone, it was still very deep. She could see the bright red blood slowly seeping out. "How did you get injured?" she nervously blurted out. Ji and Huang pursed his lips. "I was cut by grass. It's nothing." Chapter 24:03. Yesterday he was a little sad and tossed, and turned in bed for half the night, thinking about what he should do. He only fell asleep at dawn and woke up a little later in the morning. After thinking for a while, he decided to look for her. However, he did not expect Xiao Tong to tell him that she went to Mount Qinghua early in the morning to pick herbs. Yin Huang's expression changed greatly. He had wandered the Jianghu for many years and was very familiar with herbs and mountains. He knew that the place where the Netherworld flower grew was not only dangerous, but also had the Netherworld snake as its guardian beast. With Tian Xueqing's mediocre skills, she was definitely not the Netherworld snake's opponent. His heart was burning with anxiety. When he was climbing the mountain, he was careless and almost fell down. He hurriedly grabbed onto a bunch of grass to stabilize himself, but the edge of the grass was full of jagged edges. At the critical moment, he saved Tian Xueqing and her Wang Kai. Although he was thankful for his luck, the anger in his heart also rose, and his expression was not good. He was the grand disciple of the venerable emperor, but he was actually injured by grass. He also felt a little embarrassed and wanted to withdraw his hand. However, Tian Xueqing's small hand held onto his, and she frowned slightly. "Don't move, I'll bandage your wound." Her voice was gentle like a wisp of wind blowing through his heart. Ji Yinhuang's heart warmed and his body stiffened. Sure enough, he did not move. Her small hand moved around his palm, and he could clearly feel the temperature of her fingertips. It was still a little cold. It was obvious that she was badly frightened just now. Ji Yinhuang looked down at Tian Xueqing, who was busying herself with his wound, and he was a little dazed. This scene was so familiar, just like those warm but sorrowful days 100 years ago, when the spring breeze brought warmth and he was slightly injured, but he could clearly see the pain in her eyes. She would silently sit by the side and carefully bandage his wound. From this angle, he could see her fluttering eyelashes, long and curled, like a small fan. Now that this scene appeared again, Ji Yinhuang felt both satisfied and sad. Fate was like a strange circle. After experiencing the heart-wrenching pain of being separated by life and death, she was once again brought to his side. "All right, don't let the wound get wet. Try not to use too much strength. Don't eat spicy food for the next few days." Tian Xueqing carefully adjusted the angle of the bandage as she instructed him. Halfway through, she remembered that he was also a very skilled doctor. She couldn't help but say in a low voice, "I'm too long-winded. I forgot that you also know about this." Ji Yinhuang lowered his eyes and looked at the azure bandage on his palm, lost in thought. A gentle breeze blew past, and the slightly longer edge of the bandage was blown up by the wind. It tickled his palm, causing him to feel a slight itch. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten's little paw. It was slightly itchy. The little bit of unhappiness he once had also vanished in a thin air. Why was he so angry with her? After all, she did not know anything. Bitterness welled up in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and calmed his churning emotions. When he opened his eyes again, it was already clear. He looked at her and said, "No, I don't know." He had always treated her concern as a treasure. So how could he find her nagging? Tian Xueqing stared blankly for a moment. She suspiciously raised her eyes and looked into his warm eyes. His eyes were dark like the stars in the cold night. At this moment, there was a faint warmth in them, like the radiance of the silver moon. Tian Xueqing saw herself in his eyes. Her heart suddenly jumped, and her mind was in a daze. It was as if she had seen his eyes like this a long, long time ago. Chapter 24:04. However, the person he was looking at did not seem to be her. It was as if someone had plucked a string in her heart, causing her to tremble and feel pain. She looked at him with a puzzled expression, but her eyes were clear. His figure was clearly reflected in her pair of big eyes. Ji Yinhuang's mind was shaken, and his heart was in turmoil. He lifted his arm and pulled her into his embrace. His voice was like a sigh as he said, "Xueqing." He was taking advantage of her again. Tian Xueqing's body stiffened. Just as she was about to push him away, his body swayed slightly as if he was about to fall. Tian Xueqing was shocked and did not dare to push him away. Instead, she hugged him tightly and asked, "What's wrong with you?" She was small and short, so it was naturally difficult for her to hug the tall and big Ji Huang. Ji Huang naturally did not dare to press his entire body on top of hers. He only slightly closed his eyes and said, "I feel a little dizzy. Could it be that you were poisoned when you were skinning the snake?" Tian Xueqing guessed. She grabbed his hand and wanted to check his pulse. However, Ji Huang held her hand and said in a low voice, "Don't move. I'll be fine after a while." Tian Xueqing was speechless. She wanted to support him to the big rock at the side to sit down and rest. However, she did not expect that when she moved, he would hold her tightly and said, "Don't move. If you move, I'll feel dizzy." Tian Xueqing was stunned for a moment. All right, since he risked his life to save her and Piglet, she would let him lean on her for a while. His cold breath was like the water of an icy spring. When it reached her nose, her heart could not help but beat faster. There was a faint feeling of familiarity in her heart. It was as if she had smelled this kind of breath before and was greedy for this kind of breath. She did not know what was wrong with her. When he hugged her like this, she actually felt a faint sense of satisfaction and laziness after her desire was satisfied. This feeling made her subconsciously feel afraid. It was as if once she was greedy for this kind of feeling, she would be sent to the 18th level of hell. This kind of fear came suddenly, but it was so clear. Her body instantly stiffened like a piece of wood. The scent of the person in his arms was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Back then, Tian Xueqing often had a faint medicinal fragrance on her body. That medicinal fragrance was actually very intoxicating, but he only felt annoyed at that time. Every time he had no choice but to do it with her, he felt like he was being trapped and schemed against. So every time he was done, he would impatiently slam the door and leave, not even looking at her who was lying there in despair. He could not think about the past. Once he thought about it, he would regret it from head to toe. Fortunately, he found her again. That should be her, right? His name was, his appearance was, and his aura was. Ji Huang half-hugged Tian Xueqing and sent a wisp of psychokinesis into her body. Tian Xueqing's soul gradually appeared in his mind. Exquisite facial features, an ethereal and indifferent aura, and eyes that were eternally calm. Even though 100 years had passed since then, she was still so familiar when he saw her again. His memory was so fresh that it was as if it had just happened yesterday. It really was her. It really was her. His sixth sense was right. Although he was already mentally prepared, once he confirmed it, the joy in his heart still overflowed after 100 years. He had finally found her again. He hugged her even tighter. His heart ached as if he was drowning, and his voice sounded like he was sighing. Xueqing. He hugged her so tightly that Tian Xueqing's body became stiffer and stiffer. In the end, she was as stiff as a stone statue. Chapter 2405. Ji Huang finally sensed that something was wrong. He loosened his embrace and looked at her. "What happened to you?" Tian Xueqing raised her eyes and glanced at him. This glance made Ji Huang's heart turn cold. There was an obvious alienation in her eyes, and her voice was cold and angry. "You probe my soul. Who do you think I am?" Ji Huang was stunned. For a moment, the atmosphere was so quiet that it was scary. Even the wind in the canyon slowed down. Tian Xueqing looked at him and felt more and more disappointed. She coldly looked away. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Right at this moment, Wang Kai Piglet suddenly groaned and slowly woke up. Tian Xueqing glanced at him and turned to walk towards Wang Kai. Wang Kai's body had already regained its pink color. It stood up shakily and threw itself into Tian Xueqing's embrace. "Master, I thought I would never see you again." Tian Xueqing patted Wang Kai's head and did not say anything. Her fingers were slightly cold. Wang Kai crawled out from Tian Xueqing's embrace. Its black eyes were filled with confusion. "Master, how were we saved?" Tian Xueqing patted its head. "It was young Master Ji who saved us." Wang Kai, "Thank young Master Ji." Wang Kai then noticed the person in white clothes not far away. It suddenly felt that Ji Huang was more pleasing to the eye. However, its tone was still arrogant. "I have decided not to hate you." After a long time, it said almost inaudibly, Also, thank you. Ji and Huang did not pay attention to it. He only looked at Tian Xueqing with a complicated gaze. His lips moved, and he took a deep breath. Tian Xueqing obviously did not want to talk to him anymore. All right, my master is still waiting for these herbs to save his life. Young Master Ji, we have already picked the flowers. Let's go back. Ji and Huang. Okay. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open and a ray of sunlight jumped in. Ji and Huang opened his eyes. The gentle sunlight shone on his face, and the white light around his body slowly dissipated. His eyes were still filled with displeasure for being disturbed. However, the moment he saw the person who came in, his displeasure dissipated like smoke. Tian Xueqing walked in. She was bathed in the brilliant sunlight. The golden light softened her face, making her expression somewhat blurry. Ji and Huang's heart skipped a beat as he jumped up from the bed. Xueqing, you're here. She actually took the initiative to look for him. Tian Xueqing stopped in her tracks and looked away to avoid his surprised gaze. Yes. Without waiting for Ji and Huang to say anything, she had already walked in front of him and went straight to the point. Young Master Ji, let's make a deal. A deal? Ji and Huang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He looked at her for a moment and asked, what kind of deal? Tian Xueqing coughed softly and looked at him sincerely. My master has already taken the antidote, but the ice soul poison is extremely potent. In order to completely eradicate it, it requires a person with an extremely profound psyche power to circulate and force it out. How about this? If you help me cure my master, I'll write off all the money you owe me. The debt between us is cleared. Young Master Ji is a dragon among men. Surely you wouldn't be willing to stay here, right? It's better for you to leave as soon as possible. Presumably, Buddha Lotus Mountain also needs second master to go back and hold the fort. She said all the words that she had been thinking about for a long time without pausing, as if she was afraid of being interrupted. This time, Ji and Huang did not interrupt her. He did not even have the intention to open his mouth. There was a long silence. Chapter 2406. There was a long silence. Outside the window, the leaves rustled in the wind. There were unknown birds chirping on the branches, and the clear and melodious chirping of birds could be heard. The room was quiet, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Tian Xueqing suddenly became nervous and unconsciously clenched her sleeves. She stood in front of him, and her figure blocked most of the sunlight. Only a small amount of sunlight passed through and shone on his body. Ji and Huang lowered his eyes, and his eyelashes left a faint shadow under his eyelids. In this half-light and half-dark situation, his expression was somewhat unreal. She slightly turned her body, and more sunlight shone on his body. He seemed to be unaccustomed to the sudden sunlight, and slightly closed his eyes. Tian Xueqing suddenly realized that Ji and Huang's face was somewhat pale. She was about to say something, but he had already opened his eyes. The bright sunlight shone on his face, but it did not reach his eyes. His eyes were extremely dark, like a ball of thick ink that could not be melted, without a trace of light. The pain disappeared in an instant, and it was so fast that Tian Xueqing thought that she was seeing things. He finally opened his mouth. His voice was somewhat low and hoarse, and he lightly said a word. Good. He smiled again and said good. His smile made Tian Xueqing's heart ache, but his word also made her sigh in relief. She ignored the indescribable pain in her heart. Her eyes lit up with joy. Good. Then come over in the afternoon. I will go and prepare first. You can continue meditating. I will not disturb you. Then she turned around and walked out. The door opened with a creak and then suddenly closed. The sunlight was blocked outside. Ji and Huang opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. Meditating required a calm mind. If he meditated now, he was afraid that he would suffer from qi deviation in a quiet room. Tian Xueqing looked at the two people sitting on the wooden bed, and her eyes could not hide her nervousness. GMO, who was wearing a green robe, sat in front of her. His body was surrounded by a white light, and as the white light became stronger, his pale face slowly improved. Blue ice crystals continuously fell from his fingertips. Ji Huang was dressed in a white robe with complicated dark patterns embroidered with silver thread. The silver patterns flickered as the white light in his palm flickered. His eyes were slightly closed, and his handsome face was slightly pale. He placed his palm on Ji Mo's back, and a white light surged. More and more ice crystals fell from Ji Mo's fingertips. The ice crystals piled up together, emitting traces of coldness. It was clearly the dog days of summer, but the room was as cold as an ice house. Gradually, the number of ice crystals decreased, and Ji Mo's complexion became much rosier. Ji Yunhuang's complexion became paler and paler, but the white light in his palm became more and more intense until it was almost blinding. It wasn't until Ji Mo's fingertips could no longer force out half of the ice crystals that he slowly stopped. He exhaled and opened his eyes, which were filled with unconcealable exhaustion. "I'm done." Tian Xueqing ran over, but not to him. Instead, she ran to GMO. Her little hand reached out to feel Ji Mo's pulse and felt his pulse. Her little face was full of joy, and she smiled happily and contentedly. "Master, the poison in your body has been completely removed." Ji Mo's complexion was rosy, and he replied with a smile, "It's all thanks to Xueqing and young Master Ji." He turned around and cupped his hands towards Ji Huang. "Young Master Ji's life-saving grace. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xueqing, thank young Master Ji for me." Chapter 2407. Tian Xueqing was stunned for a moment. She lowered her eyes and then looked at Ji Huang with sincerity. "Thank you, young Master Ji, for saving my master. The debt between us is written off." She was really thinking about writing off the debt with him at all times. How could she know that the debt between them was so complicated that it could never be written off? Ji Huang slowly looked at her. After a long time, he said something with an indiscernible voice. "You're too polite." Tian Xueqing was speechless. Ji Huang slowly walked down. His body suddenly swayed for a moment before he steadied himself. However, his face was even paler than before. It was almost the same color as the robe he was wearing. Tian Xueqing felt that her heart had also swayed. She couldn't help but walk in front of him. "Are you all right?" She reached out her hand to check on him. However, Ji Huang calmly avoided her hand. His tone was indifferent. "I'm fine." Tian Xueqing looked at her empty palm. Her heart felt a little empty. She calmly retracted her hand. "Then you should rest well." Ji Huang coldly nodded his head and slowly walked out. When he reached the door, his body swayed again. Fortunately, he held onto the door frame in time to stabilize himself. His face was even paler, and he was sweating profusely. Tian Xueqing's heart twitched. She said dryly, "Be careful." Ji Huang turned a deaf ear to her words and walked away step by step. His silhouette was somewhat bleak and desolate, and the dark patterns on his white robe were much dimmer. Tian Xueqing looked at his silhouette and felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her heart. "Xueqing, young Master Ji is not feeling well. Go and take care of him." Jimo's voice sounded from behind her. Tian Xueqing hesitated for a moment. She turned her head and seemed to be hesitating. Jimo smiled. "Don't worry. Master's poison has been cured. You should take good care of young Master Ji." Tian Xueqing nodded. "Then, Master, you should rest well. Disciple will leave first." She hurriedly walked out. GMO looked at Tian Xueqing's hurry back. A trace of deep thought flashed through his eyes. In his impression, even if the sky fell, this disciple of his would be calm and unhurried. When had she ever been so hurried? Ji Huang's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he slowly walked along the winding corridor. The scenery on both sides of the corridor served as a foil for him. His face was pale, and his lips were almost bloodless. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked as if he would fly away with the wind at any moment. Tian Xueqing caught up with him. Looking at his back, she pursed her lips. There was a faint aura of indifference and nobility around him. She felt like she was being ostracized. Just as Ji Huang was about to walk out of the corridor, she quickly stepped forward to support him. So cold. It was so cold that Tian Xueqing almost flung her hand away. However, she placed her entire palm on his arm, and the chill spread through her palm. It didn't feel like a human arm, but more like an icicle. Something was wrong. His body temperature was too low. A normal person wouldn't be so cold. Almost reflexively, she reached for his pulse, wanting to find out what was wrong with him. Her speed was very fast, but Ji Yanhuang's speed was even faster. He silently avoided her hand once again. He seemed to be avoiding her touch. Tian Xueqing was stunned for a moment. She suddenly felt very uncomfortable. However, treating the patient was the most important thing right now. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and explained in a low voice, "You are very strange right now. I will only know the specific situation after I check your pulse." Chapter 24:08. Ji Yanhuang glanced at her indifferently with a complicated look in his eyes. His tone carried a hint of alienation. "No need. I know my injuries very well. Moreover, we're even now, aren't we?" If she came to care for him because of guilt, sympathy, or because of another man's orders, it was better not to come. Tian Xueqing suddenly felt a dull pain in her heart. It was as if her heart had been ruthlessly squeezed by someone. His indifference hurt her. She looked away, pursed her lips, and tried to explain. "I'm a doctor." Ji Yanhuang flicked his sleeve, and her hand fell from his arm. Without looking at her, he continued to walk forward. Tian Xueqing looked down at her own hand, and her eyes suddenly felt a little sour. The temperature of her palm slowly returned to normal, but her heart felt a little lost. Just now, was she really too much? He must have used a lot of psychokinesis to help her master expel the poison. Otherwise, his face would not be so pale. Yet, she secretly chased him away. She did not know why, but she wanted to chase him away. She did not want him to stay here any longer, as if he was a scourge. However, chasing him away at that time was indeed a little too much. Wrong. Since she made a mistake, she had to correct it. Tian Xueqing raised her eyes and ran forward to catch up with Ji Yanhuang. Before he could react, she held his arm, not allowing him to refuse. "You are still my patient. You have to listen to me." Her tone was somewhat childish and arrogant. Ji Yanhuang's body stiffened, and he looked down at her without saying a word. Tian Xueqing's face was tense. She tried to make herself look less nervous, but the weakness in her eyes could not help but reveal itself. Ji Yanhuang's eyes moved, and he turned his head to look at the clouds in the distance. He did not brush her hand away. Tian Xueqing saw that he turned his head away and ignored her, and her eyes were slightly disappointed. After an unknown period of time, he sighed and finally compromised. "Send me back to Jingxinyuan first." Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up, and she followed him back. On the way back, Ji Yanhuang was somewhat restless. He looked at Tian Xueqing, who was supporting him, and his heart was filled with complex feelings. He did not know what to think. What happened? Why is there ice soul poison in your body? Tian Xueqing's voice sounded, and it was filled with anger that she did not understand. Ji Yanhuang lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Tian Xueqing looked at him and felt even angrier. She didn't know why she was so angry. "Don't you know the reason?" Ji Yanhuang opened his eyes and suddenly asked an irrelevant question. "Do you care?" Tian Xueqing was confused by the question and subconsciously said, "Of course I care. Did you get poisoned when you were helping Master force out the poison?" Was that why she cared if he was poisoned or not? Ji Yanhuang felt as if he'd stepped on air. His chest felt stuffy, so he simply closed his eyes and ignored her. He needed some time to think about his next step. Tian Xueqing pursed her lips. She didn't know how she had offended him again, so she didn't say anything and directly gave him acupuncture. "I have already suppressed the poison in your body. You should rest well." Tian Xueqing pulled out the needle and turned to leave. The moment she stood up, she was suddenly pulled back by a strong force. Caught off guard, she fell to the side of the bed, and her upper body fell onto Ji Yanhuang's body. Chapter 24:09. There was still a faint smell of medicine on his body, which mixed with his original cold body fragrance. It was indescribably pleasant. Tian Xueqing wanted to get up in a flurry, but was held in his embrace. She raised her head and angrily glared at him. "Let go of me." Ji Yanhuang's face was still pale, and his dark eyes looked straight into her heart. "Where are you going?" The smell of his body was overwhelming, causing Tian Shueqing to be both flustered and angry. She suddenly pushed him away. "It's none of your business." Her push was a little heavy, causing him to roll on the bed. Naturally, he let go of her. Tian Shueqing jumped up. After all, she was still a teenage girl and was inexperienced. His hug just now was extremely aggressive, causing her heart to beat like thunder even though she pushed him away. She lowered her sleeves and held a poison needle between her fingers. Just as she was about to stab him, she coldly said, "If you dare to take advantage of me again, I will cripple you." This sentence was full of threat. Ji Yanhuang lay there, slightly gasping for breath, but his gaze was fixed on her. "Can you bear to?" Tian Shueqing was speechless. If it was another man who did such a thing and said such a sentence, Tian Shueqing would probably stab him without a second thought. What was there to be reluctant about? He was not anyone to her. He was only her patient and servant. No, now that he had paid off his debt to her, he was not even a servant anymore. She twirled the silver needle in her hand and snorted. "Seeing that you saved my master's life, I will let you off for now. I will not fuss over your rudeness this time. But if there's a next time, what will happen if there's a next time?" Ji Yanhuang simply propped himself up with one arm. Tian Shueqing's small face tensed up. "I will definitely make you beg for death." Ji Yanhuang slightly closed his eyes and lay on the bed again. He seemed to be sighing and calm at the same time. "I've already begged for death." He lay there with his long eyelashes drooping. Because of his injuries, his face was extremely pale, giving him a kind of fragile and dejected beauty. Tian Shueqing's heart felt as if it was pierced by something. This kind of him gave her a faint feeling of familiarity, as if she had seen him like this many years ago. She turned around and quickly left. She left just like that? As Ji Yanhuang lay there, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. It seemed that no matter what he did, he could not enter her heart. She was always guarded against him. Jimo's poison was actually very complicated. Using medicine alone to expel the poison was not enough to cure it. Someone had to suck out the eye-soul root, and once the eye-soul root was sucked out, it had to enter the body. This time, in order to heal Jimo's injuries, he had consumed more than half of his psychokinesis. Moreover, he had also drawn the eye-soul poison into his body. However, he had relied on his profound psychokinesis and good physical foundation to suppress it. Now that he had relaxed, he felt as if an icy thread was swimming in his body. Wherever it went, he felt as if it was about to freeze. This icy soul frost poison was indeed powerful. No wonder that GMO was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. In order to completely expel the remaining ice-soul poison from his body, he would have to pluck the netherworld flower again. The place where the netherworld flower grew was very dangerous. He did not want Tian Shueqing to take any more risks, so he could only rest up and do it himself. He began to circulate his martial arts, wanting to use his superior martial arts to force the poison to a certain place. Just as he closed his eyes, the door was pushed open with a bang. His body shook and he opened his eyes. When he saw the person who had come in, his pupils slightly shrank. The person who had come in was Tian Shueqing. Chapter 24:10. The person who came in was Tian Shueqing. She seemed to have rushed over in a hurry. In her hands was a brocade robe that was folded neatly. It was obvious that it had been washed. This was the brocade robe that she had confiscated from him. That brocade robe was actually a magic robe. Not only was it made of rare materials, it was also enchanted with a protective spell. Normally, it would not be dirty. Occasionally, it would be stained with a bit of dust. Tian Shueqing did not know the value of this robe. Even if it was worth 10,000 taels of gold, it would still be difficult to buy it. "This is the robe I gave you. You don't have to be my servant anymore," Tian Shueqing said as soon as she opened her mouth. Ji Yanhuang's expression slightly changed. Was she trying to chase him away by giving him back the robe? He was still injured, and she was already so impatient. His heart seemed to have been stabbed by a knife. He slowly sat up and stared at her without saying a word. Tian Shueqing was frightened by his gaze. She could not remember what she was going to say after that. She placed the robe beside him and said, "You can check if your robe is damaged." Before she could finish her sentence, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. She felt dizzy, and her whole body was pulled onto the bed. She was pressed under his body. His body temperature was very strange. It was half cold and half hot. He was pressing on her petite body, trapping her. "Xueqing, do you want me to leave so badly? Do you know that I—" His eyes were burning and his hot breath blew on her cheeks, making Tian Xueqing's whole body freeze. Even if she did not know the ways of the world, she was still a young girl who was about to reach marriageable age. She was about to fall in love. Being bullied by a grown man like this, her head exploded and her heart beat like a drum. For a moment, she forgot to react. She was right in his arms. The person he had been looking for 100 years was right in his arms. The scene of them being intimate 100 years ago flashed in his mind. His heart was stirred. "Xueqing," he lowered his head and kissed her. Their lips touched, and a hot and familiar breath instantly enveloped Tian Xueqing. She was about to regain her senses, but the moment he forcefully opened her mouth, she was instantly sent flying, their lips intertwined, their tongues intertwined. Her breath was sweet and beautiful, making him unable to control himself. Once he kissed her, he held her tightly in his arms, and his arms tightened uncontrollably. He wished he could pull her into his body and make her a part of him. From now on, they would never be separated. No matter what happened, they would never be able to be separated. Although he had been intimate with her countless times 100 years ago, he had no choice but to do so in order to get rid of the poison. Therefore, even though they had done the most intimate thing between a man and a woman, he had never kissed her, not even when it was the most intense. This was the first time he had kissed her wholeheartedly, and 100 years had passed in between. "Xueqing, Xueqing." His kiss was like a hurricane that engulfed her entire body, making it hard for her to breathe. The closer she got to him, the more familiar and dangerous his aura became. She couldn't think straight. Something seemed to snap at his head, leaving behind only a rumbling sound. The intense kiss seemed to have ignited the passion that had been dormant for 100 years. Ji Yanhuang's mind was in a daze. He hugged and kissed the person in his arms, and his hands could not help but wander around her body, as if he wanted to make up for the intimacy he owed her 100 years ago. "Xueqing, Xueqing, I've been looking for you so hard," he murmured beside her lips. Tian Xueqing suddenly froze, and all her senses came back. Chapter 24:11. "Pa!" A clear and resounding slap resounded. Ji Yanhuang was in a daze and did not expect Tian Xueqing to slap him. This slap landed squarely on his face. Although Tian Xueqing's martial arts were not high, she was still very strong. Ji Yanhuang's body tilted from the slap and rolled to the side. Tian Xueqing scrambled to get out from under him and jumped to the ground. Her face was ashen and her heart was beating wildly, as if it was going to jump out of her throat. "Ji Yanhuang, you bastard!" In the end, she was still young. Although she was extremely angry to the point that her whole body was trembling, she could only curse out one sentence. There was an indescribable bitterness rolling in his chest. What did he think of her as? Did he look for her for a long time? Did he think of her as someone else? Ever since this person came here, her peaceful life had been disrupted, and she had a strange feeling. She had never felt so confused before. She tightly gripped the poison needle in her hand, as if it was her only support. She coldly said, "Ji Yanhuang, I already said that if you take advantage of me again, I will cripple you." The poison needle was about to shoot out. After she finished her threat, she realized that Ji Yanhuang, who had been slapped to the side, did not move at all. "Don't pretend to be dead. It's useless," Tian Xueqing angrily said. Ji Yanhuang still did not move. Tian Xueqing started to panic. He couldn't have fainted, right? It shouldn't be. This person was so strong. How could he be knocked unconscious by her slap? He must be faking it. Although she was so sure, her heart was still flustered. She wanted to go forward and check, but she did not dare to. Just at this moment, little pig Wankai came in. Tian Xueqing let it go to the bed to check. Wankai was not afraid of Ji Yanhuang. Its round little body directly jumped onto the bed. Its little pig nose sniffed Ji Yunhuang's face and reported, "Master, he is dead." Bang! Tian Xueqing's mind seemed to explode. Dead. How could it be? She had only slapped him once, that's all. Could it be that her slap had coincidentally landed on his temple? She directly rushed over and touched his body with her fingers. Her heart was as cold as his body temperature. His body was ice cold, colder than a dead person. She flipped him over. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was a clear palm print on his snow-white cheek. It was a ghastly sight. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his lips were pale. She was, after all, a doctor. Although she was flustered, she did not panic. She first checked his breathing, then his neck and wrist. When she could not feel anything, her fingers trembled. She simply lay on his chest and listened to his heartbeat. His body was extremely cold, as if he was covered in a layer of ice in an instant. It made her tremble a little as she leaned against his chest. Is he dead? Is he dead? His body is so cold. He is not panting, and his heart is not beating. Wang Kai concluded. He must have been dead for a long time. Scram! Tian Xueqing said to Wang Kai. He still had a heartbeat, but it was very slow. It only beat once after a while. It was very weak, but it was very regular. His ice soul poison was acting up. However, this was the first time she had seen him in such a state since she started practicing medicine. Tian Xueqing was at a loss of what to do. She took out a needle and wanted to stab it into his hand to wake him up. Just as the needle was about to touch his skin, he suddenly flipped his wrist and held onto her little hand. His corpse is coming back to life. Wang Kai let out a loud cry and immediately charged forward, aiming for Ji Yunhuang's arm. Master, run! Chapter 24:12. Before its small body could hit Ji Yunhuang, it was sent flying by a blue light. With a bang, it landed on the door and slid to the ground. Tian Xueqing only felt that the other party's hand was like an iron hoop, tightly wrapping around her slender wrist, causing her to be unable to move at all. Although his face was extremely pale, his tightly shut eyes had already opened. His black, jade-like pupils stared at her, and there seemed to be disbelief in his eyes. Xueqing, do you really want to poison me to death? His voice was extremely hoarse. I want to save you, Tian Xueqing blurted out. Ji Yunhuang's gaze shifted to the needle in her hand. Tian Xueqing also looked at it, and then she broke out in cold sweat. In her panic, she did not see clearly that the needle in her hand was not a life-saving silver needle, but an emerald green poisonous needle. Tian Xueqing was born beautiful, but her martial arts were ordinary, so it was easy for some lechers to covet her. Therefore, in order to protect herself, she not only owned a little pig that could release electricity, but also learned how to use poisonous needles. There were different kinds of poisonous needles. Some could make people unconscious. Some could make people lose their ability to resist. And, of course, there were also the most poisonous ones that could take a person's life within a few seconds. The needle in her hand was the most poisonous kind. Once it pierced into a person's skin, that person would definitely kick the person's leg and die. I took the wrong one. I wanted to use the silver needle to wake you up, but you fainted just now. No, there is no heartbeat. Tian Xueqing explained in a mess. Ji Yunhuang's hand slightly loosened, and his eyes seemed to be flowing with light. Don't be afraid, I'm not dead. How could he, a cultivator, die so easily? Tian Xueqing finally withdrew her hand and hurriedly put away the poisonous needle again. When she looked at Ji Yunhuang again, her gaze was somewhat suspicious. Were you faking it just now? Ji Yunhuang slowly withdrew his hand. Look, do I look like I was faking it? His face was still pale, and his once light red lips were now devoid of color. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, probably because of the soul chill poison in his body. The sweat that flowed out of his forehead condensed into ice crystals, making him look like a vampire that could not be exposed to light. This kind of appearance was naturally not something that could be faked. Tian Xueqing was a little regretful for her previous question. What happened to you just now? She didn't believe that she could knock him out with one slap. Ji Yunhuang closed his eyes slightly. Before Tian Xueqing had arrived, He had been circulating his energy to force the ice soul poison into his meridians. However, after her arrival, his emotions were in turmoil. At this time, he should have been recuperating, but Tian Xueqing had forced him to kiss her, causing his injuries to worsen. Tian Xueqing's palm strike was like the straw that broke the camel's back, causing the ice soul poison to erupt and rush towards his heart. Once a martial artist cultivated their martial arts to the extreme, their body would have an automatic protective mechanism. When the poison took effect, their body would automatically activate the protective mode, causing their entire body to enter a state of tortoise shell. Their blood vessels would almost stop flowing, and naturally, their breathing and pulse would be completely absent, as if they were dead. After all, he was an immortal. Even though his body was in the state of tortoise shell, his external senses were still extremely shocking. She used a poisonous needle to stab him, triggering his body's automatic protection skill once again. Only then did he manage to stop her murder at the critical moment. As for Piggy Wonkai, he was also sent flying by his self-protection aura. Ian Wong explained everything to Tian Xueqing in a few words. Tian Xueqing looked at him with a complicated gaze. It turned out that after becoming an immortal, one self-protection skill would be so powerful. Chapter 24:13. After all, he was seriously injured to save her master. Seeing him like this, Tian Xueqing felt a little guilty. When she saw the clear palm print on his face, the guilt doubled. Ji Wang's gaze fell on her pale face and saw her guilt. His heart warmed. "Don't be afraid." Tian Xueqing pursed her lips. "I'm not afraid. You're the one dying, not me." Although she said this, her heart was still beating wildly. This person took advantage of her and stole her first kiss. Logically speaking, she should have stabbed him to death. But seeing him almost die just now, she actually panicked. Ji Huang seemed to have been stung by her words. His eyes darkened slightly, but he immediately chuckled. "Neither of us wants to die." He then added another sentence in his heart. "I'd rather die than let you die." Neither of them wanted to die. Whoever died would be an irreplaceable regret for both of them. He was obviously seriously injured, but his smile was alluring. The saying, "A stranger is like jade, a gentleman is unparalleled in this world," probably referred to people like him. Her master, GMO, was a handsome man with a gentle temperament. This person's temperament was similar to her master's, but her master was not as beautiful and aggressive as him. He looked elegant and handsome, but his aura was extremely oppressive. He was like a peerless sword hidden in a scabbard, making people's hearts beat faster. Tian Xueqing suddenly shifted her gaze away from him and calmed herself down. She coldly said, "Don't use your psychokinesis, or else you'll easily go berserk. I'll force the poison in your body to other places." Ji Huang looked at her for a moment, then smiled. "Okay." Tian Xueqing heaved a sigh of relief and began to work beside him. Ji Huang slightly closed his eyes and sensed everything about her. Her fingers lightly touched his body, and her breath was beside him. She pierced a silver needle into his body, but he did not feel any pain. He only felt a slight itch and even a tingling sensation the afternoon sun shone in. It was warm and quiet, and they could only hear each other's breathing. Even the pig did not dare to make a sound. It walked over with its cat-like steps and lay down beside him, watching with its round eyes. Tian Xueqing inserted the needles very quickly, but this kind of acupuncture technique also consumed a lot of energy. After a set of acupuncture techniques, her forehead was covered with sweat, but fortunately, she managed to control the ice soul poison in Ji Yunhuang's body. She heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. Suddenly, she swayed and her vision went dark. Her body tilted and fell right onto Ji Yunhuang's body. Ji Yunhuang groaned, startling Tian Xueqing. She hurriedly struggled to get up, but her hand was pressed somewhere, causing Ji Yunhuang to groan again. He grabbed her wrist and said, "Don't move, dash." Just now, Tian Xueqing was too tired and had gotten up too hastily, which was why she blacked out for a moment. Now that she had recovered, she didn't dare to move when she heard Zhang Xian's voice. She looked at him nervously. His face was so pale that it was almost bloodless. "How are you feeling?" Tian Xueqing was struggling to maintain her half-lying position on him. Ji Yanhuang slowly exhaled. His voice was hoarse due to his illness. "I'm fine." Tian Xueqing was worried and wanted to check his pulse, but his face turned pale again. "Don't move." Even this was not allowed. Tian Xueqing had some doubts in her heart, but she still did as she was told. She remained motionless in his embrace. Her face was buried in his embrace, so she could not see Ji Yanhuang's slightly curved lips. Chapter 24:14. After a long while, her muffled voice was heard. "Are you done?" Ji Yanhuang did not speak. Tian Xueqing slightly raised her head, and her small mouth happened to rub against his beautiful chin, causing her face to turn red again. Ji Yanhuang suddenly got up. At this moment, he did not have much strength and naturally could not trap her, allowing her to easily escape. Tian Xueqing took 2 steps back, her heart still beating wildly. She wanted to say something, but her mind was in a mess, and she did not know what to say. When she raised her head, she saw that Ji Yanhuang's deep eyes were still locked on her body. Her heart was in an indescribable mess. What happened to her? Recently, she kept getting into trouble. When she was struggling just now, she had dropped the robe that she had returned to Ji Yanhuang. She bent over to pick it up and placed it on the side of his bed. "Your clothes. You returned my clothes. Are you trying to chase me away?" Ji Yanhuang asked. Tian Xueqing was stunned for a moment. She originally did not have this intention. She just felt that since Ji Yanhuang had already paid off his debt, there was no need to hold on to his robe. Now that she heard him ask this question, her heart was moved. She did not know why, but although he was very gentle to her and even helped her a lot, she was subconsciously afraid of him. It was as if she got too close to him, she would fall into a trap and never be able to climb out. She subconsciously wanted to stay away from him and let him go. Therefore, after pausing for a moment, she did not deny it. She lightly coughed and said, "The debt between me and young master has already been settled. Once young master's cold poison is completely removed, you can leave." She paused for a moment. "Young master should rest well. I still have to visit master." Regarding young master's cold poison, Xueqing will think of a way. She turned around and was about to leave when Ji Yanhuang spoke. "You don't need to think about my cold poison. I have my own reasons." These words sounded as if he was angry. Tian Xueqing's feet paused for a moment. "That's good. Young master, please do as you wish." She turned around and left quickly without looking back. Ji Yanhuang slightly closed his eyes. She was still chasing him away. She was still thinking about her master. When she mentioned her master, her eyes shone brightly, causing him to feel dazzled, the familiar, suffocating pain in his heart. His body slightly swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I can't think about it anymore. Otherwise, he might really lose his life here." It wasn't easy for him to find her. He hadn't reconciled with her yet, so how could he just give up like this? He tried his best to clear his mind and began to meditate to expel the poison. 2 days passed. Time seemed both fast and slow. Just like that, 2 more days passed. In the past 2 days, the cold poison in Ji Yanhuang's body had gradually spread to one of his forearms. As long as he persevered for another 2 days, he would be able to expel the cold poison from the rest of his body. His martial arts would also recover by half, and he would be able to pick the netherworld flower. Perhaps it was because he had once told Tian Xueqing that he could treat his own injuries, so Tian Xueqing felt at ease and boldly left him alone. She had not appeared in front of him for the past 2 days. Only the pig came to him every day, morning or evening. However, the servants still delivered food to him on time, and the quality of the food was quite good. After Ji Yanhuang slightly controlled the poison, he would also go out for a walk. The quiet valley where Tian Xueqing lived was known as the Medical Valley in the outside world. Although the area wasn't large, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, and forests. The scenery of the lake and mountains was very elegant. Around the lake, there were a few small courtyards built in 2s and 3s. Chapter 24:15. A few small courtyards were built around the lake in 2s and 3s. Each courtyard had its own unique characteristics. It had a kind of tranquil rural atmosphere that could calm one's mind and dispel vulgar thoughts. From this point, it could be seen that GMO was not only a doctor, but also a refined scholar. There was an unwritten rule in the medical valley that all patients who came in for treatment, no matter how prominent their status was or how great their family background was, they would all be treated the same. Apart from those who were unconscious and unable to take care of themselves, they were not allowed to bring along any servants. The medical attendants in the medical valley were only in charge of changing the patient's medicine and delivering meals. They did not care about anything else. Even the rooms had to be cleaned up by the patients themselves, and their clothes had to be changed and washed by themselves. Therefore, Ji and Wang could occasionally see sloppily dressed young masters washing their clothes by the lake with endless resentment. This actually trained these people's ability to take care of themselves. There were men and women, old and young patients here. Ji and Wang already knew from the few days that there were 21 patients in the medical valley. In addition to the servants and Tian Xueqing and her master, there were no less than 30 people in the medical valley. The more people there were, the more gossip there would be. Therefore, Ji and Wang also heard some gossip when he was strolling by the lake. For example, the place that Qing went to the most recently was Ji Mo's nurturing garden. She would often accompany Ji Mo to stroll by the lake to relax. For example, Qing had taken in a new patient. That patient's condition did not seem serious, but Qing went to that place the most frequently. When she was not accompanying her master, she spent almost all her time by that patient's side. Someone saw that the patient was a beautiful man. When he heard this gossip, Ji and Wang did not know what to feel. He stood by the lake and looked at the small building in the distance, lost in thought. In the past, he was number one in Tian Xueqing's heart. Now, he did not know where he was placed in her heart. Was this retribution? He slightly closed his eyes. Perhaps. Every dog has its day. Today, he also tasted the feeling of being completely ignored by his sweetheart. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his figure looked lonely yet free and easy. He was once the most handsome man in vast sky country, and this title was definitely not undeserved. He also cultivated an immortal physique, so he naturally had a kind of magnificence that ordinary people could not reach. No matter where he stood, he would definitely become a scene that no one could ignore. Every time he came out, there would be a lot of people strolling by the lakeside, especially those women. Even if they were injured or sick, they would come out at this time to create a chance encounter. There were even some bold ones who would deliberately leave behind a handkerchief, a jade pendant, or jade hairpin every time they brushed past him. She was hoping that he would help her pick it up and use this opportunity to strike up a conversation or two. However, they did not expect that Ji and Huang would turn a blind eye to all of this. His sleeves fluttered as he walked away, shattering the hearts of all the young girls. There was a kind of cold aura around him that made those who didn't like him dare to act rashly. At this moment, he stood by the lakeside and felt something in his heart. He casually took out an emerald green jade flute and played it. The sound of the flute leisurely floated around the lake and the mountains. The sound of the flute was extremely quiet, and when people heard it, they would forget their worries. Who knew how many people who heard it were stunned? A light laugh interrupted this tranquil harmony. A voice leisurely sounded. If you want to show off your elegance, go back home and show it off. What are you playing here for? Are you trying to attract someone's attention? Chapter 24:16. His voice was extremely clear, but the words he said were unavoidably harsh and full of provocation. When the sound of the flute stopped, Ji and Wang looked over and saw a man wearing a top-quality robe standing not far behind him. His appearance was top quality, and his clothes were top quality. His appearance was extremely beautiful, to the point that people could not tell if he was a man or a woman. Even if all the beauties present were added together, they would not be as delicate as him. The robe he was wearing was naturally of the highest quality. It was a deep purple color, and embroidered on the corner of the robe was a surging flood dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was even more formidable than a dragon. However, his appearance gave people a very delicate feeling, as if he could be swayed by the wind. At this moment, He was looking at Ji and Huang with his head slightly tilted, like a proud little girl. His pair of big watery eyes were filled with disdain. It turned out to be a young marquis. Ji and Huang could guess his identity just by looking at the robe he was wearing. The youth looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He should be the beautiful young master everyone was talking about. As expected, he was as beautiful as a painting. He looked like a woman dressed as a man, or a delicate beauty dressed as a man. However, the other party was a genuine man, and Ji and Huang could still see that. Ji and Huang's temperament was cold. Moreover, in the eyes of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, this obviously provocative youth in front of him was still a child. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. He put away the flute and turned around to leave. Wait! The youth in the robe blocked his path. Ji and Huang had always disliked people getting close to him, so he took a step back. What's the matter? He was much taller than the other party. The youth standing in front of him was half a head shorter, so he naturally lost in terms of aura. The natural pressure emitted from Ji and Huang's body caused the brocade-robed youngster's heart to tremble, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. This youngster's appearance was weak, but his character was not weak at all. In fact, he was somewhat arrogant. He simply jumped onto a large rock at the side and looked down at Ji and Huang from above. He spoke bluntly. I heard that you are pursuing Ah Qing. Ji and Huang did not deny it. So what if I am? The youth in the robe raised his head and laughed. With just you? What kind of person is Miss Ah Qing? How can she be pursued by nobody like you? This marquis advises you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. Ji and Huang lightly glanced at him. He was too lazy to say anything to him, so he turned around and walked past him. The brocade-robed youth was completely ignored by Ji and Huang, and he became even angrier in his heart. He raised his palm and slapped it towards Ji and Huang. You dare to ignore this marquis's words. This weak-looking youth's martial arts were not weak at all. Every time he made a move, there would be a sharp gust of wind. If Ji and Huang was hit by this attack, he would definitely be sent flying. Ji and Huang furrowed his brows slightly. He had never thought that this youth would have such a fiery temper. If he wanted to make a move, he would make a move. He was simply like a spoiled little tyrant. Although he still couldn't use his telekinesis, his combat experience and skills made it so that even 100 young marquises wouldn't be his match. He tilted his body slightly and dodged the youth's palm. Splash! The young man fell into the water, creating a huge splash. The young man knew how to swim. He quickly came out and shouted angrily, Rebel! It was a rebellion. You actually dared to attack me. This marquis will definitely tear you to shreds. My grandfather is the regent of the vast sky empire. Ji and Huang frowned slightly. This child was Ji Yuntian's grandson. Ji and Tian was Ji and Huang's youngest brother. Chapter 24:17. Ji and Tian was Ji and Huang's youngest brother. When Ji and Huang was in trouble, Ji and Tian was still a baby. In the blink of an eye, his grandson had already grown up. The current emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, was the youngest son of the sixth prince, Ji Yunhao. This kid was not very promising and had a weak body, causing the imperial power to fall to someone else. The one who truly held the power now was Ji and Tian, the regent. No wonder his grandson dared to be so arrogant. Although Ji and Huang was not interested in imperial power, it did not mean that he did not know what happened in Chong Kong Empire. Furthermore, Ji and Tian had repeatedly extended an olive branch to him recently. He went to Buddha Lotus Mountain several times to invite him to become the imperial tutor. He even had thoughts of pushing him onto the throne. Unfortunately, Ji and Huang was not interested in imperial power at all and turned a blind eye to the olive branch extended by the regent at this moment. The young duke had already jumped onto the shore and aggressively blocked Ji and Huang's path. Then, with a shake of his hand, a 7-colored flower flag flew into the sky and exploded in the air. It was obvious that he was summoning his subordinates or helpers from outside the valley. The surrounding people who were originally watching the show kept quiet out of fear. Everyone knew that this young duke had a prominent status and was not someone the people of Chong Kong Empire could afford to offend. But now this young master had actually thrown the young duke into the water. This time, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble. Although this young master was well-dressed and handsome, he should not have any power or influence. Otherwise, he would not have become a servant here for a few days just for 1,000 taels of silver. Some people wanted to remind Ji and Huang to seek help from Miss Ah Ching as soon as possible because the young duke still gave her face here. But Ji and Huang was standing face to face with the young duke, so no one dared to say such words. There were still a few people who could not help but speak up, telling Ji and Huang to quickly apologize to the young duke and beg for his forgiveness so that the matter would not be blown out of proportion. There were different opinions, but these people were also doing it for the good of Ji and Huang. After all, they were all in the medical valley, and no one wanted to blow things up, but Ji and Huang turned a deaf ear to them. He did not even bother to look at the young duke who was blocking his path and pushed him to the side. "A gentleman does not block the way. Please excuse me." The young duke staggered because of him and was furious. He once again threw a punch. This child doesn't have a good memory. Ji and Huang raised his sleeve and wrapped it around his wrist. Following the force of his fist, the young duke once again fell into the water with a plop. "What's going on? What are you arguing about?" A clear voice came from not far away. Ji and Huang's body stiffened slightly as he looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes narrowed slightly. Tian Xueqing and Gmo walked side by side. One of Tian Xueqing's arms was still in the crook of Gmo's arm. Her dress fluttered in the wind. Walking together with Gmo, who was wearing a white robe, they looked like a perfect couple. Tian Xueqing's gaze swept past Ji Yunhuang's body and landed on the young Marquis who was struggling in the lake. She frowned slightly. "Huan Yu, with your illness, you can't soak in water. Why did you run into the lake?" As he spoke, he ran up and pulled the young Marquis back onto the shore. This time, the young Marquis had lost a lot of face. His originally pale face was now completely red, and the hand he used to point at Ji Yunhuang trembled. "You, just you wait. I will tear you to shreds. This one will wait." Ji Yunhuang lightly threw out these words and turned to leave. He had not seen her for 3 days, and he was still seriously ill. But at this moment, she did not say any words of concern, nor did she have a worried expression. She only glanced at him, and that glance was as if she was looking at an ordinary patient. Chapter 24:18. They had not seen each other for 3 days, but she did not say any words of concern, nor did she look at him with worried eyes. She only glanced at him as if she was looking at an ordinary patient, and she was so close to her master. He felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. His emotions were unstable, and the cold poison in his blood surged again. He must return to his room to meditate. A conversation came from behind him. "Huan Yu, what's going on? Why did you have a conflict with this young Master Ji?" "Ah Ching, I'm fighting for you. This toad wants to eat swan meat, and he actually wants to scheme against you. I want to teach him a lesson. You can only be my little uncles. How can he be worthy? Huan Yu, don't mess around. Ah Ching and I are master and disciple." This was Gmo's voice. What's wrong with master and disciple? As long as both sides are in love, there's no problem at all. Little uncle, you and Ah Ching are a match made in heaven. I don't want anyone to break you two apart. Ji Huan Yu was indignant. "Ah Ching, you also like my little uncle, right? Don't deny it. I can see it from your eyes. Don't worry, I'll help you. I think you're the only one worthy of my little uncle." The young Marquis's tone was firm and arrogant. Ji Yunhuang's feet were tripped by something, and he staggered, but he immediately stood firm and continued walking. So Gmo was the young Marquis's uncle. No wonder Ah Ching looked at him so highly. Love the house, love the crow. From start to finish, he did not hear Tian Xueqing refute Ji Huan Yu. It was obvious that she had silently agreed with Ji Huan Yu's words. Although he had some suspicions about the relationship between Tian Xueqing and her master, it had not been verified. But now it was confirmed. In this life, she had another sweetheart, and this sweetheart was her master. He no longer had any place in her heart. What should he do? Let her and Gmo withdraw from the relationship? But he had searched for her for 100 years. His mind was in a daze, and his blood surged even faster. There was a sweet taste in his throat. he must immediately return to his room to cultivate. Marquis, Marquis. The sound of clothes fluttering in the wind came from all directions. 8 people flew over from 8 different directions and landed in front of Ji Huanyu. They saluted Ji Huanyu together. These people were the imperial bodyguards who protected Ji Huanyu. Each of them was skilled. They usually stayed outside the medical valley and would only appear when they received a signal. When Ji Huanyu saw them, he stomped his foot and pointed at Ji Yunhuang, who had already walked away. Take him down. This person dares to offend this marquis. He even dared to tease Miss Qing. The 8 men received the order and immediately surrounded him. GMO frowned. Huanyu, don't mess around. This person is, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ji Huanyu. Little uncle, you don't have to care. I must teach him a lesson today. Stop, stop. The 8 guards moved as fast as lightning and rushed over together. These 8 people moved swiftly and caught up with Ji Yunhuang in the blink of an eye. They surrounded Ji Yunhuang and said, You dare to leave after offending the young duke? Ah, Imperial Uncle Ji. He's Imperial Uncle Ji. 2 of the 8 people blurted out and then knelt down with a plop. We pay our respects to Imperial Uncle. The other 6 people did not know what was going on, but when they saw their leader and deputy leader kneel down, they naturally knelt down as well. For a moment, they did not know which Imperial Uncle Ji Yunhuang was. Ji Huanyu. He was stunned. Chapter 24:19. At this moment, GMO finally said what he wanted to say. This is Ji Yunhuang, the second master of Buddha Lotus Mountain. Huanyu, you should call him Imperial Granduncle. Ji Huanyu. He was dumbfounded. Everyone's mouth formed an O shape. Ji Yunhuang's story had spread far and wide. 8 out of 10 people present had heard of his story. They heard that he had abandoned the throne for the crown princess and wandered around the Tianci continent. They also heard that he had become an immortal and became a legend in the Tianci continent when no one was optimistic about him. Now, this legendary figure had appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to speak. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. A question floated in everyone's mind. Since Ji Yunhuang's background was so big, why would he become a servant here for a mere 1,000 taels of silver? What was he doing this for? Thinking about the conversation between Ji Yunhuang and Ji Huanyu, Ji Yunhuang obviously had feelings for this Miss Qing, and he did not deny it. Could it be that this Miss Qing looked very similar to the crown princess who died 100 years ago? Everyone looked at Ji Yunhuang and then at Tian Xueqing. Their eyes were filled with gossip. Ji Yunhuang slowly turned around and swept his eyes over the 8 people. Finally, his eyes landed on the 2 imperial guards who were kneeling first. You recognize me? These 2 imperial guards were also considered outer disciples of Buddha, Lotus Mountain. According to seniority, these 2 imperial guards should call Ji Yunhuang Martial Granduncle. The 2 of them immediately said respectfully, replying to Martial Granduncle. This disciple was fortunate enough to see Martial Granduncle's immortal face at the gathering of outer disciples 5 years ago. Ji Yunhuang did not say anything. 5 years ago, he only showed his face once at the gathering and then left. He did not expect them to remember him. This was simply like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. They did not recognize each other anymore. Ji Huanyu finally woke up and unwillingly came forward to pay his respects to this imperial granduncle. After paying his respects, before he stood up, he asked a very sharp question. Imperial granduncle, you said that you're interested in Miss Qing because she looks like the crown princess? Ji Yunhuang was stunned, and his gaze once again fell on Tian Xueqing's face. Tian Xueqing's pretty face was pale. She pursed her lips and looked at him. Although her expression didn't change, she couldn't help but hold her breath. Her fingers were still unconsciously wrapped around Jimo's arm. When she met Ji Yunhuang's gaze, she quietly leaned against her master's body, as if she was seeking protection. Ji Yunhuang felt as if a sharp needle had pierced his heart. Before he could say anything, the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind could be heard again. Master, 4 figures flashed through the air and landed in front of Ji and Huang. They immediately knelt down and said, "Master, your subordinates are late." Everyone's eyes widened. The 4 of them were quadruplets and looked very similar. 2 girls and 2 boys, wearing the same color and style of robes. All of their movements were synchronized without the slightest difference. The 4 of them knelt on the ground like 4 neat little white poplars. They were all of the same height and were extremely eye-catching. Ji Huanyu sucked in a breath of cold air, beautiful jade for Azuras. The 4 of them looked like they were in their 20s. They were extremely beautiful, and when they stood together, they were like pearls and jade. The 4 siblings' martial arts were extremely high, and they became famous very early. 50 years ago, they were already famous in Tianxi and had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Chapter 24:20. The 4 of them were highly skilled in martial arts and had made a name for themselves very early on. 50 years ago, they became famous and had always been elusive. At that time, Ji Yunhao offered a large sum of money to hire the 4 of them as the Imperial Guards. He even personally visited them, but was rejected by the 4 of them. The 4 of them were carefree and unfettered. It could be said that they did not obey anyone. Who would have thought that they would actually recognize Ji Yunhuang as their master? The martial arts of the 4 of them could easily throw Ji Huanyu's 8 bodyguards to the ground. "Master, it's our fault for not protecting you properly and causing you to be injured. Please punish us." The 4 of them spoke at the same time and closed their mouths at the same time. Ji Yunhuang waved his hand. "I didn't allow you to follow me. I don't blame you. Get up." The 4 of them stood up together. What was even rarer was that the 4 of them were of the same height. If not for the fact that there were men and women, everyone would have thought that they were the same person's clones. The 4 of them surrounded Ji Yunhuang in the middle and faintly separated everyone, not allowing anyone to come forward. One of them took out a token and flashed it. "Imperial decree. Everyone who sees Imperial Uncle is the same as seeing Emperor himself. Who would kneel down when seeing the Emperor?" The onlookers hurriedly kowtowed towards Ji Yunhuang, and the entire lakeside knelt down. Even Ji Huanyu, the young marquis, unwillingly kowtowed again. Tian Xueqing frowned slightly. According to the Medical Valley's rules, there was no distinction between nobility and lowly. Even the arrogant Ji Huanyu could only be obedient here and did not dare to cause trouble. If he did, he would be sent out by her. Just now, when she saw Ji Huanyu being aggressive towards Ji Yunhuang, she subconsciously felt disgusted. She was about to stop him when this series of events happened. She raised her head and looked at Ji Yunhuang, who was standing nearby. She faintly felt that he was a little far away from her. She pursed her lips and could not help but lean toward her master. She had always liked her master. Her master should be the person she relied on in this life. She did not like to be disturbed by others. She liked a peaceful life, but this imperial uncle was like the ocean, an unpredictable ocean that seemed to be able to swallow her whole. So she had to stay far away from him. Once she was done treating his injuries, she wanted him to quickly leave and stay away from her life. She wanted him to stop disturbing her peaceful life. The light in Ji Yunhuang's eyes dimmed slightly. The blood and qi in his chest were surging violently, and the ice soul poison in his arm was beginning to stir. Once it spread, even the gods would not be able to save him. He wanted to turn around and leave, but as soon as his foot moved, his vision turned black and his body swayed. "Master!" The 2 males of the quadruplets supported Ji Yunhuang from both sides. As soon as they helped Ji Yunhuang up, they realized that something was wrong. It was clearly the beginning of summer, but their master's body was as cold as ice. "Master, you're poisoned." "Who did it?" The gazes of the quadruplets all shot towards Ji Huanyu. Ji Huanyu felt a chill in his heart and subconsciously took a step back. "It wasn't me. He was poisoned long ago. It has nothing to do with them." Ji Yunhuang barely managed to spit out a few words. His entire body was ice cold, but the blood in his throat was surging. The poison is about to act up. Tian Xueqing had already rushed over and reached out her hand to check his pulse. Unexpectedly, Ji Yunhuang took a step back and ignored her. He only instructed the 4 subordinates, "Send me back to my room. I can suppress it myself." Tian Xueqing's fingers touched nothing but air. She then watched as the 4 men quickly supported Ji Yunhuang into his room. Chapter 24-21. She pursed her lips tightly. Her heart felt like it was wrapped in ice, but it also felt like it was burning. She couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. She stood there for a moment and suddenly took a deep breath. She said in a low voice, "Master, I'm going to see him." Then she ran towards Ji Yunhuang's room. GMO stood there, and his eyes flashed with a trace of deep thought. Ji Huanyu was still on his little uncle's side. He hurriedly pushed him. "Little uncle, you should also go take a look. Don't let your wife run away." GMO frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? She is my disciple. I'm older than her by a whole generation. Imperial granduncle is older than her by 100 years. Didn't he still chase after her? Little uncle, if you don't hurry up, I'm afraid it will really be too late." Jimo's heart was in a mess, but she's still young. Ji Huanyu immediately said, "She's not young anymore. She's almost 15. In another half a month, it will be her coming-of-age ceremony, right? After that, she will be able to marry. Little uncle, she and you are a match made in heaven. You can't miss this opportunity. Someone else has taken the initiative." Imperial granduncle took a fancy to her, perhaps because her name is the same as Imperial granduncle's wife, or perhaps because her appearance is similar. Imperial granduncle took her as a substitute. Can you bear to see her being taken as a substitute? GMO took a step back and narrowed his eyes. Qing was a treasure that he had personally raised. He naturally didn't want her to suffer any grievances. Imperial Uncle Ji had suffered from the ice soul poison because of him. If he couldn't cure him in time, he was afraid that his little disciple's heart would never be able to let go. "Let me in. I'm a doctor here. I can treat him. Otherwise, he will be poisoned very quickly." Tian Xueqing was blocked by the quadruplets at the door because Ji Yunhuang had ordered that no one was allowed to disturb him. Tian Xueqing was anxious to know the extent of Ji Yunhuang's injuries, but these 2 women were like door gods, not letting her in. She could only argue with them. Piggy Wong Kai was also indignant at the side. "Hey, this is our master's territory. My master can go wherever he wants. What qualifications do you have to stop him? Don't you know that non-patients are not allowed to enter this valley?" Even young Marquis Ji was no exception. Every time he came, his subordinates would obediently wait outside the valley. So what if your master is the imperial uncle? So what if he doesn't abide by the rules of the medical valley? Let her in. The 4 of you can leave the valley. Ji Yunhuang's voice suddenly came from inside the house. Although his voice was weak and hoarse, his tone was firm. The 4 of them hesitated for a moment. "Master, your injuries are so serious. You need someone to serve you? No need. I just need to control the poison. You can leave now. Don't make me say it again." Since he had said so, the 4 of them could not disobey. They could only bow and leave the valley. Piggy Wonkai was worried and followed behind them to supervise them. Wonkai looked cute, and all girls like cute things. The 2 girls among the quadruplets couldn't help but tease it. "Your name is Wonkai? So what?" Wonkai raised its nose. "Your master gave you a good name. It's rare to see a little pig that is so smart and can even speak human language." Another woman sighed. "What piggy? I am Wentian. Divine beast Wentian." Wonkai was angry. The 4 of them naturally did not care about the anger of a little pig. Chapter 24-22. Wonkai, do you know how my master was poisoned by the ice soul poison? Wonkai snorted. "My master was poisoned by the ice soul poison. In order to repay the debt, your master helped to cure my master, but in the end, your master was poisoned." Wong Kai's words about your master and my master did not confuse anyone, but the quadruplets were somewhat surprised. Repay the debt? Repay what debt? At that time, your master was injured by the cloud-swallowing beast and was on the verge of death. My master saved him and gave him a lot of expensive medicine, which amounted to a total of 1,000 taels of silver. Your master was extremely poor and could not afford to repay the debt. So he expressed his willingness to sell himself as a servant to repay the debt. He only worked as a servant for a few days and did not make him do any physical work. Later, when my master was poisoned and came back, your master, he cured my master of the poison, so my master magnanimously repaid him 1,000 taels of silver. The debt between the two of them was written off. Although Wang Kai's words were incoherent, the quadruplets still understood, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Selling himself for a mere 1,000 taels of silver. Was this something that the second master of Buddha Lotus Mountain would do? The quadruplets often followed Ji Yunhuang around, so they knew that he was never short of money. He could casually spend thousands of taels of silver, and even tens of thousands of taels of silver was a common occurrence. Wang Kai and Little Pig had an expression that said, "Your master got a great bargain," which made the quadruplets very unhappy. One of them smiled and casually took out a banknote from his bosom and handed it to Wang Kai's hoof. He smiled and patted Wang Kai's head. "This is 10,000 taels of silver. Use it to buy some snacks. Remember to treat my master well. Also, tell your master to give my master the best medicine. Just tell us how much money you need, and we will not hesitate, as long as you don't let my master suffer any grievances. Also, if you implicate my master in any matters in the future, just tell us if you have any difficulties." Wang Kai was speechless. It looked at the banknote beside its hoof. It was indeed 10,000 taels of silver, and it could be exchanged throughout the country. While it was in a daze, the quadruplets had already disappeared. Ji Yunhuang sat there, his handsome face alternating between green, white, and red. The light around his body flickered, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Because he had been poisoned by the ice soul poison, the cold sweat had turned into ice the moment it came out. It was as if his forehead was covered with a layer of ice armor. Even his hair and eyebrows were covered with a layer of white frost. He was originally dressed in white, but at this moment, he looked like a lifeless snow sculpture. Tian Xueqing's fingers trembled slightly. She never thought that the cold poison in Ji Yunhuang's body would be so strong. Wang Kai clearly told her that he was fine, that he was getting better and better. She wanted to perform acupuncture on him and expel the poison from his body, just like how she treated her master. However, Ji Yunhuang only shook his head and said, "Protect me." In other words, he would be able to expel the poison himself, and Tian Xueqing would only need to protect him. The way he meditated was something Tian Xueqing had never seen before. Strands of cold air swirled around his body, seemingly condensed yet not condensed. Tian Xueqing did not dare to blindly interrupt him, so she could only stand at the door and guard him. She watched his every move and tightly held a silver needle in her hand. She was prepared to rush forward to save him if he made a single mistake. At this moment, her mind was completely blank, and she could not think of anything. Occasionally, she would raise her head and see G.M.O. standing not far away. He was wearing a light green robe, and he looked like a big tree that she could lean on and rest. Chapter 24-23. Occasionally, she would raise her head and see G.M.O. standing not far away. He was wearing a light green robe and looked like a big tree that she could lean on to rest. He just stood there quietly looking at her and did not disturb her. The master and disciple looked at each other. G.M.O. smiled at her. His smile was as warm as usual, but her heart clenched for no reason. She was no longer as calm as before. Instead, she was a little confused. However, she still smiled back at her master. The master and disciple seemed to have a tacit understanding. "Master!" Little Pig Wang Kai jumped back. Tian Xueqing shushed it, telling it not to make any noise so that it would not disturb Ji Yunhuang, who was meditating inside. Wang Kai pulled out a banknote from its chest pocket and whispered, "Master, look, a banknote worth 10,000 taels." Tian Xueqing was surprised. "Where did you get this?" Wang Kai then repeated what it had said to the quadruplets. Tian Xueqing was silent. It seemed that the Honorable Imperial Uncle Ji was willing to stay here as a servant because of her. No, it was not for her. It was for the crown princess who had the same name as her. He treated her as a substitute for the crown princess who had died young, so he treated her like a pearl and listened to her every word. He did not hesitate to lower himself and become a servant. She closed her eyes. Her heart was in a mess. She felt sour and bitter at the same time. She did not know what she was feeling. After all, she was not even 15 years old. When faced with this kind of messy relationship, she did not know what to do. GMO waved at her from afar. Tian Xueqing let little pig Wonkai watch over her while she ran towards her master. The master and disciple were talking under a big tree. They could see Wonkai in Ji Yunhuang's room when they raised their heads. Xueqing, how is he? He is healing himself. Now, he is a little more stable. GMO sighed. It's all because of me. Tian Xueqing did not want her master to feel burdened. Master, you don't have to feel sorry. He did it to repay his debt. She was a little lacking in confidence as she spoke. GMO looked at her and saw her looking at Ji Yunhuang's room every few sentences. He sighed in his heart. Xueqing, you? Master, there is nothing between us. He's just a patient of mine. He'll leave once he recovers. Tian Xueqing sounded anxious, as if she wanted to distance herself from something. GMO raised his hand and stroked her hair. Don't worry. I know that you don't have any feelings for him, but Master, he's probably treating me like this because of my name, or maybe because I look like the late crown princess. He actually doesn't like me. He'll understand soon enough. Although she was still young, she didn't want to be anyone's substitute. In order to prove something, Tian Xueqing tugged on GMO's sleeve and shook it coquettishly. Master, Xueqing said that I want to stay by your side forever and be your right-hand woman. GMO lowered his eyes to look at her. His gaze was slightly complicated. He sighed softly. You were still young at that time. What you said was childish. Xueqing, you will marry sooner or later. How can you stay by Master's side forever? Then I'll never get married. Tian Xueqing was naturally sensitive and afraid of marriage. It was as if once she got married, she would fall into hell. GMO pressed his palm on Tian Xueqing's shoulder and muttered to himself. His gaze fell on her face again. Xueqing, are you really willing to stay by Master's side forever? I'm willing. Tian Xueqing answered without hesitation. Chapter 24:24. Then I have a way to fulfill your wish. What way? GMO paused for a moment, as if he found it hard to say. In the end, he made up his mind and said, You can marry me. That way, you and I will be master and disciple, as well as husband and wife. Naturally, we can stay together for the rest of our lives. Tian Xueqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She opened her mouth slightly and was stunned. She was very peaceful and comfortable beside her master, so she was willing to stay by his side for the rest of her life. But to marry him, she had never thought of this before. This proposal came too suddenly, and Tian Xueqing did not know how to react. Since he had already said this, GMO decided to strike while the iron was hot. Xueqing, don't worry. Even after we get married, we will still get along with each other. I will only treat you better, and our lives will not change too much. The life that she liked would not change. Nothing would change. This should be acceptable, right? Wasn't this what she had always hoped for? Tian Xueqing felt that she should agree, but she could not open her mouth. Her pretty face flushed red. GMO patted her shoulder. Xueqing, I know this is too sudden for you. You can think about it before giving me an answer. There's no need to rush. GMO turned around and left. Tian Xueqing stood there in a daze for a moment before slowly walking back to Ji Yunhuang's room. Fortunately, Ji Yunhuang's poison was controlled in time and did not worsen. Tian Xueqing waited at his door for 4 hours before she finally saw that he had recovered. She heaved a sigh of relief and silently used her sleeves to wipe the cold sweat from her palms. The ice on his body had already disappeared. Although his face was still pale, it was no longer blue. There was also a faint red color on his lips. He had probably suffered too much just now. His body was covered in cold sweat, which had formed a frost armor. When he controlled the poison, the frost armor melted, making him look like he had just been fished out of the water. His white robes were also drenched. He stretched his limbs and then looked at her. His gaze was too complicated, causing Tian Xueqing's words to be stuck in her throat. She held back for a moment and finally squeezed out a sentence. How are you? Not bad. I finally got it under control. Ji and Huang replied. His voice was extremely hoarse, and he looked exhausted. Oh, that's good. That's good. Tian Xueqing unconsciously replied. Ji and Huang looked at her without saying a word. After all, the little girl was still young. Although she tried her best to remain calm, her nervousness and helplessness were practically written all over her face. Tian Xueqing felt her hair stand on end from being stared at by him. She had never been afraid of meeting anyone's gaze before, but now she was afraid of Ji and Huang. She stood up and said, Since you're fine, I'll go back first. Your clothes are wet. Go back and change them. I'll get someone to wash them for you. She turned to leave. Do you like your master? Ji and Huang suddenly asked. This question was too straightforward. Tian Xueqing paused for a moment before replying, Of course. The like I'm talking about is the like that I want to marry him. Ji and Huang said word by word. Is that what you like about him? His questions were getting sharper and sharper, as if he was forcing her to face them. Tian Xueqing. She suddenly became angry and blurted out, What does it have to do with you whether I like him or not? Your Excellency is worrying too much. She turned around and left. Ji and Huang grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Chapter 24-25. Ji and Huang grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Tian Xueqing almost fell into his embrace. She hurriedly placed her hand on his shoulder and distanced herself from him by an arm's length. Her face turned red again. Hey, what are you doing? She struggled to get up. However, Ji and Huang held her wrist tightly and refused to let go. His palm was burning hot, as if it wanted to burn into her heart. Xueqing, you should know how I feel about you, so this has to do with me. I like you, the kind of like that I want to marry you. Tian Xueqing froze again. In just a short while, two men had already confessed to her, but she did not feel happy at all. Instead, she was extremely flustered. She did not like marrying or marrying. She did not like it at all. She did not want anyone to disturb her peaceful life again. After all, he had not fully recovered yet, so Tian Xueqing easily broke free from his hand. She took a few steps back and took a deep breath. She said word by word, I'm sorry, but I don't like you. I only like my master. If I want to marry, I want to marry him. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. After she finished speaking, she did not dare to stay any longer and ran out as if she was escaping. Xueqing. Ji and Huang called out to her and jumped down from the bed. He wanted to catch her, but she ran away so fast that he didn't even manage to catch a glimpse of her clothes. He could only watch as she left without even turning his head back. I only like my master. If I want to marry someone, I want to marry him. Ji Yunhuang's vision turned black. He staggered and fell to the ground. Her last sentence was like a demon's voice that kept ringing in his head. His blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The moon was like a hook. Tian Xueqing sat on a hillside and looked at the moon in a daze. Her head was still buzzing, as if there were 1,000 bees buzzing in her head. Master! Wang Kai ran over and stopped in front of her while panting. How is he? Tian Xueqing asked. He did not touch the food that was sent to him. He has been cultivating. Other than his pale face, there is nothing wrong with him. Wang Kai reported. Tian Xueqing was stunned. It had already been a day, and Ji and Huang had not eaten a single grain of rice. The food that was sent to him was not touched at all. Was he ruining his body to make her feel guilty? Her heart was suddenly filled with anger. Why should she feel guilty? She had saved his life, and he owed her money. Then, he had saved her master and repaid her debt. He and she clearly did not owe each other anything. Why did she have to agree just because he wanted to treat her as someone else's substitute? They were strangers to begin with, all right? Tian Xueqing was furious as she paced back and forth on the spot. Wang Sai's eyes followed her. It was almost dizzy. It didn't understand what its master was angry about. Master, it's just that he hasn't eaten for a day. It won't be a problem, right? Moreover, he has cultivated an immortal body, so he should have already abstained from eating. It doesn't matter if he doesn't eat for a few days. What do you know? This kind of poison consumes a lot of his energy, and if he doesn't eat it, it will be even harder for him to get rid of it. Tian Xueqing said angrily. Wang Kai rolled its eyes and gave her an idea. Why don't you feed him? If you feed him, maybe he'll eat it. Tian Xueqing. GMO walked over from a small path and sized her up. What's wrong? Who provoked you? It's that Imperial Uncle G who doesn't eat. Master is angry because of this. That person doesn't know how to cherish himself. Master has been researching various ways to treat him, but he is angry because of this. Chapter 24-26. At the side, Wang Kai quickly spoke. Jimo's gaze fell on Tian Xueqing's face, and after a moment of silence, he said, Xueqing, young Master Ji was poisoned because he tried to save me. Since the Netherworld flower can cure this poison, I will go and pick the herbs tomorrow. Tian Xueqing was shocked. That won't do. The place where the Netherworld flower grows is very dangerous, and there are Netherworld snakes guarding it. Master, the poison in your body has not been cured yet, so you can't take the risk. Moreover, the poison in young Master Ji's body is different from the previous poison. I'm afraid that the Netherworld flower alone won't be enough. It needs to be combined with other herbs and techniques. I'm almost healed. What other herbs do I need? Tell me. GMO refused to give up. Tian Xueqing had no choice but to tell him the other herbs and added, I've already asked Huan Yu to send people to look for them. They should be back soon. It turned out that this girl had been preparing for a long time. GMO raised his hand and knocked on her head. I have these herbs with me. Why didn't you ask me for them? Instead, you went to a faraway place? Tian Xueqing's eyes lit up. She remembered that her master didn't have these herbs. She didn't expect that he would have them now. As if he had guessed Tian Xueqing's doubts, GMO sighed and said, After I was poisoned, I've been looking for a way to cure the poison. These herbs were prepared at that time. All right, since I have the other herbs, I'll go and pick the Netherworld flower tomorrow morning. Tian Xueqing was still worried and immediately said, I'll go with you. After all, I've picked the Netherworld flower once and know where it grows. Wang Kai also volunteered. I'll go too. It'll be faster for me to find the flower. GMO knew that his little disciple wouldn't feel at ease letting him go alone, so he agreed. As long as she could pick the Netherworld flower, she would be able to cure Ji Yunhuang completely. At that time, she wouldn't owe him anything. At that time, he would leave completely, and she wouldn't have anything to do with him anymore. Thinking of this, Tian Xueqing heaved a sigh of relief, but she also felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Xueqing, I won't let you owe anyone a favor. GMO held her hand. I'll let you live a stable and happy life. Tian Xueqing didn't know why, but she didn't. She opened her mouth. Master, Xueqing, you don't have to be in a hurry to give me an answer. You're still young, and we have plenty of time ahead of us. GMO patted her little hand. All right, we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Rest early tonight. Before Tian Xueqing went to bed, she was still worried and went to Ji Yunhuang's place to take a look. He was still meditating, sitting there with his eyes lowered like a Buddha. His handsome face was still extremely pale, but his complexion was not as frightening as before. It seemed that even though he didn't eat, it didn't affect his body that much. Tian Xueqing didn't want to go in again, so she didn't want to be entangled with him again. She hid in the shadows at the door and looked at him, then turned around and left. Ji Yunhuang meditated for an entire day and night before he managed to suppress the poison. At dusk the next day, he came out of the house. He wanted to have a good talk with Tian Xueqing. He had been searching for her for 100 years, and he did not want to let her go so easily. Tian Xueqing seemed to have misunderstood him. Perhaps she thought that he only treated her as a substitute, but in fact, she wasn't. She had always been Tian Xueqing, just that she had been reborn, of course. If Tian Xueqing truly loved her master and was already in love with him, then he would let go and not break up the two of them. He would rather be alone for the rest of his life than break her up. He would help her achieve her goal. Chapter 24-27. With this goal in mind, he went to Tian Xueqing's courtyard and met Fen Shui. Then he received a piece of shocking news. Tian Xueqing and her master, GMO, had gone to the mountain to pick the netherworld flower. They had left early in the morning and had not returned. Ji Yanhuang's mind buzzed. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to pick the netherworld flower. He also knew how difficult it was to deal with the netherworld snake. With his martial arts, he still had to be cautious. Not to mention this pair of master and disciple whose martial arts were mediocre. Although Jimo's martial arts were slightly higher, it was still limited. Moreover, he still had poison in his system, so he could only use 70% of his martial arts. If they encountered several netherworld snakes, the master and disciple's lives would be in danger. He suddenly clenched his fists. Was she in such a hurry to chase him away? She was willing to pay any price for this. He had said that he would find a way to detoxify the poison once he controlled it. No matter how angry he was, he could not ignore her. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran. The wind whistled past. Tian Xueqing carefully walked on the narrow path beside the cliff. Behind her was Wang Kai, who was also cautious. Ji Mo walked in front, his sleeves fluttering. Last time, falling off the cliff had left a deep psychological shadow on her. Now that she was walking here, her heart could not help but pound. Wang Kai looked at Tian Xueqing nervously. It was ready to jump off the cliff to save her at any time. Don't be afraid. Master is here. Ji Mo's gentle voice came from the front. He did not turn around to know that Tian Xueqing was very nervous. Master's voice clearly had a soothing effect. Tian Xueqing raised her head and looked at his back. She took a deep breath and calmed down a lot. Suddenly, Ji Mo's body staggered and swayed. Tian Xueqing was shocked. Just as she was about to support him, Ji Mo had already stabilized himself. Master, what happened? Her heart almost jumped out her chest. Her voice could not help but tremble a little. Ji Mo shook his head with his back facing her. I accidentally tripped. Xueqing, don't worry. Watch your step. Tian Xueqing wanted to run over and look at Ji Mo's face, but the path was too narrow. It could barely fit one person, so she could only give up. After walking for a while, Wang Cai's eyes lit up. It excitedly said, Master, Master, the netherworld flower is in front of us. Their eyes lit up, and they quickened their pace as they walked forward. At the top of the mountain, at the edge of the cliff, a faint blue flower was fluttering in the wind. The place where the flower grew was extremely steep. It was at the edge of the cliff, and the wind on the cliff was very strong. It was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand. Tian Xueqing pursed her lips and was about to walk forward. GMO stopped her. You stay here. Master will go and pick them. Tian Xueqing grabbed Ji Mo's sleeve and carefully looked at his face. A trace of uneasiness flashed through her eyes. Master, is the poison in your body really gone? I see that your face is still a little pale. Ji Mo patted her head and smiled. Xueqing, have more confidence in your master. Tian Xueqing still wanted to say something, but GMO stroked her head and said, Master has been wandering the world for many years and has collected countless rare medicinal herbs. He has never failed before. Don't worry. That was true. Even though Master's martial arts were not as good as Ji Yanhuang's, he was still one of the world's top experts. Moreover, Ji Yanhuang's poison could not be delayed any longer. Thus, picking the netherworld flower became an urgent matter. Chapter 24-28. Tian Xueqing let go of Ji Mo's sleeve and took a deep breath. Master, you must be careful. This flower has the protection of the hell snake and is very powerful. It is poisonous all over and can even spit out poisonous liquid in fog. She explained the characteristics of the hell snake in detail. Ji Mo looked at her gently and knew that she was worried about him. His heart warmed as he smiled faintly. Okay, I will be careful. Although his face was pale, his movements were very nimble. His sleeves fluttered as he walked to the edge of the cliff. When he was a few feet away from the flower, he flicked his finger and a silver needle flew towards the flower. A small blue snake pounced at him at lightning speed. Tian Xueqing's heart was in her throat as she unconsciously clenched her sleeves. Looking at the menacing hell snake, she wanted to go up and help, but the terrain was too narrow. It would be too cramped for the two of them. so she could only watch from the side. Her fingers gripped the hilt of her sword, ready to help if anything went wrong. GMO pulled out his long sword, and a sparkling green light flew towards the snake. The man and the snake fought at the edge of the cliff. The green light was like autumn waves, while the blue light was like clear water. They were fiercely clashing. The mountain wind was biting cold, causing GMO's green robe to flutter. He stood at the edge of the cliff as if he would ride the wind at any moment. There were a few times when his feet were in the air, but he landed steadily every time. Tian Xueqing's heart was like a roller coaster. She was extremely nervous. She pursed her lips tightly, and her face was pale. Even from this distance, Tian Xueqing could see her master's pale face and the cold sweat on his forehead. Her master had just recovered from a serious illness and should be recuperating. Now that he had come out to pick herbs, it must be very taxing on his vitality. He was probably just holding on and not collapsing. Tian Xueqing's heart was burning with anxiety. She held her sword tightly and pursed her lips tightly. She slowly inched forward. If her master was in danger, she would take the hell snake down with her, even if she had to risk her life. GMO was not only good with swords, but also with poisons. He occasionally flicked poisonous smoke and powder at the snake, all of which were targeted at poisonous snakes. After a while, the hell snake's movements became slower and slower. It was obvious that it was at a disadvantage. By the time the man and the snake had exchanged 70 to 80 blows, the hell snake was probably too tired and made a mistake. It crashed into a rock and almost fainted. GMO immediately rushed forward and swung his sword, preparing to cut off its head. Seeing that the dust had settled, Tian Xueqing felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. The unforeseen event happened in that instant. The hell snake, which had appeared to be dazed from the impact, suddenly leapt up like a bolt of blue lightning towards GMO's face. It was already too late for GMO to dodge. He steeled his heart and no longer dodged. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. In the end, GMO was faster. By the time the hell snake reached him, his sword had already cut it in two. Unexpectedly, half of the hell snake's body was still alive. It opened its mouth and spat out a large mouthful of poisonous fog before falling to the ground. GMO had been sprayed by the poisonous fog, and before the remaining poison had been cleared, a new poison had arrived. The two poisons instantly merged in his body and rampaged through his meridians. GMO did not have time to detoxify himself before his vision turned black. He staggered a few steps and suddenly lost his footing. In the next moment, his entire body fell to the ground. Master! Tian Xueqing was scared out of her wits. She immediately rushed over and grabbed GMO's hand. Chapter 24-29. However, GMO was still a man, and he was still unconscious. Although she grabbed his hand, she was still pulled down by him. It was already difficult for her to stabilize herself and prevent herself from falling, let alone lift him up. Seeing that Tian Xueqing was about to be pulled down, Wankai Piglet became anxious. Master! It pounced over and bit Tian Xueqing's trousers, trying to hold her down. Fortunately, Tian Xueqing's trousers were made of a special material, so they could not be easily torn or pulled down. Otherwise, she would be exposed. Even so, the situation was still critical. Half of Tian Xueqing's body was hanging in the air. Her hand was tightly grabbing GMO's wrist, and her face was red. GMO was hanging on the cliff with his eyes closed. He was already unconscious. Wankai Piglet used all its strength to pull Tian Xueqing, but its strength was still not enough to move two people. Tian Xueqing's body slid down bit by bit. Wang Sai's hooves left two deep marks on the ground, but it still could not stop her from sliding down. What to do? What to do? If this went on, they would all die. Master was unconscious, and Ji and Huang was still cultivating in the small courtyard in the valley. Wang Kai could not rely on it. The only one who could save everyone was herself. Tian Xueqing was hanging upside down on the cliff, and her head was a little red. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Wankai, can you fly now? As long as Wankai could fly, It would be able to fly with them if they fell down. Wong Kai was about to cry. It was biting her trousers and could only speak with its nose. Wong Kai was seriously injured last time. Although Master healed me, I can't fly in a short period of time. This was the second time it felt so useless. The first time was when Tian Xueqing was in danger and it was unable to protect its master. Ji and Huang came to save her. The second time was now. At such a critical moment, it actually dropped the ball. If its master died, it would not live anymore. It wanted to accompany its master. Master, I'm sorry. Tian Xueqing's last hope was destroyed, and her heart was filled with despair. However, it was impossible for her to give up on her master at this time. Two people and one pet slid down uncontrollably. Tian Xueqing had already slid down the cliff, and only Wong Kai Piglet was still hanging on. With its last bit of strength exhausted, Wong Kai could not hold on any longer. Its legs went soft, and its whole body slid out of the cliff, hanging in the air. Tian Xueqing felt like she was falling straight down like a cannonball. The wind was howling, and she could barely hear anything else. She quickly passed through the clouds and fell into the abyss. The rapid fall made her heart almost jump out of her chest, and her head felt dizzy. He was falling so fast that Tian Xueqing couldn't catch him at all. She watched as his hand slipped from her palm. Master! Tian Xueqing desperately tried to touch his hand, but she was always a little short. Jimo's eyes were still closed as he silently fell down. Tian Xueqing's heart was filled with grief. Her master had come here to pick herbs to make her feel at ease. Since everyone was going to die, then let's die together. Only then would she be able to live up to her master's kindness in raising her. Only then would she be able to live up to her master's kindness. Ji and Huang's figure seemed to flash in front of her eyes, and her heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. She never thought that last night would be a farewell. Chapter 24:30. She struggled with all her might, trying to grab the corner of her master's clothes. Close. Even closer. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. At this critical juncture, Tian Xueqing suddenly felt her waist tighten. A white light descended from the sky and wrapped around her waist. That white light first sank down, reducing the force of her fall. Following that, it suddenly pulled her upwards. Before she could react, her entire body flew upwards. All of this happened in a flash. When she finally reacted, she had already landed on the cliff. Her legs were numb from the impact, and her vision was a little blurry. Her head was still throbbing with pain. Her legs went soft, and she fell toward the rock. The expected pain did not come. She was caught off guard and fell into a cold embrace with a faint medicinal fragrance. Her eyes suddenly widened. It's him, Ji and Wang. He actually rushed over at this time. This person always appeared from the sky at the most crucial time. Tian Xueqing did not need to raise her head to know who this embrace belonged to. Her nose turned sour, and she almost wanted to cry. She was still in a state of shock, and even her body was trembling. Ji Yinhuang originally had a stomach full of anger, but when he saw her pale face, that anger could not be vented. His heart softened, and the arm that was hugging her waist tightened. He gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. Everything is fine now. Tian Xueqing's body was still trembling uncontrollably. She suddenly thought of something and broke free from Ji Yinhuang's embrace. She suddenly turned her head. Master! There was no one behind her. Only Wong Kai Piglet was still lying there with a confused face. She looked around in panic, but did not see a single trace of her master's clothes. Master! Her voice trembled and changed pitch. Where's my master? My master didn't he save me? Ji Yinhuang's fingers tightened. He pursed his lips and said in a hoarse voice, I only saw you. He only had time to save her. I fell down with my master. You should have seen him. I almost caught him. Tian Xueqing's heart trembled in panic. Her voice was filled with disbelief. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Ji Yinhuang. You really didn't see him? Ji Yinhuang's face was extremely pale. His clothes were almost drenched in cold sweat. He forcefully held his breath and shook his head. When he rushed over, they had just slid down. When he rushed to the edge of the cliff, He could only see Tian Xueqing's skirt. GMO was below Tian Xueqing, so he did not see him. Furthermore, the ice soul poison in Ji Yinhuang's body was still wreaking havoc. When he pulled Tian Xueqing up, he had used up almost all of his strength. Right now, he could barely stand. Tian Xueqing's heart turned cold. Although she had come up, her heart seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss. She stood there in a daze, her expression absent-minded. Master didn't save me? Ji Yinhuang said Tian Xueqing, I am sorry. Tian Xueqing acted as if she did not hear him. She turned around and wanted to rush towards a cliff. Master, Ji Yinhuang his heart to Xueqing. Xueqing. Tian Xueqing flung his hand away and took a step back. Tears were streaming down her face, and her voice was sharp. I don't need you to care about me. I want to save my master. Ji Yinhuang clenched his fists and said in a low voice, He has already fallen down. You can't save him. Calm down, let's think about it. Chapter 24:31. Ji Yinhuang clenched his fists and said in a low voice, He has already fallen down. You can't save him. Calm down, let's discuss this. He knew that his words were too cruel, but at this time, he had to let her see the truth. He was afraid that she would do something stupid, so he held her arm tightly. Tian Xueqing pushed him away. Her actions were too violent, and Ji Yinhuang staggered from her push. He barely managed to stand up straight. Xueqing. Tian Xueqing was flustered and lost her usual calmness. She spoke without thinking. You want me to give up on my master? How can you be so ungrateful? My master fell down because he wanted to pick herbs for you. You don't want to save him, and you want to stop me from saving him. It's all your fault. If you didn't cause so much trouble, how could my master fall down the cliff? If my master dies, will you be happy? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Even if my master dies, I will not marry you. I hate you the most. She couldn't continue speaking. She suddenly turned around and ran towards a cliff. She wanted to see if there was a way to go down. Before Tian Xueqing reached the edge of the cliff, her vision blurred and she bumped into someone's embrace. That person staggered from the impact, but he still firmly held on to her. She suddenly raised her head. You. She choked on the word. Ji Yinhuang's eyes were pitch black, without any light. They were as dark and cold as a bottomless abyss. He looked at her condescendingly, his expression dark and gloomy. The shadow cast by him enveloped her whole body. This was the first time Tian Xueqing felt such a strong aura from Ji Yinhuang. It was cold and unfeeling. I have never wished for your master to die. Never. You wait here, I will go and save him. He had put in so much effort, but all he got in return was an ungrateful word. He had never walked into her heart. He, Ji Yinhuang, was simply a joke. Their relationship in this lifetime was simply a joke. She only had her master at her heart. Then he would fulfill their wish. After he finished speaking, he flew down. Tian Xueqing only saw a white figure floating down. She hurriedly ran to the edge of the cliff, but she only had time to see his fluttering clothes that almost merged with the white clouds. He didn't look like he was flying down, but more like he was falling. Tian Xueqing's heart almost sank. She clenched her fists, her fingertips digging into her flesh. She suddenly remembered that Ji Yinhuang still had the ice soul poison wreaking havoc in his body. He basically couldn't use his psychokinesis. Then he rushed over in a hurry and saved her. She was afraid that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Now he was forced to jump off the cliff. Just now, his face was actually very frighteningly pale. Would anything happen to him if he jumped down like this? Her heart felt like it was being gripped by something, and her body began to tremble slightly. She tilted her head to listen to the sounds below, and her heart hung in the air. After a while, Ji Yinhuang's voice resounded from below, carrying a distant echo. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was clearly transmitted into Tian Xueqing's ears. Throw down a rope that is long enough. About 200 feet. He was still alive. He spoke. She knew that he had an immortal body. He was someone who could fly, so a small cliff would not be a problem for him. Tian Xueqing's heart finally relaxed a little. My master, how is he? She couldn't help but ask as she searched for a rope in her backpack. Chapter 24:32. There was a long silence below. The silence made Tian Xueqing's heart jump. What? What? My master. My master. Is he? Is he? She did not dare to ask the rest of her question. He's still alive. Ji and Wang's reply finally came from below. Thank the heavens. Master is still alive. Tian Xueqing heaved a sigh of relief. She finally found a long rope, but it was obviously not long enough. She looked around and found a few sturdy vines, which she tied tightly to the rope. Then, she threw the rope down. Is this okay? She asked the people below her. She did not know why, but she always wanted to talk to him, wanted to hear him speak. Tian Xueqing felt the rope in her hand sink slightly. Ji and Wang's voice came again. It's okay, tie the rope to the thick tree. This time, his voice was much softer, even a little hoarse, as if he was forcing himself to speak. Tian Xueqing's heart suddenly twisted, as if someone was tightly gripping her heart. She felt unspeakable guilt and sadness. She felt that the words she said when she lost control of her emotions were extremely hurtful. Now that she thought about it, she wanted to slap herself. When he comes up later, she must apologize to him properly. She must expel the poison and treat his injuries, and see if he has any external injuries. Tian Xueqing anxiously looked at the edge of the cliff, then nervously looked at the rope. It was obvious that someone was pulling the rope up. The rope was constantly tightening, and the huge tree creaked from the rope. Tian Xueqing looked at the rope that was as taut as a stick, afraid that it would not be strong enough and snap. Her heart tightened again and again. She could not help but reach out and grab the rope, using all her strength to pull it back. The rope tightened, and Tian Xueqing's nerves were like the rope, tensed up into a straight line. Ji and Wang held the rope with one hand and carried GMO with the other, half supporting him as he moved up. The rope was wrapped around GMO's body. His head was full of cold sweat, and his vision was blurry. His vision was turning black, and his body was getting colder and colder. It was as if countless ice needles were rampaging through his body, causing him unbearable pain. Not only was the pain painful, but the most terrible thing was that his hands and feet were weak. Originally, he carried a person up the cliff as if he was walking on flat ground, but now he felt as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. He knew that he was nearing his limit. Probably because the rope and the edge of the cliff were worn out too much. A strand of the thick rope could no longer bear the burden and suddenly broke. The rope trembled. His and Jimo's bodies also sank down slightly. Tian Xueqing's heart almost jumped out of her chest. The broken rope was on the edge of the cliff, so she couldn't reinforce it or connect it. She took a deep breath. Are you guys all right? Ji and Wang raised his head and looked at the top of the cliff. His heart almost sank to the bottom of the lake. There was still a distance of several hundred feet between them. However, the rope could no longer support the weight of two people. Thinking of Tian Xueqing's frantic look, his heart twitched. He smiled bitterly. She treasured GMO so much. If GMO died, she would be very sad, right? He had never wanted to upset her. Can the two of you say something? Tian Xueqing's voice sounded again. It sounded like she was about to cry. Ji and Huang lowered his eyes and indifferently replied, Don't worry, your master is very good. Then, without saying anything else, he carried GMO and climbed up. Chapter 24:33. Tian Xueqing was so nervous that she almost couldn't breathe. When she heard Ji and Huang's voice, she felt slightly relieved but also distressed. He only said that master was very good. What about him? How was he? Tian Xueqing wanted to ask, but she was afraid that she would distract him. She could only swallow the words that were about to come out. She was so nervous that her hands and feet were cold, and her face was pale. Snap! Another strand of the rope broke, but Ji and Huang didn't even look at it. He mobilized all of the remaining psychokinesis in his body, took a deep breath, and flew upwards with GMO in tow. He would risk his life to protect the safety of his beloved. There were only 2 strands left of the 4 strands of rope. These 2 strands were constantly being pulled apart, making a slight snapping sound. At this time, they were still a few feet away from the top of the cliff. Tian Xueqing could see the two people hanging on the cliff. She was so excited that her hands were trembling. They were coming up. They were coming up. The unforeseen event happened at this moment. The rope broke, and the two people who were less than 2 feet away from the top of the cliff fell down. Tian Xueqing cried out in alarm. No. Ji Yanhuang was quick-witted. He bit the tip of his tongue and gathered all the psychokinesis in his body into his palm. He slapped Ji Mo, and Ji Mo's body flew up. He fell powerlessly into the bottomless abyss. Tian Xueqing's head buzzed. Her face instantly turned pale. Ji Yanhuang. She reached out to grab Ji Yanhuang in vain, but she only grabbed air. Ji Yanhuang's body was already exhausted beyond its limit. The ice soul poison could no longer be suppressed, and it ran rampant in his body. He couldn't even move a finger now, so he didn't have the strength to fly up. Looking at the cliff that was getting farther and farther away, he was unwilling. He was just a little bit away from the gate of life. Just like his relationship with Tian Xueqing, it was always a little bit away. Perhaps this was his fate. They always missed each other. He smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. He, Ji Yanhuang, was never the type to sacrifice himself for others. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would sacrifice himself to save his love rival. Hearing Tian Xueqing's heart-wrenching screams, he opened his eyes again. Separated by a thin layer of clouds, Tian Xueqing's face had already become blurry. He couldn't see her expression clearly, but he could imagine that she was extremely heartbroken. What a wonderful cycle of fate. Last time, in order to save Xue Mo, she was buried in the snow mountain. This time, in order to save GMO, he fell off the cliff and died. They had all sacrificed their lives for others and let down the people they loved the most. Ji Yanhuang looked up at the layers of white clouds that were gradually thickening. He sighed as he said his last words, Xueqing, take care. Tian Xueqing's head buzzed, and her entire body stiffened. Tears had already crawled all over her face, and her heart felt as though it had sunk into a deep valley filled with sharp knives. It was so painful that she felt as though she was about to vomit. That intense pain caused her entire body to spasm. She suddenly felt an immense sense of fear, as though she was about to lose the most important thing to her. She desperately tried to grab the air with her hands, but there was only air that she could not grasp. Yanhuang. Her cry was heart-wrenching, sharp and mournful, but she couldn't get any response from him. With teary eyes, she looked on helplessly as Ji Yanhuang fell through the layers of clouds and disappeared. That take care was still echoing in the valley, as though it was his final farewell. It was also his endless instructions to her. Chapter 24:34. Take care? How could she take care of herself? How could she take care of herself when she saw him fall into the abyss? Her heart ached so much that it felt like it was going to split open. How could she take care of herself? She had never thought that he would die. She had never thought that he would have a moment of helplessness. But just now, he had fallen so helplessly. She could not do anything about it. His face was so pale, and his white robe was covered in patches of red and white. It was obvious that he was severely injured. How could he survive if he fell like this? Her head buzzed, and she was about to jump off the cliff. She had forced him to his death, so she did not want to live anymore. Master! Wang Kai grabbed her trousers and shouted, Master! He isn't immortal. He won't die from falling off the cliff. Don't do anything stupid. He won't die. Maybe he will still be alive? This faint hope allowed Tian Xueqing to regain some of her senses. She was really scared now. Her hands and feet were cold, and she felt as if something was going to break out of her heart. Countless memories were spinning in her mind, and every one of them had his face. He came with his sword and cut the netherworld snake in half. He hugged her in his arms and comforted her softly. Xueqing, don't be afraid. I'm here. When she found out that her master was poisoned by the netherworld poison, she panicked. He patted her back and said gently, Xueqing, don't be afraid. I'm here. When she fell off the cliff, he pulled her up and patted her. Xueqing, don't be afraid. I'm here. He had always been protecting her. When she was in danger, He descended like a god and defeated all the difficulties for her. Then, he hugged her and told her not to be afraid because he was here. Unknowingly, he had become her pillar of support. She was not afraid of any difficulties because he would come, but now, he had fallen off the cliff. The clouds covered his face, and she could only hear his sigh. Shueching, take care. She had never thought that he would say goodbye to her like this one day. She did want him to leave, but she never wanted him to die. Wang Kai's black eyes were filled with tears. It did not expect Ji and Huang to be so loyal. It had never thought that its master would be so sad, as if the sky had collapsed. Tian Shueching suddenly stood up and murmured, I want to find him. I want to find him. You are right, he won't die. I won't. He turned around and wanted to run down. Wang Kai hurriedly shouted, Master, wait. Master's poison hasn't been cured yet. Tian Shueching stood there in a daze, as though she didn't hear him clearly. She looked at Wang Kai in a daze. Wang Kai repeated again, and Tian Shueching's eyes gradually regained focus. Wang Kai saw that its master had regained consciousness, and it could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Tian Shueching's heart was in a mess, and her mind was barely working. Only when he saw GMO lying there did he realize that he had to detoxify his master. How could he have forgotten? How could he forget to detoxify his master? Clearly, Master was the most important person to him. Could it be that she had already fallen in love with him? A thought surfaced in her mind, and her heart immediately trembled. Impossible! Impossible! She had always liked her master. It was Master. But what was with the suffocating feeling in her heart? Why was she so sad for Ji and Huang? She had to calm down. Calm down. Save Master first. Save Master first. Tian Shueching felt that there was a ball of fire burning in her heart. It was also as if she had been frozen for 1,000 years. She was indescribably anxious and cold. Chapter 2435. She took out a detoxification pill with trembling hands and stuffed it into Ji Mo's mouth. She wanted to apply the needle, but her trembling hands searched for the silver needle on her body. She used to be very efficient, but now she couldn't find the silver needle. Her vision was blurred, and she couldn't see clearly. Her mind was also blank. Wang Kai was almost afraid of Tian Shueching. It said softly, Master, you should take a rest first. You. She was like this now, so it was easy for her to have problems. Tian Shueching finally found a silver needle and wanted to stick it into Ji Mo's body. Wang Kai suddenly screamed, Stop! Master, that's a poison needle. Tian Shueching paused. Her vision was blurred, and she couldn't see anything clearly. After focusing for a long time, she could see that the silver needle in her hand had been dipped in a bright green color. She hurriedly threw out the poison needle as if it was a hot potato, almost stabbing Wang Kai Piglet. Wang Kai was shocked and shouted subconsciously, Master, you almost stabbed me. It looked at Tian Shueching subconsciously. It was stunned by what it saw. Tian Shueching looked at it. Her eyes were misty, like the mist in the early morning. Her tears were falling down one by one. She cried miserably, like a helpless child. Gradually, her skirt was soaked by her tears. This was the first time Wang Kai had seen Tian Shueching cry like this. In its impression, its master had always been a calm and collected divine doctor. It had never seen her cry so miserably. This was the first time she had shown the panic of a 14-year-old child. However, Tian Shueching only lost her composure for a moment. She knew that the situation was urgent, and she didn't have much time. She wiped her face and stood up. Although her voice was still trembling from crying, she had calmed down a lot. She checked GMO's pulse, and then took out a red pill and fed it to GMO. She then ordered, Wang Kai, I've cured Master's poison. You take Master back and put him on a warm jade bed. Give him a clear jade pill every 2 hours. She threw a red medicine bag to Wang Kai and ran down the mountain. Wang Kai shouted behind her, Master, where are you going? Tian Shueching didn't look back. I'm going to find him. Wang Kai, take Master back. Be good. Wang Kai looked at Tian Shueching, who was running away, and subconsciously wanted to chase after her. However, when he saw GMO, who was still unconscious, he stopped. It suddenly thought of something and took out something from the small pocket in front of its chest. It raised its hoof and threw it up. Boom! A beautiful blue firework in the shape of a lotus flower exploded in the sky. Wong Kai stared at the fireworks and prayed in its heart. Hopefully, the quadruplets would keep their word and arrive in time. Tian Xueqing ran down the mountain path and utilized her qing gong to the extreme. She was so anxious that she almost fell down several times. Ji and Huang, don't die. After running for an unknown amount of time, she was already exhausted, but she still ran without caring about anything else. Her tears had long dried up, leaving 2 tear stains on her delicate face. Her face was almost frozen stiff, and she couldn't feel any warmth. At the end of the run, Tian Xueqing's legs were almost numb. Every breath she took was as painful as being cut by a knife. She suddenly staggered, her legs went soft, and she fell to her knees. She had hit the ground very hard, and a layer of skin was scraped on her knee. Blood was flowing down. Chapter 24:36. She fell very hard, and a layer of skin was scraped on her knee, causing blood to flow down. She did not even bother to bandage her wound. Instead, she hurriedly sprinkled some medicine on her wound and continued to run down. When she was about to reach the bottom of the valley, she suddenly slipped and her whole body rolled down uncontrollably. At the bottom of the cliff was a deep pool, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Tian Xueqing rolled down and almost fell into the pool. She ignored the pain all over her body and crawled up. She looked around, and her voice was filled with fear. Ji and Huang, where are you? She looked around but could not find him. The fear in her heart had reached its peak. Just when she did not know what to do, her gaze suddenly froze. She then opened her eyes wide and looked at the center of the pool. There was a mist above the pool. The milky white mist lingered on the surface of the pool. From afar, it looked like a white sea of clouds. The wisps of mist drifted about, and one could vaguely see something floating above. Tian Xueqing opened her eyes wide and saw that there seemed to be a white shadow above. Found him! But her heart was happy at first, but then it suddenly sank, as if there was a weight in her heart. Is he still alive? Tian Xueqing suddenly did not dare to go forward. Her heart was beating like a drum. No matter what, I have to get him out first. He is such a strong person, so he cannot die. Tian Xueqing looked at the deep pool in front of her. She took off her outer clothes and jumped in. Cold. The pool water was so cold that she almost jumped up. The cold air was like ice threads that entered her skin and wandered around her body. Her face was pale from the cold. Her long black hair was dyed in the water like a drop of ink on a piece of paper. She stared at the white shadow in front of her. Her heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was going to jump out of her chest. Close. Even closer. Ji and Huang's white robe was floating in the water. His eyes were slightly closed, and his long eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyelids. His face was pale, and his lips were thin. The surrounding fog floated around him like clouds, lingering around his body in wisps. This scene was extremely beautiful. He quietly floated there, as if he was sleeping. Tian Xueqing finally swam to his side. She pursed her lips tightly and nudged him. Her voice was filled with hope as she gently called out, Ji and Huang. With this push, her heart suddenly sank. It was too cold. It was not the body temperature that a normal person should have. His body was like ice, emitting a chill. The pain hit her like an avalanche, almost suffocating her. Tian Xueqing's hands trembled violently. Her eyes turned red, but she held it back. He couldn't just let him float on the water. She couldn't just leave him here. Even if it meant she had to bring him back. Tian Xueqing hugged his waist and swam with him to the edge of the water. His coolness with a slight medicinal fragrance lingered around her body. It was so familiar that she wanted to cry. Her eyes turned red and her vision blurred. Hugging him did not make her feel at ease at all. Instead, she was filled with endless panic and fear. Could he be dead? Why was his body so cold? She hugged him, but she couldn't feel any signs of life from him. He originally had the ice soul poison in his body. Previously, He was just barely suppressing it. He should have been lying on the bed and recuperating, but he ran over to save them. And now he fell into the icy pool. The more Tian Shueching thought about it, the more afraid she became. Her heart felt like it was being pierced by a row of needles. Chapter 24:37. When she was about to reach the shore, Tian Shueching suddenly felt her calf twitching. Her heart sank. She tried her best to straighten her feet and endure the numbness. She swam forward with all her might and finally reached the shore before the second wave of numbness came. When she reached the shore, the cold wind blew, causing her to shiver. She was so cold that her whole body was trembling. She took off Ji and Huang's drenched clothes, revealing his chest that was as white as jade. Then, she draped her coat over his body. She trembled as she checked his pulse. She felt as if her heart had been hit by a sledgehammer. Her limbs and bones were in pain. The constant heartache made her feel as if she was going to vomit her heart out. There was no pulse. There was no pulse. Tian Shueching's face turned pale, and her eyes lost focus. He was dead. He was so powerful, yet he was dead. Impossible. She did not believe it. Tian Shueching did not give up and continued to check his pulse. She exposed his chest and stared at it. There was a thin layer of frost on his face. His entire body was like an ice sculpture. There was no breath, no heartbeat, no emotional fluctuation. He was just an ice sculpture lying there quietly. There was no pulse. There was no movement. He was dead. He was dead. What should she do? What should she do? As if all the strength in her body had been sucked away, Tian Shueching sat there powerlessly with tears falling like rain. Her tears dripped onto his ice-cold hands, emitting wisps of white smoke. At this moment, she suddenly felt a weak pulse. Tian Shueching was shocked. She wiped away her tears and carefully checked his pulse. His pulse was very weak and intermittent. If not for Tian Shueching's attentiveness, she would not have felt it. He was still alive, but he was lingering around the gates of hell. Tian Shueching immediately became nervous. Her hands were trembling. She patted her face and forced herself to calm down. Don't panic, don't panic. Time was running out. He could die at any time. Tian Shueching took a deep breath. She first pried open his mouth and fed him a life-extending pill. Then, she took out a silver needle and started to prick his body with difficulty. This life-extending pill was a divine medicine that she had specially developed. It could prolong a person's last breath, but it could only last for 6 hours. She didn't have anything else on her right now. She didn't bring any other medicinal herbs, so she couldn't give it to him. She could only use the silver needles to seal his acupoints to prevent the poison from spreading further. Then, she would bring him back as quickly as possible. Tian Shueching was calculating rapidly in her mind, but the needles in her hands were very steady. She accurately inserted them into the corresponding acupoints. Hiss, hiss, a sound rang out not far away. It was the unique sound of snakeskin sliding across the grass. It was getting closer and closer to them. Based on the sound of friction, they could tell that it was a large snake. A silver-white snake slithered forward, its tongue sticking out as it slowly approached. The snake arched its body, clearly a sign that it was about to attack. However, Tian Shueching did not even look at him. Even though she was sweating profusely, her movements did not slow down at all. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. Now was the crucial moment of acupuncture, and she could not afford to be distracted. With a gust of wind, 4 more people appeared out of nowhere. The 4 of them were wearing the same clothes and looked exactly the same. The youngest of the quadruplets saw that Ji and Huang was not breathing, and her heart sank. She wanted to rush forward. Mas. One of them reached out his hand to stop her and covered her mouth. He said sternly, Miss Ah Ching is performing acupuncture on Master. Don't disturb her. Chapter 24:38. One of them reached out to stop her and covered her mouth. He sternly transmitted his voice. Miss Ah Ching is performing acupuncture on Master. Don't disturb her. He looked worriedly at Ji and Huang, who was covered in silver needles, and Tian Shueching, who was sweating profusely. He then looked at the snake that had started to retreat. He raised his arm and made a gesture. The four twins understood and immediately split into four directions to protect the two people in the middle. One of them took care of the silver snake, with the four of them guarding them. Not even a fly could enter. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed. 2 hours passed. Tian Shueching was so cold that she almost lost consciousness. Her head was dizzy, and every breath she took was scalding hot. She was running high fever. This fever came very quickly. Not long after, her whole body became weak, and her hands started to tremble slightly. She tried her best to keep her eyes open and persevered. After another half an hour, Tian Shueching finally pulled out the silver needles. After removing the last silver needle, she wanted to stand up. However, her vision suddenly turned black, and she fell down weakly. One of the four twins caught her. Tian Shueching opened her misty eyes and tried her best to wake up. However, darkness quickly attacked her and nibbled away at her consciousness. Before she lost her consciousness, she grabbed that person's sleeve and reminded him repeatedly, "Bring him back to the tranquil mountain. Remember, you must carry him flat. Do not move at all." The darkness came like a tide and completely drowned her. "Shueching, take care." Ji and Huang looked at her deeply and took a step back. He fell down the endless cliff. "No!" Tian Shueching suddenly woke up. The darkness scattered like shooting stars. When Tian Shueching opened her eyes, she saw Ji Mo's worried face. She was stunned for a moment, and her eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. "Master!" Ji Mo touched Tian Shueching's forehead and sighed in relief. "Everything is fine now." Tian Shueching grabbed Ji Mo's sleeve. Her eyes were filled with weakness and nervousness. "Master, where is he?" Ji Mo's eyes moved. "I have already refined the antidote. I just gave it to him last night." "He has already taken the antidote? Does that mean that he is already awake?" Tian Shueching's heart was filled with joy, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. "Master, has he woken up? How is his physical condition now?" GMO looked at Tian Shueching in silence. When she opened her eyes, all her questions revolved around Ji and Huang. She didn't ask him how he was doing, nor did she ask herself how she was doing. GMO's silence made Tian Shueching, who had just calmed down, worry again. She carefully asked, "Master, could it be that he hasn't woken up yet?" Fear was like a tidal wave that slapped at her heart. The look in GMO's eyes was indifferent. He was looking down at her from above. His appearance was somewhat cold. This was the first time Tian Shueching had seen GMO like this. She was stunned for a moment before she finally realized that there was something wrong with his mood. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she asked, "Master, what's wrong?" GMO looked in her eyes. His usually gentle eyes now had a hint of sharpness. "Shueching, tell Master the truth. Have you already fallen in love with Ji and Huang?" Tian Shueching stood there in a daze for a moment. She loves Ji and Huang? That's impossible. She should only feel guilty towards him. He fell down the cliff to save her master, so she felt very guilty. That's it. Furthermore, Ji and Huang's feelings towards her should only be transference. Chapter 2439. Furthermore, Ji and Huang's feelings for her should only be transference. The one he truly loved was his crown princess who had died young. The reason why he was so good to her now was only because he saw her as a substitute for that person. Tian Shueching's heart was filled with bitterness. She had never wanted to be anyone's substitute. GMO did not disturb her when he saw that she was in a daze. He only looked at her quietly, but the expression in his eyes was getting heavier and heavier. She had been thinking for a long time. Her eyes were half bright and half dark. It was obvious that she was struggling. If she did not love him, the answer should have been out of her mouth. Why was she struggling for such a long time? She was already moved, but she did not know it. GMO's heart was getting heavier and heavier. Tian Shueching finally came back to her senses. She looked straight into GMO's eyes and firmly shook her head. "Master, you think too much. This disciple does not love him. This disciple just feels guilty towards him." GMO looked at Tian Shueching with a complicated expression. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only sighed. Tian Xueqing looked at him for a while, then subconsciously looked away. She suddenly remembered that her master had not answered her question. Her heart jumped, and she asked again, "Master, is he awake?" GMO shook his head and simply spat out 4 words, "She's still unconscious." The poison had clearly been cured, so why was he still unconscious? Tian Xueqing only felt a burning anxiety in her heart. She could no longer lie down and wanted to get out of bed. GMO raised his hand to stop her. "Xueqing, where are you going? You should take care of your body. You have been unconscious for nearly 3 days." Tian Xueqing felt as if there was a fire burning in her heart. "Master, I just want to see him. I just want to see him." She did not know if she was saying this to GMO or herself. GMO's eyes were so dark that it was hard to discern his expression. "It is useless even if you go." What does he mean by "it is useless even if I go"? She felt as if she had suddenly fallen from the sky. At that moment, her heart almost stopped beating. "Master, what do you mean?" She only realized that her voice was trembling when she spoke. GMO sighed. "Forget it. You should go and see him yourself." Tian Xueqing's heart suddenly sank. Countless terrifying guesses appeared in her mind, but she fiercely slapped them back down. She jumped out of bed, hurriedly put on her shoes, and stumbled out. GMO stood in the same place, looking at her back as she ran away, deep in thought. Heavenly Fragrance Court. With the quadruplets guarding the door, not even a fly could enter. Seeing Tian Xueqing stumbling over, they respectfully said, "Miss Ah Qing." Then, they made way for her. Tian Xueqing nodded slightly and rushed into the room. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and sunlight poured into the room like a tide. It lit up the room, and it also lit up him. The calming incense in the room burned slowly, hovering in the air, bringing a fragrance and tranquility to the room. A man in white was lying on the bed. He had a handsome face, a pale complexion, and thin lips. On such a beautiful spring day, when Juan seemed to have stopped in front of him, no longer moving forward, leaving him alone as cold as snow. His entire body exuded a faintly discernible chill. Tian Xueqing pursed her lips and stepped forward. Her fingertips trembled slightly. They were slightly cold as they touched his skin. The warm and soft touch almost made her cry. Although his body temperature was still somewhat low, it was much better than the coldness of a dead person before. Chapter 2440. She felt for his pulse. It pulsed faintly under her skin. He was still alive. No matter what, he was still alive. Tian Xueqing suddenly had the urge to hug him and cry. She was scared out of her wits when she saw her master's hesitant look. She thought that he was dead and would never come back. Fortunately, he was still alive. As long as he was still alive, there was hope. But since he was still alive, why did her master look hesitant? Her heart had just calmed down a little, but it immediately rose again. She took a deep breath and calmed her heart down. Then, she began to examine him carefully. Tian Xueqing checked him from head to toe, and her face became paler. He was breathing, his heart was beating, and he could react instinctively to external stimuli. But he was unconscious. He did not have any consciousness at all. He was clearly lying peacefully in front of her, but Tian Xueqing felt that there was a world of distance between them. He was already in a vegetative state. On the 7th day, 2 of the quadruplets were missing. Tian Xueqing walked in with weak steps. Her face was as pale as a ghost, and there were dark circles under her eyes. She was very dizzy, and the world was spinning with every step she took. She had not slept for 6 days and 6 nights. For the past few days, she had been reading all kinds of medical books like a madwoman, looking for a way to cure Ji Yinhuan. She took countless kinds of medicinal herbs and threw them into his mouth as if they were free. She also poured bowl after bowl of medicinal soup into his mouth and, as if waiting for a verdict, she stayed by his side and stared at him, hoping for a miracle to happen. But it was useless. There was no effect at all. It was not like this had never happened before. In fact, Tian Xueqing had cured many people who were in a vegetative state, and she had found many ways to cure them, but none of those methods worked on him. Was it because he was a deity? She immediately went to look for ways to cure him. Over the past few days, she had tried all kinds of methods and remedies, but none of them worked, no matter how hard she worked for days and nights without sleep. She could only watch him lose his life bit by bit. His heartbeat became slower and slower, and his pulse became weaker and weaker. His body became colder and colder. He was dying bit by bit, but she could not do anything about it. Tian Xueqing walked to the bedside and looked at the face of the person lying on the bed, which seemed to be carved from cold jade. She was in a trance. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground, his vision turning black. She held his wrist that was as cold as snow, and the coldness flowed through her pores, penetrating her limbs and bones. His pulse was so weak that it almost stopped a few times. If this continued, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive the night. For the first time, she felt powerless. She had healed everyone in the world, but she could not wake him up. She didn't know anyone had died, but he was the only one she regretted. His tears dripped on her hand, but she did not seem to feel it. She only held on tightly to his hand and said with a trembling voice, "Jin Huang, did you purposely smash my plaque? Do you think I owe you something? I haven't even blamed you for treating me as a substitute, but you're blaming me first? How can you be so unreasonable? You're the one in the wrong. You're the one in the wrong." Tian Xueqing's consciousness was already in a trance. She hadn't slept for several days and nights, so her mind was in a mess. She was almost unconsciously repeating this sentence. Chapter 2441. She grabbed his wrist and did not let go for even a moment. She was afraid that if she let go, he would leave without a sound. Therefore, no matter how scared she was, no matter how terrified she was, she still held onto his wrist tightly. Only by feeling his pulse could she feel a little more at ease, although his pulse was getting weaker and weaker, just like her heart was getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, she could no longer feel his pulse. He died. It was as if she had been struck by lightning in the middle of a rainstorm. She jumped up, and with a flustered and frightened body, she reached for his chest in a flurry, but she couldn't feel even the slightest beat. Her mind was blank, and the world seemed to have gone silent. She could not hear anything, and she could not see anything. She could only rely on her doctor's instinct to take out a pill and feed it to him. Then, she quickly and mechanically treated him. After the whole procedure, her mind was blank. She was so flustered that she felt as if the whole world was trembling. She felt his pulse again, but there was still no pulse. She was so flustered that she almost suffocated. She stumbled and ran outside. Her voice was trembling like an autumn leaf in the wind. "Call my master. Quickly call my master." Her voice was uncontrollably high, and it was almost mournful. The twins who were guarding the door looked at each other and assigned the tasks. One was responsible for finding GMO, and the other was responsible for going in to check the situation. Tian Xueqing suddenly tripped on the blanket on the ground and fell heavily on the ground. She was already exhausted, and with this fall, her vision was quickly invaded by darkness, and she fell into a deep coma. She was half conscious and half awake. She was still staring at the bed, hoping that the person would get up and help her up. However, he did not even move a finger. The darkness was like a tide, and it instantly drowned her. Her consciousness went up and down in the tide for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front of her eyes. She had a dream that spanned 100 years. When GMO arrived, Tian Xueqing was still lying on the bed, still unconscious. The four twins placed her and Ji and Huang side by side. Unknowingly, the two's hands were intertwined. Tian Xueqing's consciousness seemed to be trapped somewhere. She was in a deep sleep, and no matter how much she was called, she would not wake up. Tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes, wetting the bedding under her body drop by drop. No matter how hard he tried, his disciple wouldn't wake up. Even though GMO was usually calm, at this moment, he was somewhat anxious. She seemed to be possessed by a nightmare. GMO patted his little face. "Xueqing, wake up." Xueqing. More and more tears flowed from Tian Xueqing's eyes, and she gradually began to sob softly. However, she still could not open her eyes. GMO took out a silver needle and was about to insert it when he heard the unconscious Tian Xueqing suddenly sob, Yin Huang. Ji Mo's hand paused, and his heart sank. He sighed. She had really fallen in love with him. But Ji Yin Huang, after the dream ended, Tian Xueqing slowly opened her eyes. In her watery eyes, the sadness was exceptionally clear, like a ball of thick ink that couldn't be dissolved. Her eyes were empty, confused, and filled with despair that did not belong to her age. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ji Mo's worried face. She was still holding Ji Yin Huang's pulse in her hand, but there was still no movement. The heart-wrenching pain came after 100 years. It was so painful that it penetrated her heart. As if she did not see GMO, she turned her head and faced Ji Yin Huang. She stared at his pale face and cried. She curled herself up into a small ball and locked herself in his embrace. Her hoarse voice trembled intensely as she said, Yin Huang, do you blame me? Guess what happened to Xueqing? Monthly votes, hurry up and save the sleeping prince. Chapter 2442. She placed her small hand in Ji Yin Huang's palm and squeezed her body into his embrace as if she was afraid of the cold. Her body was shivering from the cold, but she refused to leave. Her voice was small and weak like a whisper in the wind. You should blame me. I also hate myself. How could I? Her voice trembled violently, and she was in so much pain that she could not speak. After a long time, she finally managed to speak. How could I forget you? How could I forget you? Forget him, hurt him, and finally forced him to his death. She had loved him so much in the past. It doesn't matter if you resent me or blame me. Can you wake up first? You can only take revenge on me after you wake up, right? If you don't wake up, how can you see how heartbroken I am? Tian Xueqing hugged Ji Yin Huang's waist as if she was hugging a block of ice. Her face was full of tears, and her watery black eyes were filled with pain. There was no reply for a long time. She was destined not to hear a reply. You still hate me? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to bear to see me so sad. What can I do to make you feel better? Can you tell me? She was in so much pain that she was not clear-headed. She could only rely on her stubbornness to look deeply at Ji Yin Huang, as if she was looking at her only salvation in this life. Xueqing, you. He's already dead. Seeing her in such despair, Ji Mo's heart ached terribly. However, this cannot go on. She was not clear-headed at the moment. If he did not wake her up, the consequences would be unimaginable. No! Tian Xueqing's voice was so sharp that it was almost ear-piercing. GMO was also shocked by the strong emotions that suddenly erupted from her body. As if she had realized this, Tian Xueqing's voice softened again. He won't die. Master, he's a deity. Have you forgotten? Xueqing, Master, can you not say any more? I beg you, let me stay with him for a while. Just a while will do. Her voice eventually became weak, like a leaf that had been blown away by a strong wind. She looked at GMO, her eyes filled with pain and pleading. GMO's lips moved, and he reached out his hand to pat her. However, he paused. Accompanied by a sigh, he turned around and left. His low voice was like a calm dream. Xueqing, no matter what, you still have Master. You're not alone. The door was pushed open and then closed with a creak. The sound of footsteps faded away, leaving behind a mottled floor. Tian Xueqing heavily closed her eyes as tears flowed down her cheeks. Jimo's words before he left reverberated in her mind, stirring up huge waves in her heart. Master, you don't know. You don't know that when he left, he dug a hole in my heart, a hole that pierced through his heart. I have nothing left. Her heart ached to the extreme. Every time she breathed, it hurt intensely. This kind of mental pain was accompanied by a huge emptiness. It made her feel like she was hovering between life and death. At the same time, she was also confused. She curled her body into a ball like a shrimp, and her consciousness was in so much pain that she was about to faint. She fiercely hugged him, but her voice was soft and gentle, and it contained a deep pain. Ji Yin Huang, I already have nothing left. What else do you want? I'll let you do whatever you want to me. In fact, the most painful ones were never the dead, but the living who were suffering in a life worse than death. It was truly hell. It was never physical torture, but mental desolation. Tian Shueqing closed her eyes, and her consciousness returned to silence. Her weak voice was like a whisper in the wind. You've already sent me to hell. In her daze, she seemed to see Ji Yinhuang sit up. Chapter 2443. Suddenly, he slowly walked over from the void. His body was surrounded by a faint halo, and he was still the elegant and handsome High Immortal. She stood there in a daze, not daring to blink her eyes. She was afraid that if she blinked, he would disappear again. The halo was getting closer and closer to her. He stood in front of her and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to wipe away the tears on her face, but he put it down again. Tian Shueqing held her breath and looked at him in a daze for a moment. She finally reacted and subconsciously wanted to hug him, but she did not expect that she would smash him into pieces. The golden light scattered in all directions and floated in the air like a galaxy. Then, the golden light slowly condensed into a human figure and reappeared in front of her. You? Tian Shueqing's tears fell again. He was in a void, hugging her weakly. His body's cold and delicate fragrance surrounded her. A soft voice sounded in her mind with a hint of helplessness. Shueqing, Tian Shueqing looked at him with teary eyes, and her voice was full of hope. Can you come back? I miss you very much. Ji Yinhuang's body seemed to stiffen, and he did not speak for a long time. Finally, he sighed. Shueqing, I'm sorry. Forget me. The golden light condensed in his hand, and he placed his hand on her long hair and stroked it. His warm breath made her greedy, and his touch made her heart feel peaceful. Her heart became incomparably peaceful, and the pain and despair of the past few days slowly faded away. Some of the unforgettable scenes in her mind slowly faded away. She was shocked, and she struggled to break free. Never! The dream came to an abrupt end, and she suddenly opened her eyes. It was still the same room and the same bed. He was still lying there without making a sound. Tian Shueqing stared at the person on the bed, and her eyes were a little empty. The night was cold, and the moonlight was like water. Cicadas were chirping nonstop outside the window, and along with the rustling of the leaves in the wind and the reflection of the big round moon, it was a summer day. Outside the window, the hot wind blew, but inside the room, it was a little cold. She subconsciously stretched out her hand and touched Ji Yinhuang's long eyelashes. When his eyelashes touched her palm, it was itchy and trembling, and her heart also trembled. She originally wanted to leave after touching him, but she lingered on. Her little hand brushed past his slightly closed eyes, his high nose bridge, and his thin lips. She closed her eyes and recalled the warmth in her short dream, as well as the faint and helpless apology that came from the void. She held his hand that was hanging by the side of the bed. His hand was cold, and no matter how she held it, she couldn't warm it up. Her heart was also turning cold inch by inch. This hand had once caressed every part of her body. This hand had once mercilessly pushed her away. This hand had once filled her with despair. It was also this hand that had saved her and her master. It was also this hand that had held her hand and told her not to be afraid. This hand had once dragged her to heaven, and it had also once pushed her into hell. Now, this hand was powerless to do anything else. No matter how hard she tried to grab it, it would not give her any reaction. She pressed her face against the hand and closed her eyes slightly. Yinhuang, when I was dragged underground by the ghost Rattan 100 years ago, I did blame you, but I didn't hate you. You didn't do anything wrong. You just didn't love me. I hated myself for my wishful thinking. So when I died, I swore to the heavens that I would forget you in my next life and never meet you again. Her voice was very calm, empty and calm. Chapter 2444. No one answered. She looked at the moonlight outside the window, lost in thought as she stared at the silver floating in the air. Her long eyelashes formed a row of shadows under her eyelids. Her face was as pale as snow, like a fragile porcelain doll. The room was very quiet. The cicadas outside the room seemed to have sensed the unusual atmosphere and tactfully stopped chirping. The sounds of the outside world gradually faded away. It was as if he had been placed in a vacuum, isolated from the rest of the world. But now, I hate you very much, she said softly. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like the wings of a butterfly. She repeated herself, Ji and Huang, did you hear that? I hate you very much. In our previous life, you clearly fell in love with me. So why were you so heartless to me? You treated Shumo better than me. You were always cold to me. Whether I cried or was in pain, you didn't care about me. Yin Huang, I loved you so much that I didn't feel like myself anymore. I couldn't extricate myself. If I knew your feelings for me, I wouldn't have begged for death just to forget you. In this life, I really did forget you, but you appeared in front of me again. You used such a tragic method to remind me of the past. You disrupted my two lives, and now you want to make up for it by simply erasing my memories? Tian Xueqing's eyes were big and empty. The moonlight was bright, but it didn't leave a trace of light in her eyes. She slowly spat out 2 words with determination and ruthlessness. Absolutely not. I won't forgive you, and I won't forgive myself either. Her hand gently brushed against his cold face, which was as cold as jade to the touch. She knew that his soul had already left long ago, leaving only an empty shell here, which only made her sad. She looked at his face and suddenly revealed a smile. As if she had finally figured something out, Tian Xueqing lowered her head and planted a kiss on his cold lips. If you don't accompany me, I'll accompany you. Wait for me. No one knew how Tian Xueqing carried Ji Yinhuang out. The wind on the cliff was very strong, causing people to feel cold all over. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as she carried him. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, like a butterfly that was about to flap its wings and fly away. She hugged him strenuously as she looked at the bottomless abyss below her. As she looked at the floating white clouds, a myriad of emotions seemed to flash through her eyes. Yin Huang, do you know why I chose this place? Under the moonlight, his face was as pale as snow, quietly lying in her arms. The wind messed up his hair, his clothes. She faintly smiled and raised her hand to carefully tidy up his clothes. Then, she tidied her hair and leaned down to kiss him on the lips. She whispered, because this is the only way to catch up to you. You won't abandon me again. Hugging him, he jumped down. The wind whistled, blowing like a knife. The force of the fall grew stronger and stronger. The huge sense of weightlessness almost made her heart burst, but she hugged him tightly and closed her eyes, waiting for the last moment to come. Bang! With a loud bang, Tian Xueqing seemed to have bumped into something. Everything in front of her eyes turned black, and darkness flooded her like a tidal wave. At the last moment before she lost consciousness, she hugged Ji Yinhuang tightly in her arms, since they couldn't be together in life. Then they might as well die together. In the sky, on the clouds, a man and a woman were sitting. The man was wearing a loose robe with big sleeves. His hair was as black as ink, and his clothes were as white as the clouds. His appearance was as if it was carved out of ice, making people feel that it was blasphemous to look at him. Chapter 24:45. However, he was holding a red-clothed girl in his arms. The red-clothed girl had an elegant appearance. Her eyes were big and her mouth was small. When she curled her lips slightly, 2 dimples could be seen at the corners of her lips. Her beauty revealed a hint of laziness, but there was also a hint of comfort in her laziness. At this moment, the girl raised her head and looked at him. Great God, is this the best moment you were talking about? The man held her with one hand and calmly kept a transparent net in his other hand. He only replied with a single word, yes. This man and woman were naturally the ancestor Shanjuli and the devil master Ning Xiuma. In the net, Tian Xueqing and Ji Yinhuang were tightly hugging each other. It was as if they couldn't be separated even if heaven and earth collapsed. Ning Xiuma glanced at the net and saw that Tian Xueqing's eyes were tightly closed. Her 2 small hands were tightly gripping Ji Yinhuang's waist. Her knuckles were white, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Her small face was buried in Ji Yinhuang's arms, as if she had found the person she could rely on for the rest of her life. The 2 of them were hugging each other like a pair of mandarin ducks. Ning Xiuma glanced at the great god beside her. I feel that you could have taken action when Ji and Huang was about to die. Why did you have to drag out such a tragic ending? Shun Juli finally lifted the two people into the clouds. His finger touched Ji Yunhuang's wrist. After a while, he removed his hand and replied casually, "If I didn't force her into a desperate situation, how would she be able to break through the blood curse of her previous life and regain her memories?" He glanced at Tian Xueqing and sighed. This blood curse can only be broken by herself. Outsiders can't help her at all. Ning Xuema finally understood why Shun Juli took action so late. She finally felt relieved. She looked at Ji and Huang and asked, "Can he still be saved?" "Of course," Shun Juli answered confidently. "It won't be easy for anyone to die in front of me." The thin rays of sunlight danced on the ground, forming spots of light. On the bed in the room, Ji and Huang slowly opened his eyes. At first, he seemed to be in a daze, but after a while his eyes became clear. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look to the side. There was a woman lying next to his arm. This woman was obviously very sleepy. Her eyes were closed, and she was in a deep sleep. However, her fingers were tightly gripping his hand, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Xueqing. The sunlight danced on the side of her face, softening her cheeks. She fluttered her eyelashes uncomfortably. Xueqing. Ji and Huang raised his hand and shielded her face from the light. His gaze was gentle as he lowered his head and gently kissed her on her trembling eyelashes. Tian Xueqing moaned in her sleep, as if she was sleep-talking. "Yin Huang, don't leave me behind." Her words lit up Ji and Huang's eyes. He held her hand tightly, as if he was holding the most important treasure in his life. Of course, he wouldn't abandon her. Never again. He had searched for her for 100 years, and now he had finally found her. He checked his body and found that all the injuries had disappeared without a trace. Other than the slight weakness in his body, he was fine. His eyes flickered. Di Zun's technique. He knew very well that he would definitely die at that time. Even he himself was powerless to save the situation. Only Di Zun could pull him back from the gates of hell and help him recover so quickly. He lowered his eyes and looked at the person lying on the bed who didn't seem to be sleeping comfortably. His heart warmed. He raised his hand and moved her onto the bed, nestling her shoulder to shoulder with him. She seemed to finally feel comfortable. Her body automatically snuggled up to him, and she hugged his arm as she finally fell asleep. Tian Xueqing and Ji and Huang's story has basically come to an end. There will be some sweet interactions between the great god and Xiuma later. On the last day of the month, I will roll around and act cute to beg for monthly votes. Monthly votes, monthly votes. Important things have to be said 3 times. There will be no updates in the early hours of the morning, so there's no need for everyone to stay up late. For the sake of everyone's health, the update time will be changed to around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 2446. Her current posture was the same as when she first came to his side 100 years ago. She loved him like a madwoman and was greedy for his warmth. When he was asleep, she would snuggle up to him and sleep contentedly just like now. At that time, although he hated her instinctively, when he woke up and saw her like this, his heart would soften and he would quietly move his arm away from her embrace so as not to wake her up. However, later on, she truly despaired of him. Even when she slept beside him, she would curl up into a ball and never come close to him again, causing him to feel disappointed for no reason. Even when he took her into his arms while she was asleep, her body was stiff and filled with a strong sense of repulsion. The moment he loosened his grip, she would roll far away. She would rather stick her body against the wall than take a step closer to him. Only when he lost her did he realize how much he longed for her to completely trust and rely on that position. For 100 years, he had dreamt of her in this position countless times, but when he woke up, he would always be alone. Now, she was sleeping beside him in this position again. He closed his eyes slightly and quietly stretched out his arm to pull her into his embrace. She was like a kitten snuggling into his embrace. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that once he hugged her, he would never let go again. This hug would last until the end of time, and they would never be separated. He also knew that they still had a long way to go. He had to supervise her cultivation and solve the problem between her and GMO. There were still many things he had to do. However, as long as she could stay by his side, he could solve all of those problems one by one. 100 years of yearning, 100 years of yearning. Now that he had her in his embrace, how could an ordinary hug be enough to satisfy him? As Ji and Huang hugged her, he wanted to kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. He wanted to feel the warmest reality. He looked at her in his embrace. If he remembered correctly, today was her 15th birthday, and she could be considered an adult. He wanted to give her an unforgettable birthday present. He flipped over and lightly pressed down on her. His lips covered hers, on a hillside covered in green grass. Shun Julie lazily sat on a large rock with a guqin placed horizontally on his lap. His 10 fingers gently plucked the strings of the guqin, and the sound of the guqin flowed out, weaving a mirror in the air. What appeared in the mirror was Ji Yinhuang's pair. Ning Xuemal rested her chin on her hand and looked at the scene in the mirror with great interest. Seeing Ji Yinhuang wake up in a daze, seeing him put Tian Shuetching on the bed, seeing him pull her into his embrace, she loved watching this kind of couple drama. It gave her a sense of accomplishment. Shua! The wavy mirror suddenly disappeared, and the description of the pair could no longer be seen. She turned around and saw Shun Julie looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. Are you addicted to this kind of drama? Ning Xuemal was still somewhat unsatisfied. She raised her hand and touched her nose. She coughed and said that, "It's all right. This kind of drama of a broken mirror being reunited is originally very interesting." She looked at Shun Julie seriously and laughed. She teased him. "You're in such a hurry to remove it because you're afraid that I'll see something that I shouldn't see? Haha, don't worry. Ji and Huang has just woken up from a serious illness, and Tian Shuetching is also sleeping from exhaustion. They won't really do anything. At most, they'll kiss and hug each other. This kind of drama doesn't need to be censored. I've seen it before in kindergarten." Before she could finish her words, her body suddenly flew up. When she came back to her senses, she had already landed in Shun Julie's embrace. Chapter 2447. Although she was not short, she was petite and exquisite in Shun Julie's arms. They fit perfectly. Shun Julie lifted her chin with his fingertips. "You've seen it in kindergarten? Have you practiced it before?" His voice was deep and gloomy, as if it had the power to hook one's soul. Ning Xuema held his fingertips and subconsciously sensed danger. She hurriedly shook her head. No, absolutely not. This great god was a vinegar jar. She didn't want him to upset her. Shun Julie looked down at her in his arms. She had been on her period for the past few days, and he had not been intimate with her for 4 days. Before he had tasted it, he was a ruthless god. Even if there was a beauty dancing in front of him, he would still be able to sit in his arms. But since he was with her, he could not leave her beauty. He was almost insatiable every night. He would only let her go when her period came. Ning Xuema did not want to provoke him, so she would deliberately stay away from him during these few days. Ning Xuema was lying on his lap. She could not be more familiar with him. Even the subtle changes in his body could not escape her touch. She could clearly feel that his body, which had always been cold, was gradually heating up. When she raised her head, she looked into his extremely dark eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She wanted to turn around and jump up, but he used one of his arms to stop her. His fingertips touched her red lips. "Xuema, it's boring to look at other people. Why don't you do the real version with me?" How could this almighty say such ambiguous words in such an open and above-board manner? Not only did he say it openly, but he also did it openly. His fingers had already started to pick up her lapel. Ning Xuema quickly held his hand. Although people did not often come to this hillside, it did not mean that no one would come. She did not want to have sex with him here. God, calm down. Once Shun Julie's interest was piqued, he couldn't remain calm. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier around himself. Then, with a flip of his body, he pressed Ning Xuema onto a long-haired emerald green blanket. He leaned over and looked at her. His handsome face was right above her. His black hair flowed like water, flowing over her face and neck. It was as if it could flow into her heart. "Xuema, you have to pay the price for watching porn. Ning Xiuma. She wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of movie was she watching? He couldn't even be considered a rank. Yet, she had to accompany him in a performance of the restricted level. Sometimes it was not a good thing to have a husband who could set up enchantments, because once he was in the mood, she could be with him on any occasion. Because even if it was a busy city, as long as he set up a barrier, no one would be able to discover the situation inside the barrier. He could do whatever he wanted to her. His kiss landed, and along with the kiss, his hands, the temperature gradually rose. Accompanied by the sound of each other's breathing, their clothes gradually became messy. Ning Xiuma raised her hands and hugged his neck, responding to him wholeheartedly. Well, she actually wanted him too. Just as they were about to meet in the Red City, a white light suddenly shrouded Shunjuli. After a while, the white light dissipated and Shunjuli's figure appeared again. Both of them froze at the same time. Shunjuli, who looked like a baby, sat on Ning Xiuma. The white robe he was wearing could change its size according to his body. Now, the large white robe had become a small robe. The white robe was loose, and one could faintly see the fair and delicate skin underneath. Ning Xiuma, Shunjuli. Chapter 2448. He cursed under his breath and rolled to the side. Then, he wrapped his robe tightly around his small body. The second punishment had arrived. He had returned to being a child. Ning Xiuma also sat up. As she looked at him who had turned into a 7 or 8-year-old child, she couldn't help but laugh. She lifted him up and kissed him on the forehead. Little fellow, we've already completed the first mission. We should go find the heavenly Tao stone and ask about the second mission. She loved to tease little Shotas the most, especially the great god that had turned into a little Shota. She loved him so much that she couldn't bear to part with him. A moment ago, he had been touching her up and down, but now she wanted to touch him up and down. Not only had she kissed him on the forehead, but she had also pinched his arms and legs. They had felt extremely good to the touch. His skin was soft and smooth like tofu, making one want to take a bite or two. She had really bitten him twice on his arm. Of course, she couldn't bear to bite him. She had only used her teeth to lightly grind against him. Just these 2 bites had left 2 rows of shallow teeth marks on his delicate skin. As she was playing with him, she suddenly sensed something. She looked up, and her heart skipped a beat. Shunjuli lowered his eyes to look at her. His lips were curved in a faint smile. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and the waves of light seemed as if they would drown her. He clearly had the appearance of a child, but his eyes were like an adult's. This caused Ning Xiuma's heart to skip a beat. You can continue. Shunjuli calmly laid down in her arms. Not only did he not have the slightest intention of avoiding her groping, but he even put on a posture of allowing her to do whatever she wanted. He leaned his head down and rested his chin on her shoulder. His small mouth nearly bit her ear. Xiuma, I seem to have told you that even if I return to being a child, I'm still an adult in certain aspects. I can still do adult things. Do you want to give it a try? Ning Xiuma. She didn't have such a heavy taste. She dryly laughed and quickly placed him on the ground. She quickly changed the topic. Should we go to Carefree Island to look for the heavenly Tao stone? Shunjuli flicked his little robe and said indifferently, We'll go find it in 3 days. He didn't want Rong Yuetian to see him like this, in case that fellow suffered internal injuries from holding back her laughter. Fortunately, he had already completed one of the heavenly Tao's punishments. This time, he would only return to his youth for 3 days. It wouldn't be too late for him to look for the heavenly Tao stone after 3 days. Ning Xiuma understood Shunjuli's thoughts. She rolled her eyes and said, Why don't we go to the highest peak of Tianshu Mountain? Perhaps he would recover faster there. Shunjuli shook his head slightly. His return to youth this time was different from before. Cultivating in the heavenly book mountains was of no use. Just as he was about to say something, the sky outside suddenly darkened, as if dark clouds had covered the sun. Ning Xiuma subconsciously raised her head to take a look and saw a huge blue object floating in the air. Her eyes suddenly widened. Qilin. It was actually a water kirin. The kirin was the size of a small mountain. Its scales were as large as bowls, and they were like blue jade that shimmered under the moonlight. Its wings stretched out, blocking out the moonlight. At this time, its two brilliant eyes were searching downwards. Its mouth was muttering to itself. Strange, I clearly smelled Master's aura here. So how come I can't find it? Its voice was rough and hoarse, but it didn't lose its clarity. You must have smelled wrong again. Your sense of smell has never been so sensitive. You've made this mistake more than once. Chapter 2449. You must have smelled wrongly again. Your sense of smell has never been that sensitive, and you have made this mistake more than once. A delicate female voice sounded out. Ning Xuema looked towards the direction of the voice and realized that there was a fire phoenix circling above the Qilin. That fire phoenix was much smaller than the water Qilin and was covered by the Qilin's figure. If it didn't make a sound, Ning Xuema wouldn't be able to see it. I clearly felt it the most obvious this time. The water Qilin was unconvinced. I have heard this sentence 10 times in the past 100 years. I have heard it so many times that calluses are forming in my ears. The fire phoenix exposed its shortcomings without holding back. Hong Ti, if you think I can't find it, you can find it yourself. The water Qilin was also unhappy. If I can find it myself, why would I follow you? Do you think I want to be together with a stupid Qilin? The fire phoenix was also angry. The scales on the water Qilin's body stood up. It was originally anxious because it missed again, and now it was agitated by the fire phoenix's words. It was instantly enraged and flapped its wings. Hong Ti, I have tolerated you for a long time. The flapping of its wings created a hurricane and blew the fire phoenix up above, causing it to stagger and lose 2 of its feathers. The fire phoenix's eyes were completely red. Stinky Qilin, you dared make a move on me. It flapped its wings, and raging flames burst out from its wings. A ball of flames rolled towards the water Qilin. The water Qilin had only fanned the wind and didn't expect the other party to immediately set fire to it. This fire was the red lotus hellfire that could burn everything. It was obvious that this phoenix was truly angry. The water Qilin was also angry and didn't want to be outdone. It opened its mouth, and a huge wave of water pounced towards the red lotus hellfire. Water could subdue fire. Not to mention that this water was the Qilin's true yang water, which could subdue all the fire in the world. The red lotus hellfire that the fire phoenix fanned out was scattered by the water, and not a single spark was left. Not to mention, a strand of water even splashed onto the fire phoenix's body. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage to it, it still drenched its feathers and made it look like a drowned rat. Fire phoenix. You. That pair of ruby-like eyes had tears rolling around. You bullied me. The water Qilin raised his head to look at the sorry figure of the fire phoenix and was stunned. I didn't do it on purpose. It also knew that it was in trouble. After thinking for a while, it flapped its wings again, trying to dry its feathers. This time, the wind was much gentler, but the fire phoenix obviously did not buy it. Its figure flashed and dodged the wind. Blinking its eyes, tears rolled down its cheeks. You bully me because I can't find Master. I don't want to be with you anymore. I'll go find him myself. He turned around and was about to fly away. The water Qilin hurriedly stopped it. I already said that I didn't do it on purpose. You spat out fire first. You were the one who fanned first. Fire Phoenix shouted. All right, it's my fault. Don't be angry. The water Qilin held the thought of a good man not fighting with a woman and started to coax that phoenix. In order to make it happy, the water Qilin even opened its mouth and blew out an even gentler wind. Come, let me dry your feathers. The fire phoenix snorted and shook its feathers, shaking off all the water. I don't need your hypocrisy. I can dry it myself. Although its mouth was still unforgiving, at least it didn't have the intention to fly away alone. It circled around the grassland on the hillside. There isn't even a single human hair here. Master is obviously not here. It's the last day of the month. If you still have monthly tickets, quickly throw them out. Mwax. Chapter 2450. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up when she saw the 2 flying creatures in the sky. They were Hong Ti and Little Apple. She did not expect the two of them to be together. They even found their way here. She was about to greet them when she felt a grip on her hand. Shun Jili held her hand. She looked at him in surprise. Shun Jili shook his head at her. Ning Xuema was stunned for a moment before she understood. The Almighty had returned to his youth. He did not want Little Apple and Hong Ti to see his current appearance. It seemed that she could not meet the two of them for the time being. She would wait for the Almighty to recover. Ning Xuema had just thought of this when there was a loud bang above her head. The impenetrable wizardry barrier broke on its own and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shun Jili was speechless. Ning Xuema was speechless. I did not do anything. The wizardry barrier broke, and the two of them appeared on the grassy slope. Little Apple and Hong Ti, who were flying in the sky, had sharp eyes. They immediately cheered and rushed down. Master! Master, you really came back to life. I knew you would not die. Master, I did not look for you for 100 years in vain. I finally found you. Master, when did you come back to life? Where have you been for the past 100 years? Master, Hong Ti missed you so much. Master, Little Apple and Hong Ti turned into their human forms and surrounded Ning Xuema, chattering nonstop. They were too excited. Once they started talking, they could not stop. They threw out a series of questions. Ning Xuema did not know which one to answer first. They had not seen each other for 100 years. Both of them had changed a lot. After Little Apple turned into his human form, he looked like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Although he still looked childish, he had the handsome looks of a teenager. His every move was vigorous. Hong Ti had also grown up quite a bit. She was much older than Little Apple, but her skills were not as high as Little Apple's. Her human form also looked younger than Little Apple's. She looked like she was 11 or 12 years old. Her fiery red body made her look very spirited. Hong Ti had always been clingy. The moment she saw Ning Xuema, she stuck to her side, her small hand holding on to Ning Xuema's sleeve without letting go. Little Apple had also forgotten that he was already a handsome young man. The moment he saw Ning Xuema, he instinctively leaned over, wishing that Ning Xuema could pat his head again. However, before he could reach Ning Xuema, he was stopped by a gaze. That gaze was like an icy spring, causing Little Apple to shiver all over. He raised his head, and his gaze met the eyes of the child in Ning Xuema's arms. That child's appearance was naturally indescribable. She was unbelievably beautiful, but her aura was extremely intimidating at such a young age, especially the pair of dark blue eyes, which made Little Apple, who had always been bold, tremble in fear. He blurted out, "Master, who is this baby in your arms? Is it little Nianma? He is already so big. He looks so handsome, just like you." Shun Jili was speechless. Ning Xuema couldn't help but laugh. The great master looked like her? She looked at Shun Jili teasingly. Shun Jili glanced at Little Apple coldly. "Little Apple, are you blind? Can't you even recognize me?" When he spoke, he used his real voice. Little Apple trembled and suddenly widened his eyes. Zun. Little Hong Ti was also shocked. She had always been afraid of Shun Jili.